Friday. Rebecca Black's favorite day. Let's get started. Alright, so, hey Lulong. If Tiburon is here, I have to answer one of Tiburon's questions from the other day that I didn't see. No, Tiburon is not here. Well, then I don't have to answer one of those questions. Easy peasy. Good morning, Roving Eye. Alright, finish cleaning up, making Reflect actually work. Sounds the good. Let's do it. Okay. Yeah, I think that's all fine. I'll chase tile components. Chase target components. Did I write tile anywhere in there? No, apparently not. Okay, and I need to write why that was done. Because it's not obvious. That ray reflecting will hit bolt, will off the intended target. This is achieved using two chase target components. Oh, the way I just said that. Oh yeah, reminded me of Key and Peele. So we're just cleaning up this code. And not too much to do here. But what there is a lot to do is to test this. Let's see. So we handled reflection here. Good. That looks good. This machine is reflecting. This will roll the dice and return true if this machine should excuse me should reflect a projectile. It's based on the hardware's chance to reflect. Yeah, and I think the only other thing I want to do here is put that line down there. So then we just have to comment this. Get hardware tier data of entity. Where is that? Get hardware tier. Where is this? Hardware tier data. It's in two places. Why did I not put this into the arena? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Okay. Yeah, so we pretty much want the same comment, I think. And this should just say simple wrapper around get HTDOE. Yeah, well, since it's a wrapper, I don't think I need to say see comments of that function. Then these are hardware constants.IDs. This is an entity. And then this possibly returns hardware tier data. Okay. Yeah, I think that's it. Let's start up botland client watch. What was this? Thinkulum. Is Thinkulum in the channel? How did it create a token for Thinkulum? That was weird. What's going on here? Alright, I think we can check this in now. Reflect hardware is now functional and can reflect lasers. And I just wanted to test this really fast. Yeah, I think this is working. We didn't functionally change anything in this couple of comments I just added and lines I changed. So we had already, oops, we don't want to run tests, that's not what I wanted to do. Client precommit. Yeah, so hopefully, okay, good, that took forever. But let's do this now. Oh good, this web page is not available. I actually know why that's happening. It's because I never ran the client. Alright, there we go. And there's a linting error. Illegal trailing white space. Delete, delete, delete. We're done. What else else is there? Yeah, well, we'll see. Okay, so in order to test reflect, we need to just write some code. So as usual, I'll write this in a notepad, just so that I've got something I can easily copy paste. If can reflect. Okay, let's deploy a few of those. All right, good, they're reflecting. Do we see any reflected projectiles? Yes, we do. So yeah, I think that's good. I think we just need to correct this. Unnecessary semicolon, run this one more time, and then check this in. And then what we'll work on, consolidate, reflect, and cloak since they're so similar, write tests, add this hardware to AI bots, and then we'll do missiles, I think. Did this pass this time? Hey Java, how's it going? How's everyone doing today? It's Friday, toward the end of October. Fall is in full swing. Alright. So there we go. Consolidate, reflect, and cloak since they're so similar. There are many places where this needs to happen. Let's take a look. In order for us to see this, we need to go to the part where I added reflect for the first time. And let's diff the code. So this was on Wednesday, so it'd be 10:21 somewhere. Added reflect shields. So I want to diff these two, compare revisions. And what we should see is some duplicated code. It's all good, man. What about you? Java asks. It's going well so far. And the game, I just added in reflect shields on Wednesday. So now you can see Zat, for example, has a 60% chance to reflect as long as his shield is up, although no one shot him. So there we go. There, we saw C-3PO shoot him and then Eve shoot him, and it bounced back. So that's what reflect shield does. So yeah. Okay. This is called when the server tells you that you activated reflect. So these are very similar. And let's just start, we'll go through this whole thing and we'll figure out what needs to be combined. So activated reflect looks like this. We get an entity, we make sure the entity exists. We could combine this into one thing. Get entity by real ID and assert. And we pass in a reason. It would simplify this to like one line of code. And that might be something we want to do, but let's see what else we do here. We add a reflect sprite. And then we have to update it at some point at the end of this. Yeah, so I'm not sure how much of this we want to consolidate. And I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. So this is activating reflect, and this is when an entity cloaks. It's very similar code. Let me put this side by side so you can see. And I guess I need to shrink this a bit. But you can see we get the entity and we assert that it exists. This happens in both of these lines of code. Then we need to add a component. So here we add is cloaked and here we add is reflecting. Then we need to update the entity. So we do that too. In fact, we could write a wrapper around add component that's going to do this. The problem is we only need to call it once for any number of adds that we do. So here it's nice to, yeah, I think for now we'll just combine this stuff into one. And that'll be a good start. So let's say get entity. No, this needs to go in. Oh man, look at my shared arena. This needs to go here, and I don't already have this. Do I? Get entity ID? No, so I don't. So let's do get entity from real ID. So this is get entity from real ID, as opposed to get entity ID from real ID. So we pass in a real ID and then like assert message if not found. So we're just going to do this code. Entity return entity. So this will always return something, because if it doesn't, then it'll just throw an error. So we say util exists. Let's say this. An entity real ID equals entity, no, real ID. An entity was not found. Then we just say assert message if not found. Andre says, what did that wrap it up? Okay. All right, there we go. So an entity real ID equals real ID was not found, and then we have an insert message. So let us do this. Now we can say entity equals this dot entity real ID, and we just say entity cloaked. In fact, yeah, I think that's better. Now this function looks a lot simpler. It's Friday and I've already been working for 4 hours, so yeah. Ooh. What time zone are you in though? Because for some people, I guess that could be normal. But for me, for example, that would have meant I'd have to wake up at 5 in the morning, which is a little too early for me. Hey, Void Dreamer. EST. Okay, so it's only really, it's noon for you. So you probably started about 8 o'clock. That's not too bad. You're halfway through the day. I don't know if the so yeah meant that you're happy or you're not happy. But I'd be happy if I was halfway through Friday. And not at this job. I'm happy almost all the time on this job. But that is kind of a unique scenario. So entity uncloaked is to me the same way. So we can do that. Almost dinner time here. Good old NL. Alright, resource entity is the same way. We just need to make sure that we're calling these things correctly. So resource entity, and this is resource was harvested. So we can get rid of this assert. Yeah, I think this is much better. And then we mark entity dead. Did we not put in a mark entity dead by entity? Apparently not. Well, that's fine. Okay. Where else do we do this? We get a landmine entity and a bot entity. So we can say landmine entity. Oh, whoop, 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 whoop. Almost screwed that up. Okay. Landmine entity and then bot entity. So we're going to put this here. So we're going to say landmine detonated. This is the bot. And this is landmine detonated. And this is the landmine. So we need something to differentiate these two things. Then we can delete all of these lines. So again, this looks just a little bit cleaner. My lame joke, my mind is shot. Roving Eye says, do you like the whole stand-up, sit-down thing? I like it. You can't really see right now, but I'm standing like a flamingo. Actually, there's no point in showing you this. I'm not going to show you. So I have one leg on my other leg. How about this? Flamingo is standing. Oh, well, I don't quite look like that. I look like this. My neck can't do that, though. Okay. Where else do we do this? Here. Alright. So let's take this. We take entity real ID. And we call this entity. And we call this here. And then we can get rid of this assert. And this. Good. In fact, this is really only cleaning up asserts, putting them into a nice place. And then the activated reflect, same thing. But each assert was 2 lines, so it's getting rid of 3 total lines of code, I suppose, where 1 is blank. All right, where else do we have these asserts? So some of these are going to be necessary still, but this, for example, this does not need to exist. We can say source entity equals source real ID. Laser was fired, source. We get rid of that and that. Note, if this shows up out of the blue, perhaps the user connecting to the server hasn't been sent all the entities correctly. That's a good thing to keep in mind. So yeah, let's keep that comment there, but let's instead change how this code works. So intended target entity we get based on this, and we say intended then we put this here. There, looks good. Okay, where else do we do this? Probably only 2 or 3 other places, if anything. Let's do this down here. Source entity, source real ID, and this is laser whiffed. Good. Alright, what else? Assert false. This has not been tested in a while. The server should be sending you enough information for you to know when to delete entities. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so we do an assert. What did this code used to look like? Let's diff the current file. The way this used to look is assert util.exists entity, and then we had a backtick. So if we just put assert and then dot star backtick, and we might need to escape that backtick. If we do this, we should find, oh good, they're not there. And let's just make sure that we didn't screw up by putting this, which should find many asserts. Okay, no, we did screw up, so maybe we don't have to escape this. Ah, there we go. So, no, there are 2 other places where I forgot to do this. Yeah, and here's one of them. No, this is not. Yeah, that's not this problem. And same thing there, that's not a problem. Okay, I think that's good. A little longer, you're leaving. Have a good dinner. Okay, so that was step 1. It was to consolidate just some of these functions, and that was really all that changed in here. There was this too, but this is not something to do with adding reflecting cloaking. Next, in the code execution system, I think we had a lot of duplication. So let's take a look in there. Yeah, reflect and cloak are the same. They're just the same. So let's see how we can consolidate these. If we look at reflect, and let's copy this whole function, and this is one of the nice things about the Sublime plugin I'm about to show you guys, and then we copy all of cloak, and then we right click and say diff selections. We'll see that this code looks exactly the same other than names. So we have reflect instead of cloak, we have reflect instead of cloak, and all of this looks the same instead of names, except for names. And that's it. So we should be able to consolidate this. We should be able to call it into something like activate buff. I don't know if I want to call it that though. Activate internal. I don't know. We'll figure out a better name for that in a second. So here's what we got to do. We've got to copy all of this and then make this function more generic. So cloak cooldown component, we just need to say like activated cooldown component. Okay, good. Then we need to figure out what the name of the component is. Okay, so cooldown component's name. And I'll just write a note here. This is something like this. So here we can replace this one. Good. Now we shouldn't see anything about cloak here. So can activate is what this should say. All right, good. And if it's ready, then yeah, good. All right, next we get the actual hardware. So then we can say cooldown hardware ID. And that's going to be equal to something like this. So we can have an equals button there on my keyboard. Neat. Okay, so we have that. Then instead of cloaking hardware, so we say that's not cooldown hardware. What am I talking about? Activated hardware ID. Maybe that's a better name for it. So activated hardware. Then we add an is cloaked component. So what kind of thing does this activate? Is activated component. This is gonna be weird. Because we're gonna have, yeah, this is gonna be weird. We have to say like activated component class. Okay, we gotta put that there now. Next, we update the indexer, and then we route a certain router action. So, router action, I suppose that's what we can say there. And that's something like router actions dot cloak entity, and the activated component class is something like an is cloaked component. Okay, I think this is a completely generic function. The way we'd know is if the word cloak appears in it. It does not. So then we just need to call this in the right spot. And we need to make sure to return, so return this dot activate internal. And we can call it with exactly these things because we did it for cloaking. And then we need to test whether it works. So we put cloak cooldown cloaking is cloaked component and cloak entity. And that should be it. And now we should be able to get rid of all of this code. So now the cloak function itself is very simple, but that's because we really just shifted complexity into this activate function. But this is where this is about to get a lot better. Now in the activate reflect, or whatever I call that, this is going to be almost exactly the same way. All we need to do here is call the correct things. So this is going to be reflect cooldown. Whoops, that's not right. Reflect cooldown. This is reflect. This is an is reflecting component. And then this is entity activated reflect. And that should be it. And this is where tests will definitely come in handy. Yeah. So, alright. I'll be right back. Finish consolidation. Need to test the activate internal function that I just wrote. Alright, yeah, and I'll be right back. Oops. Alright, I'm back. Hi, Timon. So, I think I sent you a message on Skype. So hopefully you got that. But yeah, I don't know when we'll ever be able to talk because I'm always streaming. But if you want, you can ask any questions about, I believe it was the light setup that I have, or how you could do something similar. Just feel free to ask on stream. Okay, and then that needs to be combined too, and this should be combined as well. So we have two other places to combine. Let's combine them all, and then let's test them all at once. So we should really put, well, let's combine the other two places. So what do we have here? We have setup extra components needs to change. So setup extra component Timon says, we'll have enough time after the stream. So you know the stream ends in 8 hours. Are you going to be free 8 hours from now? Because I remember that was pretty late for you last time. BNL says, what is the program? Are you talking about what I'm editing in? This is Sublime Text. Oh, are you talking about this? This is Tortoise Git, specifically Tortoise Git merge. But BNL, if you're talking about something different than that, just let me know and I'd be happy to explain. So yeah, set of extra components that we need to modify now. So here, again, we can see if we just diff these two sections, we should see that the only difference, let's see, we have cloaking hardware, reflect hardware, if it exists. Okay, so that's all the same. Then this stuff's all the same too, yeah. So we need to say like add cooldown component. So what's this gonna do? If hardware present. So if cloaking is present, cloaking hardware is present, add the cloak cooldown component. Oh, which unfortunately needs 3 different things. So we have to say, yeah, hey Versace, yeah, we have a keyboard cam. This is a gift from my friends, and now you guys can see me type. So if you thought I was a robot before, this should hopefully be proof that I'm not. And yeah, Timon, that's why I said if you're not going to be available 8 hours from now, then you can just ask me questions on stream. Because otherwise, I don't think there's ever going to be a time that works given our time zone difference. In fact, what are you, like 12 hours ahead or something? Where are you living? Australia? I mean, I know Australia is more than 12 hours ahead of me, but I don't remember our time zone differences exactly. Sven House says, do you stand up all the time? No, I do not. I stand up for probably about an hour or so at a time, and I try to do it 2 times a day. And then after the stream too, I'll try to do it again, but that's not something you guys see. So let's say hardware ID, cooldown component name, and then cooldown component class. Yeah, let's do this. So here's where we're going to check all this. So requisite hardware equals this, and then we say hardware ID, good. Then cooldown component name goes here, and then cooldown component class goes here. And instead of cloak cooldown, we say cooldown component. All right. Add a cooldown component if it doesn't already exist, and it shouldn't exist since this should be the only place where we add it. Alright, next we call into this function. So we pass in a hardware ID. We need to say this dot. So we pass in a hardware ID, we pass in the cooldown component's name, and then we pass in the cooldown component itself. Well, the class of it. So we do that. And then that should be good. And now we can put the same thing here if we want for reflect cooldown, and reflect cooldown component. And then get rid of all this stuff. There, and now this function is very simple. In fact, we could make this even simpler if we want to eventually by putting all this stuff into an array and just iterating over it, which is what we'll probably eventually do. But we're not going to do it for right now since we only have 2 of these. Now there's one last place where we need to make this modification, and that's at the bottom of this file. So here we're subtracting from the durations of these and then modifying the cooldown as well, and that is in the will update function. So let's say subtract cooldown internal. What did I call that last one? The last one was, let's just do this. Add cooldown component if hardware present. So it will update. I think we should say something like, I don't know. So let's see, what do? We subtract from cooldown, we subtract from duration. So it's like update activated component. Yeah. Update activated component. So like before, we're going to take in cloak cooldown. We'll say cooldown component name. Then we have the activated component name, or rather the indication that it was activated. So what do we need? We need this to be a variable, we need this to be a variable. We need to remove that component and then send out a router action. So yeah, router action on removal router action. On end router action? No, on removal, that's fine. So can we just call this now? Let's see. This dot, whoops. We say cloak cooldown. So we put that there. Then we say is cloaked, right? Cooldown component name is cloak cooldown. Activated component name is cloaked. And finally, the router action to send out. That's there. Next, we need to copy this code up into here, and we need to genericize this. So let's put these things in their right spot, and then this in that spot, and then make the variable names more generic. So here we're going to just call this cooldown component. Then this is going to be the, actually we did this before, what do we call it there? I want to use consistent naming for this stuff. We said activated cooldown component, and this is something like is cloak, cooldown component name, cloak cooldown, activated hardware ID, no, is activated component is cloaked. Yeah, that's what we call it, activated component. And here we use activated component name. That's pretty good. Okay. Yeah, I think this is good. So we get this. We can say activated component, remove the, tell players about this. Okay. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So then we can call this again with reflect. And we should be all set. So let's try this and this and this. Now hopefully we didn't screw anything up here. In fact, is reflecting, okay. Yeah, and that's where testing this out is going to come in handy. But if we look at just the lines of code that we changed right now, we should see a lot more removed than we see added. Well, we don't see as many as I thought exactly. It's 85 added and only 105 removed. Interesting. And I need to add comments, so it's, well, anyway, the code is still simpler, so that's the part that matters. So let's comment all of this after testing it. Now there are two different ways we can test this, and we need to do both. So one, let's run the test, but then two, let's just kind of let the arena run itself. We should see machines cloak. And given how many we see just frozen there, it means that we almost certainly wrote in a bug. Entity real ID is not defined. Oh, this is a bug from a different section though. That's from here. Real ID. Get entity from real ID. That's coming from the shared arena. Get entity from real ID. Oh, it was already on the screen. So we can just hit escape. So this should have been real ID. Yeah, that was it. So all the tests passed because that bug that I just found was not in server code, and we only tested the server. So if we refresh this now, we should see entities cloaking and shooting lasers at each other. Good, there's a cloaked one, there's a laser that was just fired. And landmines are working too, although you probably can't see that because my face is blocking the way, and it's still blocking the way. Let me do this. Also, yes, I'll be drinking out of a solo cup today. I wrote my name on it. It's just water, don't worry. This is not a drunk stream. So then let's also test Reflect Shield. This should work just like how it used to, and we have the code saved in Notepad where we can deploy this, and we should see these machines reflect. The problem is it's only a 60% chance, so oh, there it goes. Okay, that worked. So HAL should have reflect. Good, and it's working. That looks totally fine. So then we didn't screw up any code. We need to comment this all and then check it in. So let's go into, wait a second, what is all this? Oh, this is the previous diff. Oh, that was scaring me. All right, this is the current diff. So we need to comment functions like activate internal, and that is in the code execution system. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. Activate internal. Yeah, here we go. So let's do this. Activates a cooldown based component like reflect or cloak. So cooldown component name is, well, we wrote this up here. Component names. A name like component names dot cloak cooldown. Well, that didn't work. All right, next we have hardware. Let's just write the types for these things. Is cloaked component is an actual class. All right, fine. The hardware required. Well, I don't even use this. Activated hardware ID. This is like requisite hardware ID. Oh, to get the tier. Okay, let's change that. Requisite hardware ID. The hardware required to activate the component. E.g. for cloaking, it is this. Okay, there we go. Next we have the class, and this is something that inherits from base component. Something that inherits from base component that represents the, oh, this is like activated, like requisite hardware class. No, this isn't. This is the activated component class. This is correct. So something that inherits from base component that represents the activated component. E.g., this. Okay, good. Finally, a router action. Router action to send when we activate. E.g., router actions dot cloaking tool. Alright, so this should greatly simplify the cloaking and reflecting code, and we're later going to have other activated buffs. And this also returns a boolean. So this is a terminator that's unavailable to users. Terminator, but unavailable to users. And then boolean, if simulating, this will simply return, this will return whether or not the activation will work. Whew, okay, I think we simplified it. Okay, good. So that was one thing. And now look, the cloak function is incredibly simple. We just pass in some parameters about cloaking, and it works. Next, we wrote two other functions. And to figure out which ones we wrote, let's just go into here. So there was add cooldown component if hardware is present. That's this. So when deploying a bot, what is this called? This is called from setup extra components, which is in bot deploy. Yeah. So when deploying a bot, we need to add cooldown components for any hardware that can be activated. For example, reflect works on a timer, so we need to start the timer at 0 so that you can use it immediately. That's what this function does. So then hardware ID, let's just take a look at how we did this. It's this. So that goes there. ID of the hardware required, oh, that's right, requisite hardware ID. ID of the hardware required to make use of the component with cooldown. So there's that. Then this is a component name. The name of the cooldown component to add. And why do we even do that? To make sure it doesn't exist already? It's not really necessary. Whatever. So, and this is not actually a base component. It's like the class of the base component. Which we did this before, didn't we? In that last function I just commented. Which I don't know where that was. Here. Activated component class. Something that inherits from base component that represents the activated component. Note that what you pass in should be the constructor. Yeah. So then there's add cooldown component. Here's where we want to say something, well, a constructor of the cooldown component to add. Yeah, so it should be something that can be invoked. And then we only had one other place where we did this, and we did it here, update activated component. So activated components only have a certain duration wherein they stay activated. This will update the duration and cooldown. So the cooldown component's name, we say the component name, the cooldown component's name, e.g. this dot cloak cooldown, right? And then the what it is when it's activated. So that's again component names. The activated component's name, e.g. this, and then a router action. The router action to send when the activation ends. Yeah, dinosaur. I guess my hand should wave to you too. And this doesn't return anything. Okay. So now the number of lines that we modified is probably going to be, because I added such long comments here, it'll probably look like we didn't change any code. Yeah, in fact, we added 14 more lines than we removed. But the logical lines of code went down, because this is not lines of code, this is lines of comment. Yeah. Okay, we tested this too. Okay, I think that's most of it, if not all of it. Let's take a look at the rest of this. Did we modify anything else? That doesn't matter. In fact, none of these matter unless the number of lines of code is relatively large for added, and I already know what both these are. So yeah, we fixed the problem lines, which were arena and code execution system. I think we're ready to check in. Let's run our tests again, and then we'll rerun the game too. That way we can visually inspect. And really all we have to do for this is add in cloak bots, or reflect bots. And as long as we see them reflecting, which we do, then yeah, we're good. And I see cloaked bots, and they're shooting still. I see a landmine, a single landmine. Yeah, okay. Then I'm pretty happy with this. Alright, did the test pass? Yes, the tests all passed. Alright, let's check it in then. What is this? Oh, actually, we should look through all of these. It shouldn't take very long. I just want to make sure that whatever the name next to the const was before is the same over here, and that the ID that I'm pulling in is also the same. So how do I undo that highlight that I just added? Well, let's just call it on this. Okay, there we go. Alright, so first one looks good. Second one, entity, and a real ID, good. In fact, I don't even need to really read this. I just need to make sure that this stuff is not highlighted red or yellow. And then we're fine. So good. What is this though? I moved this. Yeah, that was it. But then actual target. Oh, that was moved too. Okay, yeah, that's fine. And there, yeah, looks good. Okay, simulation server, we don't check in. And then we clean this up, and we just tested all of that, so we've got to assume it's working until we write more tests, which we will do. And then here's one last thing we did, which is this. So returns an entity based on its real ID. This asserts if it can't find the entity. So real ID is just a number, And then the assert message is a string, and yeah, it returns the entity. Okay. Yeah, looks good. So, refactor, I can't see what I'm typing. Stupid keyboard cam. Refactored the Arena and code execution system code so that cloaking and reflect no longer have large duplicated blocks of code. Can't type. Okay, looks good. Next, I believe we're at the point where we're writing tests for these things. Are we? Finish consolidating. Good, good, good. And then write tests. And thankfully, we looked at the commit that we'd had before, so we know exactly where we needed to make modifications. I'm going to lower my desk because I'm going to mute my microphone really fast. There was some clicking sound as I was lowering it. I hope the desk isn't breaking. Also, I need to rearrange my... Okay, there we go. Alright, write tests. Need to temporarily set the chance to reflect for 100% for all these tests. That is true. Alright, let's go into Arena test and let's go into test main. And let's comment these things out. So those and then that. Then setting the chance to reflect. So we're coming up on 7 different pieces of hardware. We have 6 right now. Once we hit 7, we won't be able to add an 8th one, which means the tests are going to need to become a tiny bit more involved. Roving Eye says, I feel we're missing a table status. What? You've got a table cam. That's what this thing is, see? You can always look at the table. So let's say in hardware tiered data, no, in hardware constant. So despite that this is named constants, the only thing that's constant about them is the container objects, which means that I can modify reflect tier data for all different tiers of reflect so that the chance to reflect is 100. I can also set the chance to 0 and make sure that it doesn't ever reflect. Although that test is much harder to do because I'd have to run it like 100 times. I'd like to know the current ride height. Yeah, I don't even know what this height is, but it's like normal desk right now since I can sit at it. Yeah, in fact, let's write this down. So I don't know how we test this, to be honest. Like, how do you test probabilities short of running just tons of trials and then seeing if it works out to be roughly what you expected? But that's not even really that important. No, maybe it is. Okay, so set reflect chance to something like 50%, run 100 trials, and then make sure it is roughly 50% as we expected. Now obviously, the way the probability works is we could run 100 trials, even set to 50%, and still get all 100 returning true or returning false. And in that case, we'd run another 100 and then another 100, and the chances of it not sticking to what we expect is so slim that if it fails, we can just rerun the test. And yeah, IO Dinosaur runs millions of tests. I could run many of them. And okay, so there are a couple things I could do. One is, so testing with 100%, this should always work. So we can write, I'm not really too concerned with testing this. The percentages, I mean. We know for sure that the code execution system will reflect projectile. This function is probably never going to change, and it just calls util.% chance. So we really just need to test util.% chance. So how about this? You know what? We will write a test for will reflect projectiles for percent chance. I really want the surface height above sea level, so you need to correlate tidal charts. Alright, I'll get right on that. In fact, let's spend a year working on that. Need to temporarily set the chance to reflect. Okay, so let's do that. Let's write a function that'll set the chance to reflect for all of this. And in order for us to do that, we need to say, wait a second, how do we ever use hardware data? We do it in the code execution system. Get hardware tier data, slot configuration, get hardware tier data. The slot configuration has it then? Get hardware tier data? No, that's the hardware slot that has it. Hardware data, here we go. Hardware constants.data, hardware ID. So this is what I need to use. This code is never going to change while we write tests. No, I know. That's why I silently wrote this here. I did not acknowledge that I was wrong about what I said, but I did say write a test for it. But I was wrong about what I said, so that now I have publicly acknowledged that I made a mistake. And in arena main, we are going to need to use this. So let's get hardware constants, and we need to get this from the same place that all of these other ones came from. Let's put this here, and then there we go. Oh, we got to get rid of that too. Okay, so now we have the hardware constants. Let's set the chance to reflect across the board. So set base chance to reflect. And we're going to do this. We'll iterate over everything that's in hardware constants.data for reflect. And what we have is, oh no, we don't have to do it that way. We need to get, so reflect hardware data equals this dot data. Then we need hardware IDs reflect. Where do we do that? Yeah, this. So we need this one. We need to be able to do this on the fly also, and it's possible that our tests don't support that. Or it's possible that our code doesn't support that. Because what happens if we save off a reference to something? Well, let's modify the reference. How about that? So we have the reflect hardware data. Now let's look at hardware data and see how we can modify this. We have all of the tier information. So we're just going to directly iterate over that. Yeah, okay. Reflect hardware data dot tier information. So this is an array of hardware tier data. Hardware tier data is based on whatever particular hardware we have, which happens to be reflect tier data. So we can just modify the chance to reflect to be what we want it to be. So let's say tier information equals this, and then let's iterate over it. So tier information. Good. And then we'll say this dot chance to reflect equals chance to reflect. Done. Alright, next up we can write tests for this. Let's copy all of this stuff, comment all of this stuff out. Good. And then we start writing some tests. So let's just test some probability. So should only have a chance to reflect, not a guarantee. And we're going to do this in a slightly weird way. We're going to say set chance to reflect to 50%. So a 50% chance to reflect. Let's call into this API 1,000 times or 10,000 times. Something that'll run quickly and should give us roughly what we expect. So first, we need to get a bot that can call this API. Otherwise, it'll always return 0, which is not good. So a bot that can call this would just be, well, actually any bot right now, since we gave them all reflect hardware. So we'll say reflect bot is this. It does not need code. It doesn't need to be positioned specially. It doesn't need any of that stuff. So we have a reflect bot, and now we need to set them up as the active bot. So set up active bot, reflect bot. Now we can call into the code execution system. So let's take a look at where we do this here. Good. So we're gonna call another code execution system with will reflect, I believe. Yeah, will reflect projectile, and this takes in an entity. In fact, we didn't even need to do this, did we? Where's this call from? Oh, because it's called for a target entity. So we don't need to do this. Yeah, I'll just comment this out for now. No, we don't need to call setup active bot because will reflect projectile takes in an entity. Alright, yeah, and let's take a look at will reflect projectile. So we take in the entity, which is reflect bot. We know that it has reflect hardware, and we've manually set the chance to be 50%. So let's keep track of some number of trials. Const num trials equals 1,000, and we'll just say trial results equals an array. We'll iterate until we get to num trials, and we'll run this. We'll do trial results dot push. Well, let's I guess say this. Const result equals this, and then we can push result. All right, so now we have 1,000 booleans in an array. I wonder if Lodash has some easy way for us to sum them up. It should. It should have reduce, and reduce can just count the number of trues. So let's go into this and try it out, and also the Lodash docs. So if we say A equals true, false, true, true, false, and we want to count the number of trues, can we do underscore dot reduce A? What would this do if I don't do anything? Reduce it to true. Not quite what we wanted to do. There's an iteree, an accumulator. So we can have a function that takes in function, this is accumulator, and the value, I suppose. I don't know if this is true, but let's say if value, then accumulator plus equal, no, plus plus. Yeah, of course that doesn't work. Return total plus n. So here they reduced it to 3. If we're passing in true, we want to treat, well, let's see, what is value? Also about log value. False, true, true, false. Yeah. Oh, we need to return the accumulator at the end of this. Return the accumulator. Okay, so we got 3. Yeah, that's exactly what we want. So we need to use this function. Alright. So let's do this at the end of this. Underscore dot reduce. We want to reduce our trial result in a function that takes in, well, we can say total and then result. And what this is going to do is if result equals true, then total plus plus. Return total. Yep, looks good. Now at the end of this, now we have a total. So maybe out of 1,000 we got, I don't know, 460. So let's get the absolute value difference of our expected percentage and our actual percentage, and let's set a threshold for how different those could be. So we'll say const chance to reflect equals 50. Put that here, and then we say our threshold difference threshold equals, let's say, like plus or minus 15%. I don't know what our actual results are going to be, so let's just kind of take a look. So let's say const actual difference equals, so we take our expected, or let's say measured chance to reflect equals, where do we take our total? Oh, we didn't ever say this off. Const num reflected is this. So our measured chance to reflect is our num reflected divided by our number of trials. and then the difference is going to be the absolute value. Well, no, that's not actually. What's the difference between abs and FABs? Ab.FABs. Oh, FABs doesn't exist. That's the difference. 2 to 5% should be good. Yeah, and we're gonna run this a couple times and just make sure. So let's do this. Actual difference is the chance to reflect minus the measured chance to reflect, and then assert that the actual difference is less than our threshold difference. And then say chance to reflect threshold is measured chance to reflect. I don't want to say this. Measured chance to reflect, and I'll put what this is in quotes, is too far from chance to reflect. And I'll put that in chance to reflect. Okay. Yeah, and let's take, what just happened? Oh, I'm searching the red text. Alright, there we go. Rolling Eye says, I know this is a test, but isn't pushing to a vector and then reducing bad for memory and performance? I mean, sure, yeah, we don't have to do it this way, but I don't expect this will take longer than maybe 10 milliseconds to do. So, I don't know. I don't think it's an issue, but let's try it out. So we're gonna run this test, and gulp test is what builds the test, so that's going to take forever. No, it's not, because I made a syntax error. What's the syntax error? So assert is correct, then there's plus that, plus that, plus that, plus, I forgot the plus. Okay, let's try that. Line 15 has a problem. Where am I? Oh, I'm already getting Harvard constant. Alright, that's not bad. Yeah. Alright, let's try this out. And this time it's actually building, so it didn't notice any errors, and it's just got to put everything into one file. By the way, while this is building, I'll tell you guys, so I looked into a couple of different sites last night. I tried signing up for Vultr. I couldn't do it because it kept rejecting all of my forms of payment. And I also started setting up a DigitalOcean account. So, yeah, by the end of next week, you guys will be able to play what you're seeing me use. You can run all the tests that I'm running. You actually can't do that. Okay, so it's saying expected true. Oh, because we just put okay, I see. So measured chance to reflect is 0. So we had no chance to reflect when we did this. If you're testing over a range, 100 milliseconds to times that up. Yeah, that's definitely true, Roving Eye. I could make this a little bit better, and maybe I'll do that. I think the first way that I'm going to write this, though, is the way that it definitely works, and then afterward I can try changing it, because unfortunately rebuilding the test takes so long. Alright, so for some reason will reflect projectile is always returning false. First we check to see, oh, duh. Alright, yeah, the bot needs to activate reflect. So that was stupid of me. So we need to say let reflect code equals update equals function reflect. And if we don't use this, then the bot can never reflect. And yeah, Roving Eye, I'll change it in a second. Yeah, let's just do that now. So let num reflected equals 0, and then if result unreflected plus plus. So there. Oops. Sakasa says, that keyboard cam. What do we have now? Oh, measure chance to reflect is I need to multiply by 100. Yes, again, I am not smart. There we go. Alright, so and then let's take in Roving Eye suggestion. So num trials we need to keep. trial results we don't need to keep. So let's get rid of this and this. There. It's funny because the way I wrote it doesn't make sense at all for this application to be the simplest solution. It makes sense for things where you really need to reduce based on the different values that you get, or in some more complex scenario, I guess. And you know what? I want this to print what the measured and the actual are. It's going to spam the tests a little bit though. In roving eye, I never said it's a bad idea. I don't need to hear I told you so. I think it's good. And that's why I did it. Alright, let's do this. Console.log, measured chance to reflect equals, well, we could put this into an interpolated string. Measured chance to reflect. Chance to reflect equals chance to reflect. Oh man. Alright, let's do that. And then we can get rid of that. So now we should see no matter what. You're testing your test, remove debug later. Or what? Remove debug later? Are you saying the console.log? And hey Jimmy Zippo. So chance to reflect measured is 49.3 and the actual chance is 50. So yeah, this is good. We can rerun this by doing mocha dist /bundle. Can we do that? Yeah, there we go. So yeah, the real variation is something like, well, that was the highest at 2.1%. And yeah, so I think setting the threshold at 3% should be good. Maybe even 4%. Let's do 4%. And yeah, roving eye, I realized that I said that. You might be right about that. Not sure whether you can imagine a case where you wouldn't just use iteration to handle the reduce. If you need to do post-processing on your results, yay, my 2 to 5% is good. All right, Jimmy, feel free to ask. Okay, so we tested it with a 50% chance. I don't know if it's worth testing it with other percentages. I think this is fine. Because if we've tested this and we assume that this works, then our other tests, which are going to assume that it's 100%, should follow. You could test this with more. I'll just write a quick function then. Run chance to reflect test, chance to reflect. All right, we'll just copy all this code into there. Run chance to reflect test on 50. So there we go. Let's also run it on just a couple of other values that we care about, 0 and 100. And let's take something like 90. Doesn't matter. These should all run really fast. Okay, then while this is working, let's start to write the next test. So, wait a second. We need to do this in our next test. So let's take this out of here, and at the very start of it, we need to set this to be 100. The only thing you can confirm is for 100%, it does reflect 100%. Yeah, I could do that. That's true, because there shouldn't be any, yeah, the threshold should be 0. So let's do that. If, where do I set the threshold? Did I get rid of that? Oh, different threshold. Let's do this. We'll say if chance to reflect equals 0 or chance to reflect equals 100, then the difference threshold is going to be like 0.001. And the reason why I'm going to set it to this is because we're talking about, no, I'm just going to set it to 0. It should be fine. Yeah, because there's no decimal points there. I was going to say let's account for floating point values, but it doesn't matter. Okay, Jimmy Zippo says, I'm using Watchify, Babelify, and in turn Browserify to compile my ES6 code, including Pixie install via npm install Pixie.js in one file I can use for the browser. So far, so good. Okay. And then Sakasa says, your font size is quite large. Is that for Twitch or is it more comfortable for you? I just end up using this all the time. So my font size is not this way for Twitch. The times when I do change it for Twitch, or if I'm ever writing a commit and I've got some text in here, I will occasionally increase the size of this, but I don't always do that because they're commit messages and you guys don't necessarily have to see them. Jimmy Zippo says, now I have this JSON data file which I wanted to also include, like inline or something, which doesn't work with Browserify. Now I found something like BRFS, but when I use this as a second transform, my Babelify doesn't work. Oh, okay, wait. Let's start. You have a JSON data file which you wanted to include inline or something. So depending on what you're doing, if you're in Node.js, so suppose this is a JS file to be run on Node, then including a JSON file inline should just be something like let JSON data equals require. You could even just say package. This will take your package.json and put it in JSON data. So package.json is a file that you're probably going to have if you're using Node, and this will load it up. And now you could say something like this dot dependencies equals whatever. So, I don't know. Oh, you knew about require. Okay, so. Yeah, so I guess part of what I don't understand is the including a JSON data file inline. Is it something you don't want to fetch? Is it something you want to serve as a file? The output isn't actually Node code, but just browser side. Well, so the nice thing is, I don't actually know if this would work, but Browserify should turn all requires into browser compatible code. And I suppose if you didn't want to do that, you could just make a request to get the JSON from the server. You want to prevent doing an XHR. Oh, and I suppose if this is doing a file system. No, that doesn't make any sense though. Yeah, you should be able to just use the require, I think, in Halo Law. Anyway, Babelify not working on BRFS. So it looks like I've never used BRFS before, but it looks like this is doing read file sync, which won't be available in the browser anyway, right? What is BRFS? Oh, static asset Browserify transform. Okay, never mind. That's the whole point of BRFS, is to get this to work in the browser. It's looking for a module, I guess, in the form of an export. Yeah, that happened to me with something a long time ago, and I just never devoted more time to it. I never used the module, and I just stopped at that point. But anyway, Jimmy, it sounds like all this is doing is an XHR request, but it's just hiding that from you. Right, isn't this? Well, let's take a look at what it's doing. Let's look at index.js. So when you call read file, what is this doing? Create read stream. Okay. I think this is relying on some magic from Browserify for this to work, because I wouldn't expect this to work unless Browserify is run. But how then? Dave just wrapped it? Yeah, I'm not too sure. Put it in a JS file and export the variable? Yeah, you could do that too. And in fact, that's what I used to do back before I was using ECMAScript 6. At least that's what I think. Back in this game I wrote here. Let's take a look. I think I've got, data files. And the way that the data worked is, well, I spammed it into the global scope. But you don't need to do that. You could just export a variable. Okay. Is our test working? Chance to reflect is too far from measure chance to reflect. That should not be happening. Also, why did it say chance to reflect 0 for 2 of these things? What did I just screw up? This should only be called... Oh, I see what's happening. Because of both of these tests. But, that's curious. Yeah, that is strange. What's going on here? Measure chance to reflect, difference. I shouldn't have taken a small break. Hey, Voice of Grog. Jimmy Zippo says, thanks anyway, Adam. Keep up the awesome work. Yeah, I'm sorry I can't be more helpful, and hopefully you actually heard me say that before you went to go grab some food, but enjoy the food. Yeah, I still consider myself new to ES6. I only started using it about a month before starting Botland, and so I haven't had a chance to work through all these issues myself. And if I run into them in Botland, then sometimes I try to fix them, but in that one case where I was using Mocktail, I just gave up. Okay, yeah, what's happening here? Difference is 0. Let's check to make sure. Oh, whoops, I need to say less than or equal to 0. Yeah, that was the mistake. Keyboard cam, sweet. Yeah, you can finally see me type. Alright, I expect this to work now. And I have the same test running twice because I just copy pasted and haven't written a new test yet. Yeah, okay, there we go. And the second test, I don't see how long it took. I mean, I guess if all the tests took 87 milliseconds and there were only 2 tests, then that means this must have taken 41 milliseconds. Well, anyway, I'm fine with that. Okay, let's start writing the real reflect tests. What is the first one? That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Okay, let's test basic functionality. Should reflect a projectile when reflecting. What are the other tests? I'm going to write all of these things down. So should not reflect a projectile when you only have the reflect hardware but do not have it activated. So that was a bug the first time, right? They were reflecting all the time despite they hadn't activated reflect. So we just need to make sure reflect needs to be on in order for it to reflect. So there's that. What are the other tests that we want to do here? Should allow both reflecting and cloaking at the same time. So that's another one. What else? What are other things with the reflect? Oh yeah, should not reflect more than a single time. In fact, this is something that's not very easy to test. Because here's what I'm considering for the test. You have something like this. You have bot A, and it has a reflect shield on it. And then you have bot B, and it has a reflect shield on it. And you fire a laser from A to B, well, it's going to reflect if I set the chance to 100%. And then A would reflect back, and then so on and so forth, and you have this infinite connection of arrows back and forth. However, imagine if there are 2 different things that can happen where I don't know if this test is going to work the way that it should. One is that this is just an infinite loop of reflecting, and then we hit some sort of, well, maybe, depends if it's recursive or not. Alright, let's just write it. So it should not reflect more than a single time. Is there anything else to test with reflecting? Let's take a look at the reflect code. So code execution system, fire lasers. What else do we even have when it comes to reflecting. Oh, I guess should reflect lasers that were fired at a farther target, something like that. I'll hopefully clarify that. Well, let's see, what else does reflecting do? So if we have a target, we check to see if they will reflect, and then we just set damage correctly. Yeah, I don't think this isn't too significant right now. So let's write these tests. Should reflect a projectile when reflecting. Okay, const reflect code equals update equals function reflect. Okay. That's the reflect code, and then we need const fire lasers code equals git debug code fire lasers. That's all this needs to do. Then let's make 2 bots. So we can say player 2 is going to have the reflect code. Player 1 is going to have the lasers code. Their positions are correct. We just need to name these things lasers bot and reflect bot. And fire lasers code, let's say lasers code. Okay, so we have 2 bots and they are next to each other. And the reflect bot is already reflecting by virtue of it being put into the arena without wrapped code. We should write an assertion for that though. So let's do that. So there's something like assert cloak status, assert entity cloak status. We could just say assert entity has component. Yeah. Assert entity has, no, whatever. Assert entity is reflecting. That's fine. Wouter says, boom, suddenly I appear. Welcome back, Wouter. And we'll say is reflecting. And this is going to be, I know, a very similar function to what I wrote up here. And this is the is reflecting component, and then we say entity is not cloaked as expected or reflecting as expected. Can't take that many exclamation points. We don't allow excitement in this channel. I thought I heard someone shuffling. There was some weird noise I just heard outside, but that sounds like it would have taken longer for you to hear it, so I'm not sure what you're referring to. Oh, Wouter. Okay, never mind. You're not referring to the stream. This is why you lose all context when you're streaming. Alright, so we have this, assert entity is reflecting. Let's call this on reflect bot, and we want it to be true. Okay, so this is reflecting, then we call force update bot lasers bot. And I don't think this is how we actually call this. I think we do this, yes. So now we update the lasers bot. It'll fire a laser at the reflect bot. The reflect bot will shoot it back at the lasers bot. So now we say assert entity full health. So the reflect bot should be at full life. And assert damage, we say that the lasers bot took damage. I hope I don't get killed on camera. Alright. Yeah, let's try that out. That's the most basic test, and we've already seen this working. So we set the chance to reflect to 100%, and we've tested this function out. So we know that this works. We write our reflect code. We fire lasers at the reflect bot. We assert that it's reflecting. Yeah, this should work. Halloween lighting is in order. Alright, here you go, boys of Grog. Although these lights can't render, well, I guess orange it renders well enough. I don't know what you do for black though. Maybe purple. Okay, let's see. Did the test pass? Where is the test even running? Should reflect a projectile when reflecting. Yeah, looks good. Oh, I guess my shirt is black, so just setting orange light is good enough. Okay, good. That's all we need to do. Next, should not reflect a projectile when you only have it but you're not using it. So now we write fake reflect bot, and we're going to give it no opcode. Now we reverse a few of these things. So we assert that it's not reflecting, and we assert that they took damage in the opposite way. So this and there. Okay, good. That should be fine. Should allow both reflecting and cloaking at the same time. All right, let's write that in. So we're gonna say init equals function. You know what we can do here? Let's do it this way. Let's say get debug code. We'll say a equals 0. Then in update we say if a equals 1, so we'll put an a++ here. If a equals 1, reflect, otherwise cloak. So now this will be a reflect and cloaked bot. And then we have fire lasers, I guess we'll just say fire lasers right, because we know that it's the right of us. Okay, now reflect bot, we need to update twice. This will make it reflect, and it won't be cloaked. So we can say assert cloaked, reflect bot is false, and then this will make it be cloaked. So now we need to make sure that both these things are true. Fire my laser. Oh God, what have I done? Okay, then we update the lasers bot, and we assert the first thing we asserted. Okay, that should be good. So we have a reflect. We have a bot that's going to reflect and then cloak. So we verify that the first turn it. Well, you know what we can do first? We can say verify it's not reflecting at first. Wait, I don't have 5,000 views yet, do I? This thing says 4,988, which I guess is close enough. So thank you very much, Walter. Yeah, I broke the 700 follower threshold, which I want to reiterate. Guys, I started streaming a month and a half ago, and I expected to get like 2 or 3 people watching me. So I'm very glad that you've all stayed and that you watch me. And I look at this page, and I thought I'd be one of the people like down here. And, you know, my mom would be the only person in my channel. But thank you. That is not the case. None of you are my mother right now. Okay. Should not reflect more than a single time. So now we need two reflect bots. So let's do that. Let's take reflect code. This is going to say reflect and then fire lasers left. And this is going to have reflect. So reflect and lasers code. No, I'm saying my mom's not here. She does come in the channel every once in a while. And I have other family members who watch. I don't think any of them are here right now. Well, I don't know, actually. So here's something that my dad thinks is funny. My dad is apparently in the channel, and he apparently chats and asks JavaScript questions, although he understands nothing about JavaScript, because he's just like Googling questions that he might ask, and I don't know who he is in chat. So one of you is apparently my dad. And I don't know who. Alright, so this is just going to be reflect code. Let's put reflect there. Walter said hi, son. Oh, darn it, I knew it. He's the one with the most Dutch knowledge. I don't think my dad knows how to speak Dutch unless he is living a double life. Okay, yeah, what am I doing? So I've got a couple of bots. I need to make reflect and lasers bot, and then just reflect bot. So this takes in the reflect and lasers code, and this takes in the reflect code. And the reflect and laser says fire left. That needs to be modified to right. And then we need to update these. So we need to make sure that they're both reflecting by the time we do this. So let's make sure that from the beginning, neither one is reflecting. That did not work. Okay, neither one's reflecting. Then we update them both, and then they should be reflecting. So update them both. And then make sure that they're reflecting. And they should both still be at full life too. Man, I don't know why that keeps happening with the mouse. Okay. Things not to tell chat. That your dad is possibly watching. Okay, good. Then we update the reflect and laser spot, and we should see that who takes damage in this case? The reflect and laser spot takes damage. So the shooter takes damage, and then this is assert damage. Yes. So only the shooter takes damage, since you can only reflect once. Oh boy. Alright, I think we wrote that task. Let's run it. Next, should reflect lasers that were fired at a farther target. We've written this test like a million times, and we're going to write it again because it just keeps changing. So what did we screw up here? Oh, we've got parentheses. There we go. Alright, so how does this work? What's going on? Can I still write a bug into this? Get debug code. I forgot a comma. Wow, I botched all of that. And then I forgot the same thing down here. So this won't work. Yeah, I know. Just keep spewing errors at me. That's fine code. So how are we going to do this? We need to, let's draw this out. It's not like a very difficult thing, but it's something I want to draw out. So, there. Okay, we have our usual, zoom in, you know what, let's do this. There. Okay, so we have a bot that's here, and your target is over here, and there's a reflecting entity in the middle. So when you try to shoot the target, you'll actually hit this, which will reflect back to you. Let's do that. What, 2 tests failed? Should allow both reflecting and cloaking at the same time. You tried creating an invalid bot. How did I screw this up? If A equals 1, reflect. Otherwise cloak. Oh, there's an extra. Whoops. There. Next. Here's what we gotta do. We gotta make target bot equals, just create a bot. And it's gotta be owned by player 2, and it's gonna be at 2-0, let's say. Okay, so that's target bot. Now, lasers code equals get debug code. We don't have an init function. Oh, yes, we do. Oh, we can get kind of smart about this. No, we can't. No, we can't. All right, A equals 0. If A equals 0, then we say closest enemy equals find closest enemy bot. Otherwise, else. Oh man. So we can just do this here. A++ equals 0. Else, fire lasers at the closest enemy. Alright, now we have the lasers bot is going to go here. And it's going to take the lasers code. And it's going to go at 0, 0. And it's going to be owned by player 1. That's important. then we need a reflect bot later. But for right now, then we do test simulation server dot force update bot, the lasers bot. This causes it to acquire the target. And we should say assert full life target bot. Make sure it wasn't shot already. Alright, see you, Lulong. Then we have a reflect bot. Const reflect code equals update equals function reflect. Good. We can't make that until we are down here yet. So this is the reflect bot, and it takes in this, and it goes at 1, 0. Next, assert that it's reflecting. Assert reflect bot true. Then we fire lasers again. And now we assert that the target is still at full life, that the reflect bot is at full life, and that the lasers bot took damage. Alright, yeah, and that's all of the tests. So let's run them. I can't think of any other tests for this. Right now the only offensive thing you have is lasers. So the only thing to test with reflect is lasers. Wulong is apparently my brother. Hey Eruptor, how's it going? Did you learn more about programming? Uh-oh. Should only have a chance to reflect, not a guarantee. Oh wow. This is probability coming to bite us. It chose a distance of 4.2. Well, let's set our threshold to 5, I suppose. We're very close to Lauren being wrong. Very close. Alright, let's run all the tests now. I think we're satisfied with how this looks. So we'll get rid of those commented outlines, and then we'll go into test main and uncomment these two. Only you will know the answer to this old joke of mine. Why did the chicken cross the road? I don't know, Walter. Why did the chicken cross the road? And Eruptor says, I'm even better at coding. Yeah, well, nice. I'm glad you didn't give up on it. It's really good. And Voice of Grog says, so reflect doesn't reflect all damage, just lasers. I think you said there are mines now. Yeah, reflect only reflects certain projectiles. So it'll be missiles, lasers, actually probably just those two. But yeah, what you might be getting at, and that you didn't explicitly say, is should I test to see if they reflect landmine damage? I don't think I'm gonna write a test for that, but maybe I should. Consider writing a test for reflecting landmine damage. No, I don't think that makes any sense. Roger says, well, he needed to get to the other side. Alright, somebody remove Wouter from this channel. Set base chance to reflect. This is something, okay, so we just need to comment these things. All the tests passed. Set base chance to reflect. When running tests, we can't leave the chance to reflect up to probability. So we usually force it to be 100, and we use this function to do that. And the chance to reflect is a number. So there's that. Then the whole assert, yeah, I don't need to write a comment for that. But then this, I will run this run chance to reflect test. So runs a bunch of trials for will reflect projectile and compares the recorded probability with the expected probability. The chance to reflect is the expected probability. Probability. I don't want a period there. Voice of Grog, I like that joke. I've heard it before. I also like the what does Snoop Dogg carry in a rainstorm? What does Snoop Dogg carry when it's raining? No, darn it. Oh, God. I totally. All right, no, I'm not even going to tell the right joke now. I need to think before I speak. So let's just ignore that and act as though I told a funny joke. I will abandon you as a son if you remove me from this channel. Who will be the best son then? Better watch out. Then J-Dog says, OMG, he's God. Isn't that OMG, he's God? Oh my God, he's God. Okay. Yeah. Hey Jack HDTV. Yeah, I trust me, when I'm not streaming, I'm a lot more coherent than I sound when I'm streaming. I never devote a whole lot of thought to what I'm saying when I'm streaming. I just let words come out, and I shouldn't do that. Added tests for reflecting projectiles. That's it. We didn't find any bugs. That's pretty good. No, actually, like I said before, it's not necessarily good. But whatever, we did it. So add this hardware to AI bots. This is the somewhat fun part where we go into client constant and we make, let's make a script that, okay, how about this? Let's ask chat what you guys think. So we have lasers, we have harvesting, cloaking. So here are the ones that actually work right now. Lasers, harvesting, cloaking, reflect, and landmines. I'm gonna make like the quickest straw poll there is. Straw poll. And it's gonna be design AI. Design an AI bot. Check all the boxes you want this bot to use. Lasers, harvesting, cloaking, reflect, and landmines. And then we allow multiple. Check all the boxes that you want this bot to use. Whatever. You guys know what it means. So let's paste this into chat. So you're making the next AI bot. By the way, sorry, it has to include reflect. So you better put reflect on here. I'll let you guys chug away at this. We don't need those things open anymore. I'm only gonna let this run for like a very small amount of time. Wait, to add .me behind straw poll? What? Oh, I don't understand what you just said. Okay, the polls are in. We're just going with it. We're gonna have cloaking, reflect, and harvesting. Yeah, let's go with those. Cloaking, reflect, and harvesting. Okay, so let's do this. What is this bot? I guess it's just a, yeah. So, cloak, reflect, harvest. That's gonna be this, the name of this. So we make a cloak, reflect, harvest bot, and we give it a script. Let's give the script of cloaks, reflects, and seeks out resources. And chat, you can probably stop voting at this point, because yeah, I just took the top 3. And I know technically landmines tied with harvesting, so it's sort of part of the top 3, but too bad, because harvesting comes first. Oh boy. Alright, yeah. So what are we gonna write for this? Cloaks, reflects, and seeks out resources. So let's do this. If can cloak, no, let's write this out in a different file. Oh, Eruptor says, I know how to do input, so the person who runs the code has to type something in, like their name and age. That's awesome. Good. Good. Alright, update equals function. If can cloak, cloak. If can reflect, then reflect. And if can harvest, if will harvest, I think I called it, then harvest. And watch this, thanks to the beauty of JavaScript formatters, I don't even type anything correctly. So we have this code, and then otherwise we want to do closest resource equals find closest resource. If exists closest resource, then pursue closest resource, or we'll move to, and then if not, then move randomly. Ban him. Oh yeah, good catch. Okay, let's test this out before we actually write the AI. Well, we just wrote the AI, but let's try it out. So yeah, this is what you guys voted on: cloaking, reflect, and harvesting. So we're going to deploy one to these bots. So chat AI, that's what we're going to call this. So let's take cloaking, reflect, and harvesting, and let's code this. So let's see how chat AI does. So we can see chat AI is cloaked, they are reflecting, and now they're seeking out resources, and now they're going to die because they're not reflecting anymore. Oh, there we go. Oh, nice. Did you see that? This chat AI wasn't even the target of a laser, but it reflected correctly. That is pretty sweet. So yeah, they're sweeping up the arena. Nice. And yeah, missiles will be next. I'm gonna code that right as soon as we're done with this commit. But yeah, you can see chat AI doesn't live very long, but it sure is rich. You know what? I can make this AI a little bit better. I can make it. Okay, how about we do that? How about we make it slightly better? So let's say this: if not is cloaked and can reflect. So just this simple change. Watch what this will do now. So now we'll only start trying to reflect if. So watch. They'll stay cloaked for as long as they can, and then as soon as they pop out of cloaking, they start reflecting. So they're practically invincible. There's so much power. And now I expect chat AI to live much longer. Yeah, they're a force to be reckoned with. Nice. We need a slow motion replay. You know, okay, so I've only coded, 4 or 5 different pieces of hardware, but already you can start to think about how some strategies will work. Granted, you could kind of just use all of the strategies because there aren't that many different pieces of hardware yet, but that's why we're going to code missiles, and then we'll code other things after that. Okay, so yeah, this is good. I like this AI. Here's what we'll do. We'll join all of these lines, and then we'll get rid of any spaces in between. Let's just delete all of them. Okay, good. Then we'll use this over here. So we're going to say update equals function this plus this plus this. Cloaks, reflects, and seeks out resources. Alright, good. So we have this. This is going to require, let's say, cloak and reflect. And we don't have that yet. So we're gonna need to do that. And then we need a combination for these things. Oh, we have it here. So we just need cloak and reflect, which means we need to do this. Cloak and reflect. And where else do we use this? Cloak and reflect. Yes, that should work. Okay, then let's just add in the cloak and reflect. We'll take this, we'll call this cloak and reflect, and we'll give it cloaking level 3 and reflect level 3. Okay, cool. Then we just need a comma here. All right. Now, just by virtue of having added this in the AI constants that we have here, when this rebuilds, which should be done already. Okay, yeah, it's working on it. When this is done, now we refresh the page, and without me having to do anything, we should see those bots start to appear, and it'll be random. So we should see them because they'll be the only bots that reflect. And they only reflect once they're visible. So it could be Johnny 5 or Zat. Well, no, it's probably Johnny 5. I think this one's going to reflect. No. No, come on. We need to see this bot. There it is, R2-D2. And it died. Okay. There. We got another one. This guy, Bopper. Oh, and then he cloaks, and he died even though he was cloaked. That's fine. So cool. We got this working. Looking good. So I think we'll check this in, and then we'll work on missiles. Let us do botland pre-commit and write our check-in message. We modified a whole bunch of constants, and that should be it. Yeah. Okay, so added an AI that cloaks, reflects, and hearts. Each shoots and leaves. Constructor, what? Constructor function should be capitalized. Lame. Alright, let's fix this in another commit, I think. Except for, yeah, let's fix this in another commit. Good job, Panda Bear. Okay, so constructor should be capitalized. I guess I need to capitalize this then. There. What else do I need to do? Landmine entity is never used. That's a big problem. Right? Or was this always the case? No, this... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What did this code used to be? Show log. It was where I refactored this. Yeah, what did this code used to say? It was here. I used to get the landmine entity only to make sure that it existed. That doesn't. What? Wait a second, what? Yeah, what? This doesn't add up. How are landmines being detonated right now? How does this even work? Oh, right. When the bot moves over the landmine. Okay, yeah, so this is not really necessary anymore. Alright. So we can get rid of this. Yes. Alright, and then this is also an issue. But why? What did this used to say then? What line of code is that? 149? So resource was harvested. Where is that? Here. We used to do the same thing. Okay, so just now it's a problem. So just make sure the resource existed. This just makes sure that the resource exists. Yeah, fine. Wait, what happened here? Spam detected. Ban. Okay. That should fix these problems. Let's take a look. And then, like I said, I'll probably work on missiles next. Focus on refactoring code to make addition of projectiles easier. Yeah, that's a good thing to keep in mind. Alright. Come on. I want this finished. See a voice of Grog. Activated component class is not defined. This is stupid. So if I capitalize this, then it looks for it in an import. If I don't capitalize it, then it complains about it not being capitalized. Oh wait, no. I'm just stupid. But I hit Control E a bunch of times. Why did that happen? And I did this. Maybe I didn't actually have multiple cursors there? That's strange. Well, assuming this test passes, then, well, it's not a test, it's my pre-commit stuff, which is the JSCS and ESLint. Constructor function should be capitalized. Okay, good, yeah, that's fine. This is something I just changed here, and then I think we're done. And did I do that anywhere else? I think I would have written class wherever else I would have done it. So no, all of those are capitalized. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so we can close this, and we can check this in. As fixed linking issues. Let's make sure they're all fixed. Good, success. And here we have, yep, linking issue fixing and okay, and if we want to be extra certain that we finish this, then we can run the test. But I think we're good. Alright. Also, is Tiburon here? Tiburon asked a question last time and I never got to answer. Let me look through chat. Tiburon is not here. Okay, well, that's too bad. Okay, missiles. Well, we have a checklist now for missiles, so let's copy paste this, and we'll write this here with a focus on making addition of projectiles easier. So let's see, do all of our tests pass? Yes, 220 tests passed. Alright, what are the APIs for missiles? Will missiles hit, and then fire missiles, and this takes in either nothing or an entity. Well, a targetable entity. And is that it? I think that's it. Let's take a look at the prototype and the software validator. Why is it so slow? What is going on? Alright, fire missiles, will missiles hit. Yep, that's it. So there's that. Then there is, well, what do we have for lasers? We have is laser component. So we're going to need an is missile component. Is missile component. And we'll need a spray. Let's use a blue rectangle. Guys, I don't think you're ready for the amount of HD graphics you're about to witness. Alright, we're gonna open up laser. Are you ready? We don't even need Photoshop for this one, guys. Watch this, watch this. Paint bucket. I didn't even click it, did I? No, I did. Okay, good. Paint bucket. Oh my god. Oh, it's perfect. Oops, I just saved it on laser. Alright, we screwed up. We screwed up, Reddit. We gotta revert. Okay, let's try this again. Alright, that was a little too advanced even for me to handle. So we're gonna go back into MS Paint and we're gonna save this as missile.png. And I've decided that I don't want blue because blue would be very hard to see over the arena. So let's pick red. We are gonna pick red. And if you are red-green colorblind, then everything you fire is a missile. Nutella Orc says much HD, such wow. I don't think I've seen you in here, Nutella Orc. So welcome to the channel. Yeah, so we've got our HD missile graphic now. This is red, of course. We just wrote blue. And then hardware, block blocks, tests, add this to AI bots. Yep, so we gotta do all this now. And as you guys know, this is a blast. So let's start with the missile hardware. I think that's the most self-contained thing. In fact, I should write that at the top of the list. Missile hardware. And then make the APIs require the hardware. That's how we're going to do this. Alright, so let's go into hardware constants, and we already have missiles. Oh, we already did all this. When did I do that? Oh, wow, yeah, that's true. I just never coded missiles, but I added them in. Wow, well, we don't need to do that anymore. So, new hardware is done. APIs, let's add those in. Code API constants. So where we have lasers, let's put, oh, we already have fire missiles. Why did I do this stuff? Let's just put this up here then. Okay, well that's done too. So now we just need to code the APIs. And thanks for following, Nutella Orc. You should get a whisper in about a minute, and you'll get a link in that whisper. I highly suggest you click it. Trust me, it's not a virus. Okay, so now we're going to go to the code execution system, and in fire lasers, we are going to make fire missiles. Oh, also, allow missiles to be reflected. Allow missiles to be reflected. I'll write this up here too. So, consider interaction with other hardware. Can this be reflected? I don't know. I'll just write EG and be reflected, and that should go down here somewhere. So, now we're going to code fire missiles. Let's copy paste this whole function. This is actually a huge mistake by doing this, but whatever. Just gonna trust a random web dev on the internet. I can show you what the link does, but I think it's more exciting when you discover it for yourself. It'll ask you for elevation privileges and administrative capabilities. Just say yes to all of that, and then it might say something like attempting to speed up your computer by deleting system32. Just, yeah, trust me, like I said, it's all going to be fine. So fire missiles just takes in optional target. Entity match flags aren't even necessary. Oh, I'm only copy pasting the code to get some of the basic stuff, like this and this. A lot of this is going to change. That's why. So missile hardware is missiles, and I don't even want to require the hardware right now. That would be a mistake because that's going to be annoying to test. Or I could. No, I'm not going to do that. Okay, so how did we do this in the prototype? In the prototype, fire missiles look like this, which was actually not too bad of a function. So what did we do? We got the missile hardware in order to check for its range and damage. Then we went over everything in range. Now we should have a find closest enemy machine. Is this the IntelliOrg? Yep, it is. You got a virus in your computer now, man. You fell for it. Ah! Alright, so if you specify an entity, check to see if it'll hit. If what direction or target? How? What? Oh, whoops, I'm looking at the wrong code base. Whoops. Alright, so we go over everything here, make sure that we get a machine that we can sense. And then we check for reflection. And I had evasion in the base game too. Yep, okay. I think we can do this. Let's cut out all of this stuff. Alright, we don't care if you actually hit something. It still takes your turn. Yeah, let's just leave that there. Alright, so what do we want to do? Find the closest enemy if one wasn't specified. So we'll say let target equal ops target. If, no, we can't do that. Yeah, actually, yes we can. If not util.exist target, then find a target. So we put this here. And in order to find a target, the way this is going to work is we should have something like find closest enemy. I'd be very surprised if I didn't do this. Yeah, it's right here. Find closest enemy bot. In fact, we can call this function. And it caches the closest enemy bot too. Yeah, this is perfect. This is exactly what we want. Exactly. Target equals this dot find closest enemy bot. Wow, that was easy. In fact, we can just do that here. This dot find closest enemy bot. There. Wow, super easy. Next, we check to see if it exists, and if so, we fire a missile at it. And we'll just make missiles always do damage. In fact, let's make missiles look like lasers for right now. That way we have an easier code. So let's see what we've got. Yeah, that's all fine. We need a range. In fact, this find closest enemy bot is not what we want to do. Unless the closest enemy is in that range. Yeah, that is what we want to do. So now, ensure you can sense the enemy and that it's within your missile range. Can you somehow rotate your keyboard camera 180? Yeah, that's very easy for me to do actually. Is that what you want? Is that keyboard camera better now? Is this better for watching inside? Alright, I'll just leave it like this for a little bit. If you like it better that way, then fine. Did I even change it? I don't remember what it used to be. You don't like that better? Bilon comes into the meeting like, no, change it back to how it used to be. I call the shots here. Pretty sure he wants upside down. I don't even remember what I did. Alright, let's see what it used to look like. Oh, whoops. Oh, I clicked the... Oh, that's what you wanted. And then you probably wanted this closer. Yeah, sorry, I clicked the wrong checkbox. And I'm like, is this any different? So, is this any better? Do you like this way better than the old way? Alright, well, I'll let you guys tell me. Because I can't keep the key... Whoop. I can't keep the keyboard here as far as like where it is on my desk because it's too far away from my the rest of my body. So actually let's put it here. Yeah, let me know if this is good. If you like, we'll just try it for a bit. Tell me if you want me to reverse it again. Okay, so then make sure you can sense them. So if not, this dot can sense entity target, or let's just say const missile range equals 3. So or this dot distance, get distance to, whoa, man, I wrote all these things. Get distance to target. So does this check to see if you can sense it? It returns infinity if you can't sense them. So yeah, we can just say get distance to and count on this doing what it needs to do. So if get distance to target is greater than missile range, then you can't fire your missiles at this target. No, get distance to will return infinity if you can't sense the target. The target. It's better for me because it's easy to catch up if you're typing. Okay. What is your right hand now? What is my right hand? It's reversed. Oh yeah, it is. Oh sorry. Okay, I can change that too. I'll show you guys this UI. It says flip image vertically. I guess I also want this, flip image horizontally. There we go. Alright, now you can see this is my right hand and this is my left hand. This is like an RPG you guys are playing. You're role playing as a game programmer who's making a game. And he occasionally needs to drink water. Alright. Okay, so I'll just say try finding another entity, but only if we didn't already just do that above. Whoops. Okay, so we have that. Otherwise, let's just say target equals null. So if we got to this point and your target is defined, if util.exist target, then we can fire a missile at it. Now let's take a look at fire lasers, and we'll copy as much of that as we can toward the bottom at least. So this is all just trying to find an entity. And at this point, oh yeah, simulating, we need to do that too. So it's this code that we want. There's no such thing as a missile whiffing because missiles need a target. So here we go. And I suppose we can say target entity. Target entity. So if you're simulating, then just return it, which may not be anything. Then return the entity. Good. And then if it exists, then we're going to fire at it. Now we can put all this reflect code in later. For right now, let's just put the reflect code in now, I guess. Well, this is already done. It's not like I need to do anything. There it is. So shot a missile at an entity that did not have a health component. I'll write this here. To do, this should really be consolidated with the laser code. And I'm going to duplicate this a bunch of times since this is new code. So that way I'll definitely see it when I review the code. So then laser damage doesn't exist. We need to say missile damage, and we're just going to set it to 300. It'll take 4 missiles to kill someone. We're going to change that too in a bit. But for right now, this is what we got. So this is what we'll do. I gotta sneeze. It's been a while since I've sneezed on stream. It was a cathartic experience. Alright, laser fire, that's going to need to change. But for now, we're not going to change it. They'll just look like they're shooting lasers. There's no such thing as laser whiffing, like I just said. So this function is pretty much coded. I mean, sure, it's firing lasers, not missiles, but let's try it out, I think. So you don't need the missile hardware. Missile range is going to be 3. Missile damage is 300. But unlike lasers, these can shoot in diagonal directions too. Missiles can only, or lasers can only shoot cardinally. So let's refresh this page and let's try out missiles. So we're just going to say stand still and fire missiles. Fire missiles. Deploy a bunch of those. Now, is this thing doing anything? It can shoot 3 tiles away. So no, it is not. It is screwing up. Target entity ID is not defined. Oh, well, fine. Let's code that in. Target entity ID. It's supposed to be, ooh, what? Where did we get this from? Target entity with ID. Oh, that's not something I planned for, is it? Why do we even need this? Why do we need this? Fire missiles. Target entity ID. Mark entity dead. Actual target entity ID. Well, any of these things are going to be real entities. So this can be this dot get target entity intended target. Yeah, let's try that out. And let's copy this code. Okay, let's name this missiles bot so that we know for sure that it's there. Yep, that's still broken. Can you explain why I can't make my Java? Is this another dad joke, Walter? Yep, alright, that's what I thought. An entity was not found. Laser was fired. Intended. So this is happening on the client. We're trying to shoot at an entity that doesn't exist. But, well, oh whoops, did I just screw, oh, I screwed up. I modified the wrong function. I mean, this is okay to do, but I should be doing this in the fire missiles function, which is what has these millions of to-do items here. So let's do this. That should fix this. And then we can copy the code again. And let's also, so let's take that. That should finish. And let's do botland app that change 20. Ooh, I don't know what just happened there. Okay. Let's let all of that work. Okay, yeah, here we go. Chips ahoy. Let's see if the missiles work. And come on. I think it's working. Yeah, it looks like it's working. No, maybe not. No, they are working. It's just very weird that it only sometimes works. Yeah, that was bound to happen. We were getting tons of errors that entire time. Okay, here's the other thing we're gonna do. We're gonna stop doing this in a very stupid way. Yeah, wow, dude. Kappa, 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 kappa. What is going wrong here? Intended target is the target entity, which should always be defined at this point. It is defined. And we say get entity ID from real ID. So then, is there some other place where I'm not doing things correctly? Intended target real ID, active bot real ID, missile is reflected. It's, yeah, sure, it's being sent as a laser fired still. That shouldn't matter though. Did the keyboard count get flipped? Yeah, I changed it around because a couple people were asking about it. And if we don't like it this way, then we can always change it back. Alright, here's, yeah, this is the way we're going to do this. That's smarter than the way we were doing things. Watch this. We're going to create an AI bot called missiles. And it is going to do fire missiles. And then this is going to be a doofus bot. And doofus is going to just sit there and do nothing. And it's going to be diagonally adjacent to this one. So that's at 0, 0, and then this is at 1, 1. And they're owned by different players. Yeah, this should work. Why don't I use the Sublime Text 3 beta? So it was mostly plugin compatibility, and Now it's partially laziness. Oh, also that I'd want to pay for it if I were to use it, and I don't want to pay money for anything right now. Yeah, there we go. So that's kind of working. We need to turn the bot cooldown up to infinite, or as close to infinite as we can get. Don't forget the hardware configs. I don't actually need them for now, but thank you, Orange Ray. I don't need them for now because of this code. I'll show you. The hardware requirement is commented out. So if you don't have missiles, there's no return null here. Instead, it just moves on and hard codes range and damage. And this was just to see like what is going on right now, because this bot shoots the other bot, and that's totally fine. Then all of a sudden, this happens. So where is this coming from? Air.stack. So it's here. Mark entity dead. And our entity ID is what? It's, oh, we're not in this function, so we can't actually do that, can we? Try to mark an entity dead that doesn't exist. Well, we know for sure that that's coming from fire lasers. So let's go into our fire missiles. And so let's put a breakpoint here. And there. We should see this get hit after 4 missiles get fired. So we're probably at 3, 2, 1. Down. There we go. Well, my counting was 1 off, but it's close enough. So here we are. Actual target entity ID is undefined. We had to have gone into this then, intended target. So then this must be returning undefined. Yeah, how is that possible? Does intended target not have a real ID? Oh, whoops. Oh, I'm stupid. Yeah. Never mind. Just never mind. Now let's fix this. So I gotta fix this in the 2 places I coded it. So here and here. And this should have said intended target real ID, which I don't even believe we have. Alright, let's delete this for right now. This shouldn't even be here. No, what did this used to say? What did we change here? Intended target real ID, do we have that information? Intended target real ID, here it is. What is going on? Okay, this goes up here, and then this goes here, and then we delete that, and we get the other instance where this happened, and then we never talk about this again. Ever. Yeah. Okay, I think that's fixed. Oxycodone says, hello Adam, where's the cam now? The camera is still on my keyboard, I just reversed it. And Roger says, I got 0 information from this. My printer has the online icon, but seems to be offline, so it will not print even though the printer's online. Do not know how to help you there. Squidding says, what's on the agenda today? We just finished writing tests for Reflect, and now we're getting missiles to work. And it appears as though... Yep, okay, missiles are firing, and did they kill the enemy? Okay, good, they do. So then I'm gonna go use the bathroom, and then when I get back, we'll change missiles into actual missiles instead of into lasers. BRB bathroom PM. Yeah. Yeah, so let's change this into missiles instead of just piggybacking off of lasers. So what's kind of easy about this is that we have a lot of the code already working. We're just going to change this into missile fired. And what we probably could do eventually is make this projectile fired. We don't have too many projectiles though in the game, so just saying for now missile fired is fine. And yeah, eventually, see, I don't like refactoring things. I don't like pre-factoring things, if that makes any sense. So changing something to be more generic before we really need it. So now we're gonna let's put missile fired down here because the number 21 isn't being used. And let's say sent by the server to when an entity fires a missile. Okay, good. We changed this to missile fired. And then here, missile fired. And here, missile fired. And apparently one more place. We sure have a lot of code for this stuff. Missile fired. Okay, that's everything. So now there is code for all of that, but there's no handler on the client. So we have laser was fired, but we need missile was fired. And so it was born. So source real damage was reflected, and then this should be missile was fired. And we are going to refactor this right at the end of this commit, I think. So if this shows up out of the blue, yeah, okay, great. Actual target intended, then there's a laser entity. This is really just a projectile entity. The only difference is the sprite that we use. This is going to be the missile texture, which we haven't even loaded yet. We need to go into here and then say that missile is missile.png. And calling this laser sprite or laser entity, it really doesn't matter. We're going to refactor this in a bit. But for now, I'm fine. Let's say missile entity. And that's it. Now missile should be working. And then the only other thing to do is make them require hardware, which we already kind of have in Fire Missile. Right here. Good. Then we go into hardware tier data, and where we see missile tier data, we take in range and damage. So we have both of those things. Let's take it from the hardware. So this is range, and this is damage. And that's kind of it. In fact, let's write this. Let's write consolidate missiles code and lasers code. We're gonna do that afterward. So let's just delete that for now. In fact, let's make sure I did that correctly. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it this way. This still needs to be done. That's fine. And then we need to write a test for that too. So let me write that down. Try shooting a missile at an entity that is too far away and make sure that it instead tries finding a closer one. Alright, so do missiles work? That is the $203,000 question. Let's try it out. Now I should be shooting a red projectile. Good. And that took 5 hits for them to die. Why is that? Wait, what? Did it take 5 hits? That's not right. 1, 2. Oh no, it is right because I just changed in hardware. No, where did I do this? Hardware constants? What does missile tier 1 do? Where are missiles? Here we go. Tier 1 does 200 damage and a bot has 1,000 life. So no, that's correct. So that's 5 hits, then 4 hits, then 3 hits. And 3 hits is probably too powerful. I think we should end at 4 hits. So let's do 300 at the final tier. Let's do 4 hits here. Also, but the range is different. We're not gonna keep this. We're gonna keep range 4. Range 3 and range 3. And then this goes from 5 hits to 4 hits. And then this goes from 4 hits to range 4. Oh, here, yeah. Have I ever used Windows Auth for Passport? No, I have not. Okay, I think this is all we need to do. I think missiles should just be working now. Let's try it out. So this, oh, this has missiles. That's why it's able to fire. Okay, good. So that worked. We didn't see any problems there. Let's kick up the simulation server again. And yeah, well, whatever. Let's do this. What's it called? Add bot cooldown equals 0. There we go. Okay, so missile spot is probably going to get killed up here. But if any of these entities uncloak, good, and it's getting reflected correctly. So this bot has only 600 life left. This one at the upper left. And chances are he'll get shot, probably by Cortana down here. Oh no, interesting. But his range is only 3. Oh, that's an ally. That's why he's not getting fired at. Okay, now he's at 400 life. And now he's dead. Okay, cool. I think missiles are good. Let's deploy a whole bunch of missile spots now. So we'll do this, and we'll give them missiles, and we'll call this missiles. And we'll deploy a bunch of them. One, two, three, four. Yeah, that was 4 tiles away. Alright. Yeah, so missiles provide a little advantage over lasers in that they can shoot in a range. However, they do less damage than lasers do. And they can't shoot cloaked bots if you can't detect them. Lasers could also hit cloaked bots. So there are some trade-offs between lasers and missiles. And there are different colors. Red and blue. Or red and green, so if you don't like a color. How about life bars above or below the bot? Yeah, that's something that I'll probably get to today. I have it written down on my to-do list, but it is kind of hard to follow what's happening in the arena without knowing how much life something has. Did all the missiles bots die? Yeah, they did. Okay, so next up, we need to code this. So if we didn't find an entity, so let's do if you specified a target and it couldn't be hit, so if util.exist, so if you originally provided a target to this function and it couldn't be hit, then try finding a different target. Whoop. That's, okay, that all went terribly wrong. There. And I apparently have an issue now on line 533. Yeah, here we go. Alright, so if you couldn't find one, then let's do the same thing that we did up here. Target entity equals this dot find closest enemy bot. And then we check this here. Okay. So if this exists, but you couldn't hit the original target, then try again. Yeah, let's change this a little bit. So ensure you can sense it. Let's do this, I think. And then we'll say this here. No, I want to do it the way that I had it. I think this is fine. Okay. So that was that section. Next we need will missiles hit. Will missiles hit opt target. And for this we can just say this dot simulating terminator equals true. Then we do const. Something kind of interesting here. If you passed in a target, we need to make sure, so we need to say hit target equals this dot fire missiles opt target. If hit target, no, so if util dot exists, if you specified a target and then you need to make sure that you hit the correct one. So return hit target equals opt target. Otherwise, just return util.exist. Just make sure that you hit something. So if you specified a target, then we want to make sure that you're going to hit that particular target. Otherwise, we just want to know that you hit something. So I think that's it. Right? What were the other things that we had here? So we had will missiles hit and fire missiles. We already have... Wait, do we have these missiles component? We don't have that. Yeah, this refactoring definitely needs to happen, because right now everything's being treated as a laser. I think we need like an is projectile component. Probably just need is projectile component and not necessarily lasers and missiles. Because right now there's nothing that is... There's no is missile component and everything's just working, and that's because it's make laser assemblage that's doing this. So in the chase target system, wait a second, chase target system, we check to see if something's a laser here. Yeah, this needs to be fixed. I don't think I'm going to do it in this commit though. Projectile sprites are just lasers. Reach destination, check to see if it's a laser, that's laser. Yeah, so we don't care about this. There's no is laser component. Remove is laser component. What were the other things as I was looking through this that I thought I need to get rid of? Oh, make laser assemblage. Change name of make laser assemblage. Jimmy says, great, Adam, I figured out whilst keeping my JSON file, I ended adding stringify, which allows me to do something like... Oh yeah, sorry, I could have told you about that. I'm sorry. But in my mind, that was sort of the same as exporting a static JSON variable from a file. Wait a second, no. Wait. I used to have this in one of my gulp files. Let me take a quick look at something. Code JavaScript. There was learning ES6, I think it was, and I have a gulp file here. And I said get package, no, it wasn't there. Where did I do this? Find stir SNC require package start.js. Where did I do this? No, I don't know when I search in gulp file. Yeah, I'll take a quick look, Jimmy, and if I can find it, then I'll try to see. Basically, okay, hang on. Here's what I can do. I don't need to even try to find this. I need to just go into any of these sorts of things. So check it out. I have package.json there. There it is. If I open Node here and I do L equals require package, require package, cannot find package. I need to say /package. Now L is already a JSON object, so I can just do L.version if I want. So the only part that I'm questioning in your code that you linked is I don't think you need to do JSON.parse JSON data. Because, this is in the browser though, not in Node. No, okay, yeah. I think because you're doing it in the browser, you're correct, yeah. And it wouldn't work if you did that and it wasn't a string. So okay. I just wanted to understand what the differences are here, and I think I got it. And either way, your thing is working. It's not like you needed me to look into that anyway. Yeah, so this stuff, change name and make laser assemblage. So until we get to consolidating this, I think I'm just going to leave the code as it is, as opposed to cleaning it up in this commit. We'll do this later. So now we have missile was fired. We probably don't even need that, to be honest. Lasers and missiles may eventually look different though. But I guess we'll fix it when they look different. So for now we have missile was fired. Missile was fired, and this looks exactly the same as laser was fired. Oh, I see, Jimmy. Okay, Jimmy says, yeah, that's why I said Chrome was complaining about the JSON file not being a module or something. Alright, got it. Yeah. So I find JSON stringify pretty useful. I actually wrote a snippet for it. So if I type string and then hit enter, I could just type like foo here and it'll say console.log foo stringify foo. So one thing you should keep in mind though with this, stringify does not work with cycles in JSON. So let's say an object looks like this, foo equals a, and then a looks like this, foo. So this is a cycle. A points to foo, which points to a, which points to foo, which points to a. So this won't stringify. In fact, if I just write this code out, check this out. It said a is not defined. I guess I need to. Oh, well, anyway, whatever. I wrote this stupidly, but make sure your Douglas Crockford wrote a decycle file. Decycle. And this can, where is it, this thing? So this can handle when you do have cycles. I think it replaces cycles with references to what those things used to be. And I ended up using this in my last thing. But you were talking about a different stringify. Oh, well, never mind. Okay. How is this different from JSON stringify? Acquired text files inside of, oh, I see. Okay. It just turns that into a string, alright, that you can use. Got it. Now let's finish checking this in. So we have that, we have our missile graphic. We don't want to check that in with that. The simulation server has more code now. Right. Will missiles hit and fire missiles? Let's go comment that. This is a built-in function available to users. If specified is treated as a single direction task, if specified as target only treated as an entity. So yeah, we need to do something like this. And this is an entity. If not specified, this will check to see if missiles will hit any valid target. If specified, it will check to see if your missiles will hit the given target only. And it returns a boolean. Smooth Dog says, did Adam write the bot himself or did he use a template? So the chatbot, it was based on Phantom Bot, and then Metsuro and CloudRaiser also helped out with it. Yeah, Miss Bisser. And yeah, that's what Tiburon was asking earlier too. So I wanted to make sure that I got back to Tiburon also. Yeah, fire missile. This is a terminator available to users. So let's go take that code available to users, or that string I should say, and just paste that there. Its op target is an entity. C will missiles hit. And that should be like that, and it returns an entity. The entity that you will hit when calling this function. Alright. Yeah, I think this is good. And lasers still work, although I changed the code a little bit. We'll get to the consolidation at the end of all of this, I think. In fact, we could probably write the tests even before we do that. So this shouldn't be checked in. Good. Good. We changed some of the missile damage and range. That's fine. Good. So, yeah. Coded fire missiles and will missiles hit. This largely uses laser code for now. In fact, I didn't even add an is missile component. This code will need to be refactored so that there's less duplication later. Oh, I thought you had a Templar write it for you. Righto. Alright, so we're going to do that later, and that's part of this. So then the APIs have been written, the component doesn't need to be written, the sprite is done, allow missiles to be reflected is done, the hardware is done. The Blockly blocks, the test, and adding this. Okay, so set up Blockly. Let's go into fire lasers. There should be Terminator fire lasers. Yeah, there we go. So it's going to be fire missiles. How does this work in the game right now? When you say I want to fire lasers, you say fire them in any direction that will work or at a particular item. Yeah, I gotta sneeze. Okay. How do I want this to work then for missiles? It could say fire missiles at any entity that will work, or fire them at a particular one. So I'd want this to be a variable or. I think. Here's what we can do. We can do something like this. Move to entity, we'll say fire missiles at. And if you don't specify anything, then it's totally fine. Oh, but that's not obvious to people then. No, let's make two separate ones. Yeah, there will be fire missiles and there will be fire missiles at. I just don't. The whole point of Blockly for people is if you don't know how to code, this is what you'd use. And I think that if you don't know how to code, you'd be unfamiliar with this syntax of not having a variable in here giving you some default functionality. It's perhaps a bit too confusing. We might change it though. So fire missiles at any valid enemy. Or at closest enemy, let's say. Yeah, and get rid of this. Good. And then this is going to just say fire missiles. Okay, that's done. Next, fire lasers at is the next one we're going to modify here. So now we have fire missiles at. We take in an entity and we just say fire missiles at the end of it. Then we need will missiles hit. Oh, but this would have two of them also. I don't like this. I don't like it. We have will lasers hit in any direction, and we have will lasers hit a specific thing. So we could say will lasers hit any valid target. Fine. So will missiles hit any valid target. I wonder if we could, well, I'll look into modifying Blockly later. That's more of a polished thing. So will missiles hit any valid target is simply just will missiles hit. And then will missiles hit target is the specialized version of this. So now this changes into missiles. And then we take in an entity, we get the entity, and we call will missiles hit. Okay, good. Then we make use of these APIs down here. So instead of these two, we add in these two. We wait for that to finish building, and then we try out the APIs and make sure we can use them. Hunter said, oh wait. Smooth Dog says, where did you get all these robot names? The robot names were taken mostly from Wikipedia. Although I'm going to modify a couple of them. I wanted to add in a few more and get rid of a couple of these because I don't know what some of these robots are. Waters is going to try and fix the PC. See y'all next week or this weekend if surprise streams will happen. Alright, catch you later. Alright, so let's fix a couple of things. Let's go into the simulation server. Let's search for this. Let's comment that out and then all of this. So those things have been gotten rid of. That's good. Now let's refresh. We should see bots just get created in the arena. Good. Now we will put in, we'll have missiles hardware, and we'll say if will missiles hit any valid target. So if will missiles hit, then fire missiles. I don't like this closest enemy though. Like these two things don't go with one another, but whatever, let's put this here. No, move to entity. Where's move? Yeah, here we go. So here's what we'll do. We'll move if we can't find something to hit with our missiles. So let's deploy a couple of these bots. So there's a missiles bot over here. And he's shooting, and now he can't see anything, so he moves, and then he shoots again. Okay, so that's working. Now we need to check to see, can we always hit the closest enemy ourselves? So we're going to say set item to closest enemy bot, and then we'll say fire missiles at item. Deploy this as missiles 2. So there's missiles 2. That's working. So one of the tests we're going to need, try shooting a missile when only cloaked enemies exist. It shouldn't fire a missile at anything. Then we also need try shooting a missile at an entity within range. It should hit them. Try shooting a, oh yeah, and it should work diagonally too. That's the important part of this. Smooth Dog says this is coming along nicely. Yeah, I think so. I think there's a good amount of functionality now, and it takes us about a day, maybe like 3/4 of a day to add new hardware. So it's not like it's very, very tough. And I'm planning about 12 different pieces of base hardware, and maybe we'll code more. I do want to have a stream this weekend where I start to set up the pre-beta. I don't know if that's going to happen though. I've been very, very tired this last week. I got to get back on track with sleeping. Yeah, and Smooth Dog, so Smooth Dog says, I remember back when you didn't even have the graphics. These are still just placeholder graphics, but yeah, I do know what you're talking about. Back before there were even bots that you could code. Also, we should test this on the server at some point. Well, it should just work. Okay, so Blockly blocks, I think we're done. Let's check that in. And let's write some other things. Let's lint and then giveaway. Whoops. Okay, yeah, lint and giveaway. Alright. So botland app, no need to check that in, no need to check that in. So we added in will missiles hit and will missiles hit target, and then fire missiles and fire missiles add target. So added Blockly blocks for will missiles hit and fire missiles. Yeah, that's it. So let's lint and let's run a giveaway. And the giveaway I will start at the same time. So where did that go? Here we go. Alright, now remember, all of you are just going to have lasers bots that get created. So we do debug me giveaway. There we go. So whoever wins this will get 1 token. 1 token. Is it going to be Smooth Dog? Huh, it actually might be Smooth Dog. Huh. Jimmy Zippo just killed Jack HDTV. Now Smooth Dog and Jenny, oh, Sweet Jenny won. Now it's just 3 people. Jimmy Zippo versus what looks like a spammer. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's a spammer. P1 VAHNIG. I don't even think they're my channel anymore. I'm just gonna give it to Jimmy. Jimmy better still win though. Kill. Alright, yeah, no, Jimmy Zippo wins. Alright. And then we had some problems here. This should have been a semicolon. This should have been a semicolon. And target entity ID is defined whenever used. And that's in fire lasers. Oh right, I got rid of that, didn't I? Wait, what? It is used. Oh no, I guess not. Huh. Interesting. And then, yeah, one of the things I was going to ask, I don't know if you guys want this or not. Ugh, sorry. Is right now, when I do a giveaway like that, everyone is the same kind of bot. They have lasers, and they check to see if their lasers will hit. Would you guys want it to be where you guys get random AIs that are all, at some point, will shoot lasers or missiles, but could also add in reflect shield or something else? I don't even know if it's worth doing that, because next week I'll have the pre-beta up. No, it's probably still worth doing it. It could be confusing for people though. I don't know. Just different ways of showing random behavior, I suppose. Get rid of that, and we get rid of that. So fix linting issues. INR says, I think random is better. Alright, I might do it. So let's say this. So give away bots random AI that is still offensive. Yeah, I've seen this picture. Smooth dog. I like it. Hey Gladiator Tortoise. Welcome back. Alright, tests. Let's write tests. Everybody's favorite time. Writing a whole bunch of tests. So, what other things do we have to test with missiles? Shooting a missile at an entity within range. It should hit them, it should work diagonally. Sure. Shooting a missile when only cloaked enemies exist, it shouldn't fire it at anything. Shooting a missile at an entity that's too far away. It tries to find a closer one. Reflecting missiles. And I don't know, that's all I can think of. What else do missiles even do? They just fire in a radius. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Let's rate these tests. I think it'll just be 4 tests. So we go into arena test, and let's take, where do the tests even begin? Here they are. Yeah. So what are the tests? Shooting a missile at an entity within range. Should fire missiles at an entity in range. Alright. We don't care about reflect code for this. Yeah, we don't care about reflect code. Let's just make missiles code. And we'll say fire missiles. Oh, firing missiles at a particular target too. Should allow fire missiles at a particular target, making sure to hit the target even if another entity is closer. Yeah, that's important too. So maybe 5 tests then. So we have our fire missiles code. So we're gonna have a like no-op bot and a missiles bot. And then no-op bot, let's swap these. Okay, the missiles bot will be the first one. And that uses missiles code, and this uses no-op code. And we're gonna make sure that so it has missiles, but the range of missiles is only 3. So let's make it go 0, 1, 0, 1, 2. Yeah. So 1, 2. The range away is 3. We update the missiles bot, and then we assert that the no-op bot took damage. Okay. So all this does is check to see if a missile will hit the target. And that's good. Super easy, right? Alright, next. Note this tests the diagonal property of missiles, since the entities are not cardinally aligned. I should write that the other way around. The entities are not cardinally aligned, so this tests the range property of missiles. Alright, good. Okay, so should fire missiles at a particular target, even if another... Okay, yep. Should fire missiles at a specific entity, at the specified entity, even if a closer one exists. Now, what I really want to do here, here's what I'm going to do it. Fine. we know that our hardware constants, we know that missiles, the highest tier has a, where's missiles? Yeah, the highest tier of missiles has range 4, and we want to test that too. Hey Basin, says hi, first time here. Well, welcome to the stream. I can tell you a little bit about the game, because presumably you'd want to know about that. So this is Botland, and Botland is a strategy game where you start by making a bot, and the first thing you're going to do is pick what hardware do you want. So you're allowed 7 slots, and I know this isn't being communicated very well right now. This is temporary UI, they're temporary graphics, this will be changed eventually. So you can make something like this, landmines, lasers, and let's say cloaking. But if I were to try to add on reflect shield on top of this, that's too many slots. So this, for example, would work. And then you'd write code to control that bot. So for this, let's say I don't know how to code, so I'll go into Blockly and I'll use this visual coding. I could say something like this: if will lay mine, then lay a mine. Otherwise, well, I have cloaking, so let's try that out too. We'll say if will cloak, if can cloak, then cloak. And I also have lasers, so let's try that out too. We'll just fall back to that. So we'll say fire lasers if we can't do any of those things. No, let's do this. Also, I gotta add in a percent chance block. Okay, hang on a second, let me write this down. Add percent chance block like block. Let's say if will lasers hit in any direction, then fire lasers. Otherwise, we want to move. So here's our bot. It'll lay a landmine, then it'll cloak, then it'll see if it can hit anything with its lasers. So let's put this down as a basin. So let's deploy that, and we can see this bot here. It's cloaked now, and now it's going to try moving around because it couldn't see an enemy to hit with its lasers. And everywhere it moves, it's going to put landmines down. And there it uncloaked, and now it can't cloak for a little while. Oh, and it's gonna, yeah, nice. So Basin bot just destroyed. And look, I didn't really need to write any code. I instead just dragged a bunch of blocks, and if they can connect, then you wrote good code. So if I try putting lay mine over here, that doesn't work. But if I try putting an if statement there, that does work. So I could move things this way if I felt like it. And so the way that this would eventually be, let me clean some of this up. So if I kick off the simulation, let's do that here. There we go. Okay, so now there will be a bunch of other bots here, and you'll see that Basin bot is going to die pretty soon because I don't think Basin can handle a whole arena full of other bots. Oh, I actually took on 2 so far, and the landmines just took some people out. Okay, I take that back. Basin bot is the ultimate bot. It's taken out like 3 bots so far, maybe 4. Oh my god. It's too powerful. It actually still hasn't died because the cloaking is saving its life. And the landmines that it laid, oh, there it died, okay. The landmines that it laid actually took out 2 or 3 other bots. We can deploy more of these if we want. There we go. And by the way, this will be an online multiplayer game. That's already working. I'm just only testing it on one machine right now. So yeah, there you have it. Why are mines not being laid? Oh, whoops. I deployed the wrong kind of bots. I meant to do this. Alright, let's do Basin. Now let's wipe out the arena. Let's do that. So arena.wipe out all entities. Oh, it's gotta be on the simulation server. There. Everything's gone. Now let's make the bots I meant to make. There we go. Now they'll lay landmines and cloak and move around, and green team will dominate. If there is a resource, you can't lay a mine. No, you can lay mines on resources. And you see that happen, well, perhaps it happened here, but perhaps it didn't. Because it could be that a bot died there. Yeah, but no, you should be able to lay it on a resource. I should write a test for that at some point. Add a test for laying a mine on a resource. It should work. Yeah? so there you have it. That is Botland. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. We were writing some tests for missiles. So it should fire missiles at the specified entity, even if a closer one exists. Oh yeah, and in order for us to do this, we wanted to make sure we're using the best missiles that we have available to us. So let's do missiles slot config. And in here we'll throw missiles in. Yeah, so we'll put missiles tier 3 here. Hey, we're up there. That would be easy, a cloaking bot that hunts resources and lays mines on them. Oh, nasty, Odie, nasty. Yeah, actually, that's a pretty interesting strategy. The thing is, you as a bot who might walk into landmines can reveal landmines. There is the reveal mines function. And the way that works is, your sensor range is 5, so you'll sense all the landmines in a certain circle, basically, and then now you can see them. It doesn't mean that they won't blow up on you, it means that you can avoid them, though. And by the way, the reason the arena is more dense than it used to be is because cloaking and reflect increases the survivability of bots greatly. So you don't see them dying as often because it's like they don't even exist when they're cloaked. That's not entirely true, they can still be hit by lasers. But yeah. And if we have time today, you know what I might do? I might start a particular hardware item that I haven't revealed to you guys yet. I'm not sure if we'll do that, but we might. So yeah. No random missile AIs? Yeah, I haven't done that yet. That was on the to-do list right after adding in the test. So after this, it's give this new hardware to AI bots. But good eye so far, Orange Ray. You are on point. So we have the missile slot config now. Next, what we want to do is in our missile test, which we have here. Wait, what? Should terminate even if fire missiles does not result in any action. Interesting. Yeah, so we want to give this bot. How do we even do this? Where is test simulation server? Create player. Oh, it takes in a slot config as the last parameter. So we'll give it the best missiles it can have. And let's do that here too. We'll give them missiles. And let's see, entities are not cardinally aligned. Let's check. We don't care about that. So we're going to fire it at something at 2-2. We'll say that this is the target bot, despite that there will be a bot even closer. So we'll say close bot is at 1-1. Now we need to obtain the target bot. In order for us to do that, the close bot can't even exist yet. So we'll do this. We'll say A equals 0. If A equals 0, then A equals 1. And closest enemy equals find closest enemy bot. Good. Else, fire missiles. Right? So when we deploy this, we don't have a closest enemy bot. Then we, oh, no, we gotta fire it at the closest enemy that we had from before. So we deploy the bot, and then we update that bot. All this will do, this will acquire the target bot. Hey, Raptor. Still the best streamer ever. Alright, well, thank you. Okay, so we do this, then we add in the close bot, and then we call our fire missiles code. This will fire a missile, and hopefully we damage the target bot and not the close bot. So we're going to do this, and assert entity took damage, missiles bot. And we also need to make sure that this was at full life. Missiles bot. Oh, can't wait till your game comes out. Well, nice. The game won't come out officially for quite a long time, but you guys will get access to what you see me coding in about a week. And I've just started signing up for those features online, the VPS I mean, and I should hear back from the lawyer probably on Monday. He's traveling right now, so he's having laptop problems. Let me check my email really fast. Yeah, it hasn't happened yet. Okay, so we have a close bot, we assert that, no, this is wrong. We want to make sure that the target bot took damage. Okay. Should fire a missile at the specified entity even if a closer one exists. So that's good. Then try shooting a missile when only cloaked enemies exist. It shouldn't fire it at anything. Okay? So should not fire missiles when only cloaked enemies exist. So our code here is just going to be update equals function fire missiles. Okay, good. Then we have cloak code. Cloak code equals kind of the same thing, but it's cloak instead. Okay, good. So there's a missiles bot and there's a cloak bot. The cloak bot takes in the cloaked code, and that can be at 1-1. And the missiles bot takes in the missiles code. Good. Then we deploy them in this order. So first, we say assert cloak status. Cloak bot is going to be cloaked. Good. And then we deploy the missiles bot. And now, what should happen is the cloaked bot should still be at full life. So that should just be it. Make sure we didn't fire missiles. Yeah. Basim says question mark. Hey Adam, found a little loophole. Oh, so modifying the time, I'm guessing, is what you're going to say? Or just refreshing the page? Neither one of those actually works. It just looks like it works. But on the server where I'm checking to see the time, it doesn't allow it. Yeah. But thank you for telling me about it though. Since it's possible that no one had reported it. And then I would have liked to know about it. Okay, so we've got this code in there too. Then try shooting a missile at an entity that's too far away and make sure that it instead tries finding a loser one. Well, I meant closer. So this is slightly more complex. We've got to do code sort of like what we had here. Should fire, where is my cursor? There we go. Should fire missiles at, how do I do this? At a nearby entity when we cannot sense the intended target. Codebreaker says, so this is web browser based RI application. I don't know what the RI means. Is that a typo or something? Web browser based. Yeah, I don't know what RI means, but it's a web browser based application, yeah. Should fire missiles at a nearby entity when you cannot sense the intended target. So we get the closest bot, and then we'll try firing missiles. So first thing is we put these things down, and we'll put... Actually, it's not even when it can't sense the target. It's when the target is out of range. When missiles would not hit the intended target. So we'll put them out of range, but we'll get them. Okay, so the target is out of range of the missile spawn. And then we say let actual target bot equals, we'll create a no-op bot at 1-1. So here's what will happen. We'll update, this will acquire the target bot, then this will attempt to hit the target bot, but it is out of our missile range. So it will find actual target bot instead. This is web browser based or application? Oh, it's web browser based. I might make an app out of it eventually, but I'm not planning on it right now. Basin says, how long have you been coding? Not in total, not just this game? A long time. That's one of the questions that I haven't actually been answering. I know it sounds like it's not personal information, but I'm not revealing my age, and if I revealed that, then you would have my age, because I've given enough details about that. or someone is just waiting for me to screw up. But yeah, it has been a long time. I started a long time ago on just hobby programming. I didn't take any sort of education or classes or something. Then I went to school for it. Then I had some jobs in the industry. Do I recommend ergonomic keyboard? So here's one thing I definitely recommend it for, and it doesn't have to do with ergonomics necessarily, but your typing speed might actually increase, because one of the things that this does is, like, look at how awkward it is for me to press the G key with my right hand and still keep my fingers on the home row. It's really obnoxious. And so what a lot of typists do sometimes is they type like these 3 keys with their right hand and these 3 keys with their left hand, depending on what word they're typing. And so if you're focused on what it is you're typing and you want to type correctly, an ergonomic keyboard will help you do that. As for hand stress, I don't really have it on any keyboard that I use. I think I just got lucky in that regard. So I can't comment on that really. But I don't, suppose you can watch as I program, my hands probably don't move too much. But I don't know, I don't pay attention to that when I code. So this will attempt to hit the target bot, but it's outside of our missile range, so it will find actual target bot instead. So we do this, and then we say this stuff. So assert entity is at full life, the target bot, and assert entity took damage, the actual target bot. So we've coded all of the tests except for reflecting. So let's start to run the test, since we'll get some feedback while we code the reflect test. So reflecting missiles, well, we have a basic, should reflect a projectile when reflecting. We just need to do this, but with missiles. Should not fire missiles when only cloaked enemies. Should reflect a missile when reflecting. Should reflect a laser when reflecting. So this is going to be missiles code. And it'll just say fire missiles. And instead of this being missiles bot, it is now, or lasers bot, it's now missiles bot. And that's it. That should be all we need to do. Let's see, did our test pass? Of course not. No op bot is not defined, and there are 3 failing tests. Which are the 3? Should fire missiles at an entity in range? Oops, this is supposed to be no op code. Okay, I know what happened here. No op code. And that, yeah, I made that mistake all over the place. No op code, no op code. Okay, let's try that out. What language am I using? Yeah, it's ECMAScript 6 actually. So it's not something I could just run straight up in a browser without running it through Babel.js or some other transpiler. Which I hear the Google Closure compiler now transpiles ES6 to ES5. Which likely makes it a better transpiler than Babel, because it does some optimizations on it too. Oh nice, all of our tests pass, and we have 15 squared tests. Nice. So yeah, that's it. We wrote the test. Let's rerun this linter, and then we'll check in. Good, so wrote several tests related to missiles. Firing missiles. Yeah, there we go. Okay, everything's looking good. Let's run another giveaway. Basim asks, are you using an engine? Not really. I'm using a rendering engine called Pixie.js, but am I using a game engine? No. Hey Swift Blue, I don't know if you're going to be in this giveaway or if you joined just a second too late, but let's try this out. Do I see Swift Blue here? It'd be practically impossible to find you, because now things are dying. So who knows if you're there or not, but this is the giveaway. I'm pretty sure spammers make it into this giveaway, but I don't know how. They're like, I guess they're marked as chatters but not viewers. Like Matuli I've seen type before, he's not a spammer. Nimotli2, I don't know if that's a spammer name. No, it's probably a real person. Giveaways are for light control. Okay, so this person's probably, alright, I'm gonna give it to Matuli. Where is Matuli? There we go. Alright, so let's do token Matuli. Alright. Wimble says, is the plan to be a giant arena like this now? You mean eventually am I going to have the arena be smaller or larger than this? Because the plan is that, so for right now, I would consider this to be a relatively small arena actually, and for the sake of testing, it works for my purposes. Eventually, arenas might get bigger, but not like crazy big, because bots don't move so fast. So for something like Capture the Flag, maybe they'd be, I don't know, 4 or 6 times the size of this, but probably not much larger than that. It all depends. There'll be different game modes. Okay, so we wrote the test for that. Now let's add the hardware to AI bots. Wimble says, will it be 1v1 or different modes, teams? The typical experience you'll have playing Botland will probably be on teams. Will 1v1 modes exist? There's nothing stopping it from happening, but I just don't think so. Swiftblue says, will there be objects and buildings in the field? Objects will be mostly just things that you create. So if I were to just refresh this page, there will be landmines, there will be resources, there will be cloaked bots, which are kind of blocking you. Eventually, there might be buildings. There might be, but not at first. Because I think there's already enough stuff to keep track of now. And so, yeah. Okay. So adding in this hardware for AI bots, let's do it. Find constants. You open up that file. There we go. So we're going to make a bot that shoots missiles. I guess it'll just be missiles. What does Dumb Hunter do? Dumb version of hunt enemies with lasers. Yeah, how about we just add it into Dumb Hunter? So what does Dumb Hunter use? It uses lasers. Let's also give it missiles. Lasers and missiles hardware. So we'll give it missiles, and its missiles will actually be more powerful than lasers. No, we won't. We won't do that. We'll just do that. And then let's look for lasers hardware config, and we need to modify this everywhere now. Good. So now this changes to lasers and missiles. So let's modify that. So instead of lasers, let's say lasers and missiles. Good. And then anywhere we see dot lasers, we need to modify now. This, and this. Okay. Codebreaker says, do you intend to make a large amount of profit from this game? Intend to, sure. The game will be free to play. But, I mean, yeah, the goal from this is make a game people like and also make some money from it. And that all remains to be seen. I don't know how many people will play the game. I don't know how long they'll play it for. I don't know if they'll want to buy things after they've played it. So there are a lot of forces beyond my control. All I can do is make as fun a game as possible and then market the heck out of it. Okay, so we have our lasers and missiles thing. Now just Dumb Hunter needs to make use of it. So let's make missiles hit if lasers won't. So we'll put this here. And we just need to change this to if will missiles hit fire missiles. Okay, and that should be it. Now there should be missiles in the arena. And the only way to find out is if we refresh, and then we'll eventually see red projectiles somewhere, but it might take a little bit of time for it to happen. So keep your eyes out for red projectiles. Oh, there was one. TikTok has this code. So it prefers lasers. Lasers are going to do more damage, and then when you can't hit something with lasers, it'll fall back to missiles. So Roomba also has it. And by the way, this is part of the strategy is like, all right, if you are, well, let's just take a picture of the arena. If you are here, let's say you are TikTok. So lasers will let you hit anything in this range. But that's clearly not everything. But lasers do the most damage. So if you want missiles to cover all these other little gaps in, so this and this and this and this, if you want missiles to hit all of that, then guess what your machine has to look like? It needs to look like this. You just spent 6 slots on just getting yourself to get this crazy range with the most damage you can possibly have. And then what do you have left over for? Maybe like level 1 cloaking. Maybe you put in like a small reflect shield. So this is part of the strategy of the game, is before you've even written any code, what does your bot look like? What do you have access to? And so maybe you say, okay, missiles aren't that much of an advantage, and so you cut it down to this. Now all of a sudden you can have level 3 cloaking and lasers and reflect. Basim says, what's the most impressive thing you've ever coded? The most impressive personal project I've ever coded, I guess, was the last game that I wrote, and it's here. It's open source. You can play it. The link is right there. It's actually a similar architecture to what I have. But yeah, you can play it. So tell me if you like it. Swiftblue says, wouldn't it be faster if you use a game engine? I don't know. I think the stuff that I'd done so far might have been faster, but going forward, I think I'd still have to code a lot of things myself. And Wimble said, how did you figure out where to start on a project of this size? Do you recommend anything good to read on the right way to build something from the ground up? Wimble's, I think the way that I figured out how to start is I've made a lot of projects. I've had a lot of years of coding experience. So many years ago, I screwed up and I took a project that was too big. And then I took another project that was too big. And I just never finished those projects. And that's why I don't have too many games to show off to you guys, because I frequently bit off more than I could chew. And eventually you learn, okay, what can you handle? And then you start working on that. Now this particular game, I worked for about 7 months making a prototype for it. So I haven't shown you guys the prototype, and I probably won't until I surpass that prototype in this game. But I spent a lot of time figuring out what's possible, how do you go about doing this, what's the best design for some of this. Even the game design itself in this game, you guys on Twitch, you've pointed out a lot of games that are similar to this. I hadn't played any of them. So I came up with a lot of the design for this with the co-founder of the company without having seen that stuff. And so hopefully we have a somewhat unique game already, and I hope to differentiate it even further once we get more of the features in the game. White Widow says, are you planning to use crowdfunding for this game like Kickstarter? No, I'm not. I'm planning to take as little of your money as possible before the game is released. So I have no income right now. I am not making any money off of Twitch or off of the game or off of advertising or anything. In fact, I'm spending money on that stuff. So I want you guys to just sit back and relax and enjoy the show, and then when the game comes out, spread it to your friends, and that's it. But since there are numerous forces steering me toward accepting donations, then I may open up a donation page at some point. Alright, what did I even just do? I added missiles, and we see missiles fire every once in a while. So yeah, every time you see a red projectile, that's a missile firing, and you do see them occasionally, so that's all I wanted to do. Like Astro Boy is pelting Johnny 5 with these things. So let's check that in. So we changed this around, and that's really it. Added missile code to a particular AI script. Yeah, so one of them has it. Next, I want to do some of these tiny modifications before I make these other changes. I wanted to add a couple of bot names. Mark Wallbot and Annoyatron. So let's go into constants.js and put those in here. And I want to get rid of some of these bots I've never heard of. Like I took these from Wikipedia, and maybe some of you have heard of them, but I haven't heard of some of these. Okay, rolling on. I need a bowl of warm water, bar of soap, and a newspaper while I'm relaxing with you. I'll send those right over. Alright, what are the worst robot names in here? What I want to know is, who is this robot? Nut. Apparently, farewell to the master. science fiction short story written in 1940. I have a feeling that the majority of the people who play this game will not have read this. Yeah, Noyatron's from Hearthstone. No, I'm the one who actually wanted to add that into this game. And Mark Walbot is just something I came up with the other day. But yeah, I'm thinking of removing this and some of these other ones. I don't know. We'll try to update this list as time goes on. I'll just say this is from a 1940 short story. And I don't know some of these other ones. Yeah. What? Mataton? What is that? I have a feeling this is not a robot name that I'm supposed to be searching for. Alright, Monetic Bind. I don't know. I don't know what you're asking about. Alright, let's check that in. I just added some new random names. They'll show up whenever they show up. Added a couple of random bot names. Oh, Metaton. What is Metaton? Oh, Undertale. Oh, okay. Metaton. Ha. Matthew Tron. I do have bots called Roomba, and I find it hilarious whenever Roomba shoots a laser at someone. Because I just picture that eventually whatever company makes Roomba is going to equip their bots with some sort of nefarious hardware. Add a couple of random bot names. Alright, that's it. I just wanted to cross those things off my list. So we're done with that. Modify entity.toString so it shows a count when there are multiples of a component. Let's just see what would go into that. I don't really know if I want to do this. The toString function is right here. So we go through each component. Yeah, I guess this wouldn't be too hard. So let count equal this dot components component name dot length. If count is greater than 1, then string rep plus equal count. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. What am I using to code, or is Python easier? I'm using, so what I think you're asking is what language am I using? I'm using JavaScript. And is Python easier? Yes, I think so. I think Python's a good starting point. Okay, we really should test this, and the only way that we can test this right now is with reflected projectiles. So let's restart the game, and then let's open up the arena. So let's go into arena, and then we get laser was fired. Here we go. So if it was reflected, we just put a breakpoint here. This will eventually get hit. We just need to wait for it to happen. So I don't even see reflect shield. So let's speed this up. Let's put reflect shields down, and let's code it in here. Oh, there we go. Okay, that worked. So what's going to happen is we add this component. Now we just do laser entity.toString, and we should see a 2 next to chase target. Yes. And let's just change that to x2. So now it would look like this. It'll look like this now. Chase target x2. Does that make sense? That there are 2 chase targets? I think so. I think that's fine. Yeah, so, yeah, there. Our toString is pretty good. Simple change, might come in handy. You never know. Yep, that was it. When there are multiple components of the same type on an entity, I now show an x2 or x3 string inside their toString. I don't know what I want to say. E.g. this. Yeah, minor change. Hey Dice, welcome to the club. It is a club full of elite members who know all of the secrets of automation. Alright, so we're done with that. Let's add the I'm not too busy, SwiftBlue. Don't you dare say that. I'm reading chat. So add a percent chance Blockly block. Here is what we're gonna do. We're gonna look at what Blockly stuff we have now. And I think what makes the most sense is, okay, I can't see any of this. I think what makes the most sense is saying, so it'd be a helper function that's like, no, it'd be a logic function. If percent chance, oh man, I don't care about this breakpoint anymore. We'll make percent chance and it'll take in a number. So it's like can move to. Yeah, okay, let's do that. So instead of Blockly, we have can move to. We're going to say built-in percent chance, not change. And let's take that block, can move to tile. Yeah, here we go. Let's copy this, and we'll change this into this, and we'll say percent chance. And then this will be called percent value. And it is a number, and we don't need that, and we don't need that. So let's do this. Percent chance. Good. And if you don't specify a percent, what do you expect it to be? 0, 50, or 100? Probably 0. Okay, that's it. Let's try that out. So here's what we'll do. We'll make a bot that is pretty uninteresting. Andre says 50-50. See, here's why I think. Well, let me stop this for a second. Okay. So if you said where's percent chance? If percent chance, oh, that shouldn't say X. Okay, well, we gotta fix that. But if you accidentally wrote this code and you just forgot to put a percent in there, then I have a feeling that you don't want this code to execute at all. Because you forgot to plug in a number. Anyway, let's try this out. Let's put a 50% chance to move right and a 50% chance to move left. So just deploy. This should randomly move right and left. It looks like it's working. Yeah, so next, let's go into the block factory code and see how we can make this look a little bit better. Luke Delay also says 50. I don't know. Maybe I'll change it later. I think for now I'm going to stick with this. SwiftBlue says, starting Bachelor Game Art next year, have to learn a little bit of programming, don't understand it at all. I say start with Python. Go to Code Academy, try out Python. It's a fun little weekend thing you can do. And yeah. Brownie in motion, overpowered. Wiggle. Alright, let's take a dummy input text that says percent chance. God, I keep typing change. Change is bad. Then we take in, how does this work? Right, center? No, I don't want that. I always forget how this works. Connections. Input, inline. Oh, there we go, yeah, input inline. Then we say this. And then I want to put another input field after it that has text that says percent. Yes. That's what we want. So we need to add a dummy input afterward that just says text. So set align. We don't want that, I think, but we want this. Does that work? I don't know if this is right. Also, I'm starting to get hungry. Wow. There goes Roaming Eye again. I triggered him. He is the world's greatest Tumblerina. All right, we go into logic, and now we have percent chance with a percent here. Looks good to me. If you just say edit, it turns into percent chance 0. Yeah, looks fine. Okay. Done. Done, done, done. Actually, we could test one more thing if we really felt like it. Let's do this really fast. It should be if percent chance 100, then move right. Otherwise, move left. Deploy. Yeah, that makes sense. But if we set it to 0, then they all move left. Good. My keyboard cam is upside down. No, my keyboard's what's upside down, actually. My hands are actually over there. And yeah, you're seeing me type backwards. So that, hey, check it out. We have a Noyatron there. Hello, hello, hello. And do we have Mark Walbot anywhere? Whoop. We don't. Where's Mark Walbot? Oh no. No! He doesn't exist. Oh, there he is. Good old Mark Walbot. Alright. Let's keep that as is. This is going to be my next job after I'm done with Botland. It's going to be come up with wacky bot names. Code it, added the percent chance block weight block. Top right also. Oh yeah, you're right. There you go. So you pasted your keyboard under your desk? Yeah. That's what real coders do. That way you type twice as fast. Alright, good. Next is consolidating the code. I don't know, next might be get lunch. So I'm getting pretty hungry. But let's plan what we're going to do in the afternoon. Because I still have another like 4.5 hours. Well, 4 hours after lunch. We got about 4 hours left of coding. So what can we get done? Consolidating the code is a good thing to do, definitely. And then what else? What else do we want to do? Oh, life bars. Yeah, let's do life bars. And then I feel like we should add in another piece of hardware. So let me look at my game design doc for a second. And I'll maybe have you guys vote on the hardware. Where is it? I got to do this off screen because I want you guys seeing the game design doc. Imagine if I accidentally opened it up and it was just like Botland game design doc. Make money. I was just frequently looking at that on screen. No, this isn't even the right place to do this. Oops. You guys shouldn't have seen that. Oops. Alright, here we go. So, let's see. I've told you guys about artillery, so you know about that. Okay, so here are the ones we've already coded. We've already coded lasers, missiles, reflect. Oh, and so I guess you also know about regular shield. So reflect shield. I've mentioned thrusters. What else have we coded already? Cloaking, harvesting. So then there's mystery item number 1, mystery item number 2, mystery item number 3, and mystery item number 4. So there are 4 I've never talked about on stream before. And 3 I've talked about. And then 5 that I've done. So that works out to 12. Where did the 13th one? Oh, the 13th one was building, which was scrapped. So scrapped. Building. Coded already. These mentioned were these, and unrevealed are obviously the mystery item. So indeed. I wonder if I had you guys vote. Let's see, how would I even do this vote? Okay, let's do this. We'll say mystery item. There's ZT T, M, and E. Let's sort those in alphabetical order. All right, let's do this then. I'll make a straw poll. Which mystery hardware would you like revealed today? E, and I'll say, note each letter is the first letter of the hardware. All right, E, M, T, and Z, and you can only vote for one of these. So let's do this straw poll. And all of these are actually, well, no, I shouldn't tell you which ones are harder to code because I don't want you guys to know. So you're basically just voting on a letter that you want. Yeah, vote on that. And when I get back from lunch, we'll tackle this next. So I'll write add in life bars. No. So here's what our to-do list is. This is like afternoon to-do list. Afternoon. So all this stuff, and I'll say mystery hardware. And this poll is going to be going on for another like hour or so. Swiftblue, you can't vote in chat. So, all right, yeah, I'm gonna go get lunch. When I come back, I'll be back for roughly 4 hours, and we'll get some coding done. So BRB lunch, and now I think I need it. God, that keyboard cam is so annoying. It's like right where I'm typing on the screen. I can't see what I typed. Okay, 30 minutes. Is that long enough? Yeah, I think so. I'll just try to hurry. Okay, I'll be back. I'm gonna go eat lunch, and when I come back, like I said, I will be back for about 4 hours. C equals Zamboni. Hey everyone. Let's catch up on chat. Oh good, there's nothing really to catch up on. Alright, cool. Yeah, so we're gonna code the last couple of things that we had. These little items on missiles and then add in life bars. And then we're going to work on mystery hardware. Ooh. And mystery hardware, I'll relink the straw poll despite that it's pretty clearly the Zamboni hardware so far that's winning. It's not actually Zamboni, by the way. But I was laughing about that as I went to lunch. Consolidate missiles and lasers code. Alright, let's take a look at the commit we had for missiles and see how we can consolidate this the best. It was here. Yeah, this. So let's compare this to the last one. And then so Arena had some changes. And Arena, this code was what, exactly the same as the laser code? Other than the texture that was used? Is there a reason to differentiate missiles and lasers? I feel like there is. Because we could do this thing where... Yeah, I think there is a reason. So let's go into isLaser component. And let's say this as isMissile component. isLaser component. So let's make all, oh man, alright. I just screwed up basically every single thing I just typed. Let's try this again. Karen says, why did you choose to be a game designer? So, alright, I'll just answer what I think your question means, which is, yeah, how did I end up where I am now? I've always really liked games. And ever since I was a kid, when I started programming, I would work on games before working on things like utilities or tools or applications. So when I entered the industry as a professional developer, I did not enter the game industry. I went into more general tech. And it wasn't until, I don't know, I wasn't really enjoying my job, and I thought, what am I doing? I talked to my wife about it. She said, why don't you go into games? I mean, this is what you do for fun. And that's what got me there, and now here I am. So yeah. Whoa, what? 400 kilometer per hour winds? I can't even imagine that. isMissile component. We go into component names and we take isLaser and set this to isMissile. And that way the client can decide what to do when they get a projectile. So we change this to isMissile. Good. Next, instead of just make laser assemblage, I feel like there should be make projectile assemblage, and it takes in a type and then adds the correct component that it needs. In fact, this is... Alright, where's this called from? It should be like 2 places. Well, the missile code doesn't count because that's got to be fixed, but there's 2 of them. Where does this second one come from though? Oh, laser whiffed. Okay, yeah, so there are 2 places where this happens right now. We can change this so that this takes in... Well, what makes something a projectile? Yeah. Yeah, I think we'll do make projectile assemblage. NAJ4MPP1. How would you pronounce your name? And thank you for following, by the way. I'd say like Jamp, but that's probably not what you want. Or jam people or something, I don't know. All right, yeah, let's change this into make projectile assemblage. So make projectile assemblage. And one of the params we'll take in will be like projectile type. Is it a laser? Is it a missile? In fact, we could take in the, I don't know. Yeah, all right, well then let's rename this file. I'll open this, get renamed to projectile assemblage. Excuse me. Then we need to look all over the place for laser assemblage and change it. So this is now make projectile assemblage, and it's taken from projectile. Okay, so there's that. Next, we need to add something based on whether it is a laser or a missile. So we need to say projectile entity. Now, if params dot type projectile type equals laser, then add a laser component. And if it's actually, you know, let's take in a hardware ID. I think that makes the most sense. That way it's a constant. So let's take in hardware data IDs. So if this is, oh man, that keyboard camera is like super annoying for me because I can't see anything in the import section on my screen. Let's import from hardware constants. Excuse me. Okay. So we do import star as hardware constants from, and where are we? We're in ECS, so dot slash hardware constants. Good. Now we have the hardware constants, and we want to say if, I guess we pass in like hardware ID, projectile hardware ID. If it equals this dot IDs dot laser or lasers? Lasers. If it's lasers, then add the as laser component. Else, if it's missiles, then add in the missiles component. So let's put that there is missile component. We need to import that too. So that's missile and that's missile. Else, we can just assert here. Assert false unrecognized hardware ID for make projectile assemblage. And then we can say that ID params the hardware ID. Great. Lulong wants to rename a file in Java to another file. Did you try just doing Java rename file in Google? Rename a file using Java? Yeah, there's a rename too. You can just use this. Wahaha! Stack Overflow to the rescue. Okay, so we have this, and I think this is good. Now, if there is a target, pass it in. Okay, good. And this is a projectile assemblage. So now the word laser should no longer appear anywhere in here except for we're adding the component. Good. Yep. Next, we need to pass in the hardware ID that we want. So let's go back into Client Arena. And in here we pass in hardware ID. Do we have hardware constants already? Because if we don't, then yeah, we don't. Of course not. And this should be missiles anyway. So let's take this. This is lasers. And this is lasers. Alright, and then we import star as hardware constants. Some hardware constants. Hey, Wanakas. How are things going? Okay, good. So we have all of that done. Next, I think what we want to say is just projectile was fired. And that could either be a laser or it could be a missile. And it's up to the client to decide. Now, there are some slight differences here. No, actually, no. Not in fired, there wasn't. These things should be the same function. Let's take a look. So we have this and we have this. And if we diff the two selections, we have, let's see, missile was fired versus laser was fired, and then a string is different. So these are roughly the same. These are also the same. This is the same. This is... Well, this is the same for now. It might later change. Then this is the same, and then all of those things are the same. So yeah, we can combine these functions. That's what we've gotten. So we could say projectile was fired. Source, well, let's just take in all of them from here. Okay, so projectile was fired. That's going to do everything that we had in here. So let's put that here. And then we just need to remove laser was fired. So laser was fired is gone. Laser entity is now projectile entity. The type that we pass in is going to be, we could say something like hardware ID in here, hardware ID. And that's going to be, yeah, okay, good. Next, what else did we do? Laser sprite, so now we need to change this to projectile sprite. And we need to get the sprite based on which projectile it is. So let's do projectile sprite. And then let's get the texture that we want. So const texture equals hardware ID equals, what is it, laser? Hardware constants.id lasers. Then we want this. Otherwise we want this. And then here we just make use of the texture. Okay? And I think that's it. Yeah. Hey, hardline. Now we can just call this. The only thing new that we added was hardware ID. So here we're going to pass in all of these things that were passed in, and the hardware ID is the last one. So let's condense these things. And the hardware ID is hardware constants.ids.missile. Missiles. Yeah. So now we can get rid of this stuff. Why 3 equals? So that is no type coercion equals. So let's say you did this in actually let me show you the browser. Let's say you did this in JavaScript. You said 1 double equals 1. It says true. 1 triple equals 1 is false though. So the difference is that in double equals, it checks to see if they're exactly the same, and if they're not, it tries coercing one type into the other type. So in this case, one either the number becomes a string or the string becomes a number. I'm not sure which. But in this one, it's type and content comparison essentially. So like it sees that they're not, like number is not a string, so it doesn't compare anything even. It just stops right there. So because of that, you end up with weird things with double equals in JavaScript, where you can have, I don't know, like array can end up equaling an object or something like that. I don't remember what these things are, but yeah, it's better to be using triple equals. Lou Long says it's not working, presumably referring to the Stack Overflow rename. So do you have file objects? Because if you've loaded 2 file objects, supposedly the rename 2 should work. And if not, paste in your code and I can help you take a look at it. So missile was fired just calls projectile was fired, and now laser was fired should do the same thing. So let's pass in lasers. Okay, that looks good. Now we've combined that code. I know for sure that we screwed something up in there. I don't remember what. Oh yeah, that's right. Projectile was fired is never called. So now missile was fired. Let's change laser fired and missile fired into just projectile fired. Or maybe laser or missile fired? I don't know how we want to do that. Well, let's just do that for now. So we're going to get rid of laser fired everywhere. And we're going to get rid of missile fired. But the missile fired we're going to convert into projectile was fired. So let's get rid of all these things. This needs to change into projectile was fired. So this is going to be done away with. Yeah, that's gone. So 16 is gone. Laser fired, laser fired, laser fired. Yeah, all this stuff is going away. Okay, so that's everything. Now missile fired should be what's left in the wake here. Hardline, I am finishing up the missiles work, but they're pretty much already done. Lou Long says, I have one text file with my program names. Now I want to delete one line with the names. I need to write to another file. So now I want to set the name of the name.txt file to the old one. Okay, hold on a second. Let me comprehend that. I have one text file with your program names. So you have like program 1, program 2. I want to delete one line with the name. So you want to take like prog 1 from... Yeah, no, I don't totally understand what you're saying. But renaming a file should be the API that I linked, and then there should also be an API for deleting a file. There should be one for making a new file. So if you end up looking that stuff up, and even on Stack Overflow, I think that'll get you your answer the fastest. So yeah, missile fired needs to change all over the place to projectile fired. So let's continue to look through here. This is projectile fired. This doesn't need to exist any longer when I'm projectile, either a laser or a missile. Well, I'm not gonna like that either. By the way, why does the keyboard cam look like it's in a different position? So I made it upside down so that you guys can actually see me typing as though they're your hands. So now you're all role playing as me. This is why I signed up for Twitch, guys. Okay, let's change these and these. Okay, so that's everything. Now, did we screw anything up? Who knows? Let's search for laser fired. And let's search for missile fired. Good, neither one of those exists. So I think we just test this out now. And then we get to consolidating the other code. Let's just refresh this page. If this works, then hooray. So let's see. Nope, it's not working because no one's firing lasers. So how do we screw this up? No pub subtopic for undefined. What is the undefined in this case? I wonder if this is coming from... Let's see. Let's try this out. Hardline says, yeah, I'm a game programmer. Okay, no, this is still screwed up. Hardline, you just coded a bug. Alright, unrecognized hardware ID for make projectile assemblage. Oh, I'm not passing in, oh, whoops, make projectile assemblage. So this is being called from 2 places now. Oh, whoops, yeah, that's right. When lasers whiff, that shouldn't happen. No, what's going on? Hardware ID. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 were in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, whoops. This isn't right. No, I screwed up. No, sorry, Hardline screwed up. The keyboard is upside down under the desk, yeah. So I code by moving my hands like this. That's not a good thing to show on stream. Alright, nobody go back to the VOD and change that video into something worse than it is. Alright, so Hardline, what you screwed up here when you were coding this is there's now projectile was fired, and then it leaves it up to the client to figure out what the projectile is. I think we need to undo that. So, I mean, you didn't do a bad job, but it's not exactly correct. So, yeah, we'll need to fix that. That's okay, though. Alright, let's try to fix all of these. Thankfully, we have Control Z. Good, good, good. Yeah, that's fine. Projectile fired needs to go away. Good. Okay, I think that's everything. Let's take a look. No, that wasn't everything. Okay, is that gonna work? Laser was fired and missile was fired. I feel proud I made a bug. You should be ashamed of yourself. Yeah, okay, so this is what happens when lasers stop working. You end up with a game that's too peaceful. Like if no one's dying, look, there's overpopulation here. These machines are gonna run out of fuel at some point. it's just, I can't watch this, guys. Alright, we need to refresh. I hope there are lasers in this world. Okay, no. It's too peaceful again. Projectile was fired, so that's fine. Okay, I know how to fix this. We just need to say, in the client arena, projectile was fired. Here, this. This needs to change to this dot. Okay. Let's not let them overpopulate themselves. Just gotta wait for this build to finish. There we go. Now they should be shooting lasers. Nice! And also missiles. Wait for the red projectiles. Do we see any red? Come on, missiles. Show me the missiles. It is quite possible that missiles will never fire. Also that I'm going about this in the stupidest possible way. Let's do this. We'll make a missiles bot and we'll just say fire missiles. Deploy, deploy, deploy. Alright, these only have missiles. Yes, and look, lo and behold, they're screwing up. But why? Missile was fired. I wonder if it's not using a texture it should be using. We just need more lasers for overpopulation. That works in real life too. Let's go into util.js. Where's util? What is all this? Well, what is going on here? Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Util.js can't be found? Code execution? No, what? What does this even the console to? Do I have util now? I don't. What is going on? Is bundle even there? Did I not? Oh, the source map wasn't done being produced. Oh, okay. Now we at least have util.js, I bet. Yes, we do. This is why it's good to understand what your development tools are doing. Then let's deploy the missiles bot that we had before. So fire missiles, deploy. Oh, so this is just never getting hit. I wonder if client arena, what is it? Missile was fired. What did I call it? Missile was fired. Yeah, here. Is this ever getting hit? It is. So something's going wrong in here. Perhaps the texture is non-existent. What do we do down here? If hardware ID is lasers, then use the laser texture. Otherwise, use the missile texture. Well, let's see. What is hardware ID? Missiles. Yeah. So we go into the. Oh! I know what's happening. Okay. No. This is. Okay. So I have an indexer, and the way that it indexes is based on lasers right now. So I need to fix that up. Let's go into indexer name, and instead of getting projectile sprites, wow, this is correct. How about a bot with my name? All right, hardline. Hang on, let me fix this up first. So we either want it to have lasers or missiles. If it has either one of those, then I think we're fine. In fact, that should be it. Where else do we use is laser anywhere else? Oh yeah, here. This isn't gonna work. Should we add an is projectile component? And then combine these. And then lasers are just like a sort of subclass of that. Or I guess we could just modify it here. Wait, no, isn't it? Yeah, chase target system here. Is laser component. So is laser and is missile. Is projectile equals util.exist is laser or util.exist. Okay, got it. Yeah. So here's what the problem was. We were only checking to see if some things were lasers before. So we need to check this, and we need to make sure that we're making use of this wherever there is. Too much programming. Okay, I think I did it. So Hardline wanted me to create a bot named after him. We'll make the next missiles bot named after him. How about that? We just need to get rid of this breakpoint. Oh, what's happening? Yeah, they're gone. Alright, so let's make a bot that shoots missiles and has missiles here, and we'll just call it hardline. Alright, there we go. Yep, and we see, alright, thanks to the bug fixing abilities of the new role player, Swift Blue, we got missiles bots working now. Yeah. Okay. So that's working. Next, we need to go into the code execution system and fix that up. So fire missiles. Actually, this isn't so bad. It's really the reflect code where I think this converges. Yeah, and then it does converge, so we can fix that up. Okay. Yeah, let's go into code execution system, fire lasers and fire missiles. So when we finally get a target for fire lasers, we run through this code. And this handles reflection. So we need to make it, we need to make this either do laser or missile code. I guess what we could do is, we could either export all of this into a function, or we could say get intended, get actual, get, well, get intended and get actual. Alright, let's try it. Let's try it the first way. Eruptor says, please read this. I coded the number guessing game. Oh, good job. Did you have fun doing it? Because I think there are two important things when it comes to coding. One is have fun, and two is learn stuff. And that's it. Nobody cares about the product. The important thing is never make a product. Who cares? So here we could say something like this. And I don't know if this is best, but we could say something like fire projectile. And then we can say, you know, the target entity, and what else would we even need to pass in? Damage and what you're firing. So lasers. Hardware content.ids.lasers. We could do something like that. And this can handle sending out a message also. Or, so this is method number one. Method number one is this. Or method number two is something like, let me think about this. Method number two could do all of that except for this, so it would have to get the intended target back. I think this is what we do, but there's one thing I don't like about this. Adam can't read, he can only write. Okay. I have no idea what you guys just said, because I couldn't read it. I think fire projectile makes the most sense. The part that I'm concerned about is that we're going to end up with a lot of code that looks like this. If we're using lasers, then do something. If we're using missiles, then do something. And that should all be, I don't know, defined somewhere else. Each component would essentially need to know what message do I route. Now there is a slightly different way of doing this. We could, I don't know, there won't be that many different kinds of projectiles, so maybe this doesn't matter so much, but it might eventually. Well, let's combine this code for now. So let's say fire projectile. We're going to say target entity. There were two other things I wanted to add here. It's target entity, damage, and then hardware ID. Damage and hardware ID. So let's put a bookmark there, and then a bookmark here. And then this code is going to be in the function that we're writing. target entity, damage, lasers. Okay, can we just put this here? I doubt it. We probably need a little bit more than this. So we have target entity, then we take in the active bot, good, that's all fine. Then we have intended target, get real ID, good. Good, these things are fine also. That's all good. This needs to be changed to damage. And then same thing down here, this needs to be changed to damage. And then depending on what hardware we have, we're going to route a different function. So let's do let router action equal null if hardware ID equals hardware constants ID lasers, then router action equals router actions dot laser fire. Else if, and we take the same thing again, if it's missiles, then it's missile fired. Else we assert false, unrecognized hardware ID in fire projectile. Hardware ID. Okay. And then we just send that router action over the wire. Alright, that looks good. Now laser should not factor into this function at all. Shot a projectile that did not have a health component. Yeah, that looks good. Then we call the same thing from our missile code. Why is this? Okay, we call the same thing from our missile code. And we have this same sort of code up here. So we can just do this, missiles. And then, oh whoops, damage is wrong. This is missile damage, and down there it should be laser damage. Where is it? Laser damage. Zonk Zebra, cool name, says, is this in a GitHub repo somewhere? I'm hesitant to make suggestions without a better understanding of the code base. So no, it's not, and you should just totally make any suggestions you want, and I can always tell you if something is not applicable, but chances are what I'm coding in particular right now could definitely be done better. And this is where I'm debating on whether to do it now or later. There are going to be a couple more projectiles in the future, but not too many more. Lasers and missiles differ in very, I want to say subtle ways to the user, but they're very big ways in code. Streaming Fire said, where did you learn all these coding tricks, like cutting a whole line in one, etc.? Oh, the Sublime shortcuts? So I'm just a huge fan of learning editors, and I end up using a lot of different plugins and hotkeys. So one of the ways that I did this at one point was I just went into the default key bindings and thought, is there anything in here that I'm not using that would make sense to use? So Sublime has a lot of cool functionality. Like if I wanted to change this variable hardware ID everywhere, I can just set multiple cursors and change it to whatever I want. And I'm changing all of them at once. So you'll frequently see me use something along those lines to modify lots of lines of code. And the plugins that I use too, you guys might see this every once in a while. I say something like, oh, move left. And I say, wait a second, that should have been right. When you look at that, you might think, wait, what? How did you just do that? And so to talk about some of this stuff, if you go to bot.land, you'll find all of the different links that I have available. One of them is the blog, and the most recent blog post is about my Sublime environment. So I'll link this in chat. This goes over all the different plugins that I use, and I put a video at the bottom of this post for just like a 3-minute demo of all the different plugins and kind of what they do. Dethia says maybe use polymorphism for the missiles. So whenever I see something like that, I have these if statements, if ID equals lasers, and then there's like laser code, and then if ID equals missiles, then yeah, missiles code. Yeah, that's immediately what I think too is use inheritance. The thing is, these are these are just components that I have, and that's why I was saying I'm gonna wait for this to expand to, let's say, a third one, and then I think if this were something like artillery, then I think I would say, all right, yeah, no, I need to do this in a better way. But for right now, there are just two things, so I think I'm gonna leave this way, knowing that it's not maybe the best way. And there, that's it. So this should be working. Should be working the same way it was working. So we should see some lasers get fired as soon as, there we go. Yeah, and then we should be able to create missiles as well. So let's put some missiles down. Fire missiles. Yeah, okay, looks good. Over-engineering is the best of all of us. Yeah, and that's why I'm trying not to do this too much yet. I think there will be much more difficult hardware coming out because there are going to be a lot of different variations, but I haven't gotten around to coding those yet. We're still working our way through the base hardware. So this is what I showed before lunch, which, by the way, I will link this straw poll again if you guys want to vote in it at all. Whoops, I linked to the results page. So if you go to, I think that's the voting page. But anyway, I coded building last week, and then we scrapped building this week. So there's no more building in the game. But what I've coded already that's accessible in the game, lasers, missiles, reflect, cloaking, and harvesting. What I've mentioned to you guys on stream before is artillery, shields, and thrusters. And then there were these 4 pieces of mystery hardware. And what you'd be voting on in that straw poll is which mystery hardware you want me to code after. What is M again? Let me think about this. Oh, I know what M is. Okay. Yeah. And that's what I'm going to do once I'm done with life bars. So missiles look like they're working. Let's also run the tests. So I'll rerun all the tests, and I will also do, I'll lint my code. And then we can get ready to check this in. I think this is everything, right? I have will missiles hit, and then fire missiles. And fire missiles was the thing that took up like 80 lines of code. What is this? Should not stick to preceding expression. Yeah, that was it. Okay, here go the tests. Alright, good. Well, we didn't break anything major because the tests are all passing. And other than a couple minor linting issues, this isn't too bad. It's funny that it took you 4 lines to type out one thought. That's okay though, you fixed a bug. So good. Hardline says, I began writing my idea of a game on papers last night. I always find that process very fun when you start to think of a game and what all the possibilities are. The part that's frustrating for me is when you get to the point where you're maybe, I don't know, somewhere between 40 and 80% of the way through your game design, and now you have to answer questions like, how does artillery work? So in Botland, like, how does it shoot? What makes it different from missiles? How is that going to work with everything else? Where do resources factor into the artillery? Okay, what if you're close and you're shooting You have all these questions that you have to answer that there's no immediate right answer. And even once you've done it, what I keep wondering about with Botland is, I'll give you an example, Reddit. Reddit has upvotes and downvotes, and you get karma for that. At least that's what they call it. And karma's not worth anything. Let's say Reddit made a simple, if you think of their decision tree, they had, should karma be worth something? Yes, no. They chose no. Suppose they'd chosen yes, and you could later cash in your karma and get, I don't know, Reddit t-shirts or something like that. It'd be a very different website, all from one seemingly small decision, which other things are then based on. So what in Botland seems like a small decision that could make or break the game. Now, there are small things like, oh, I've only let you put 7 different slots on here. So this, for example, is a complete machine. You have 7 slots, and they're taken up. What if I said, oh, we'll have a small bot, and that'll be really fast, and it'll only have 3, and we'll have a large bot, and that'll be really slow, and it'll have 10. That's a seemingly small decision. How does that impact the game, though? So these are things where I really like designing a game from scratch, but then you come to these hard conclusions that it's like, I don't know, we'll have to try it out and see how it works, but even then you don't know what did the other path take me down. Zonic Zebra says, this for fun or profit? Are you a one-man team? Have you made a commercial game before? Well, I know you asked it as an exclusive or is it for fun or profit? It's for both, but it's for profit in the way that you're asking it. Are you a one-man team? No, I'm the only person developing it though. And have you made a commercial game before? Only kind of. So I worked at a game company in my last professional job, and that's a commercial game, but did I do it myself? No. Have I made other games myself? Yes. And the last one that I made was this, which is a game called OpHog. That one is completely open source. But this is how I learned JavaScript, so I don't think the source is very good. But yeah, you can play this game right there on the site. You can go to this and start a new file and, I don't know, mess around with it. And if you do play this, let me know what you think. I made this a while ago, and I made it with a friend of mine. So yeah, you can deploy some units and then they go down and they fight. Yeah, and by the way, Zero, feel free to ask any other questions or give me the feedback you wanted to about the code. Like, worst case scenario, I just don't incorporate it. I think we're done. I think we're done with this. We fixed the linting errors. We fixed the... Oh, we only have to comment something, and that was in code execution system, fire projectile. So this function handles possible reflections of projectiles. The intended target. Damage is the amount of damage it'll do, and hardware ID is hardware constants.ids. The kind of projectile is it. And it doesn't return anything. And I think this should have... Yeah, okay, good. Wait, does this return anything? No, it doesn't. Roving Eye says, and you should see what he can do with a liter of vegetable. Oh god. Manaka says, I played the game one day and won. It was very fun. Well, cool. And Sonic Zebra says, neat, a web developer myself, always curious how people get into it. Block is a great find, have to remember that for future projects. Yeah, I really like it. And I think it makes great sense for a programming game where you just drag blocks on and these don't connect, so like this is an invalid program. Well, the people who do know how to code can just use JavaScript. Okay, so yeah, we need to check this in. Let's get closer to doing that. And then we'll work on light bars, and then we'll work on mystery hardware. Okay, so yeah, this is for either lasers or missiles at this point. Then we should have a few things that changed. Projectile was fired is now where, yeah, okay, so let's write that. Find arena projectile, whoa. Projectile was fired. I don't know what just happened right there. So I'm gonna write this, I'll just write this here. This is where lasers and missiles will converge. Lasers and missiles that you get from the server will converge in code. Yeah, that sounds good. Good. I'm fine with all of that. I think there's one spot in the code execution system that I think I could clean up. This stuff is fine. Yeah, and that's fine for now too. This is going to have to change at some point. That can't be checked in, and that can't be checked in. So the thing that could change, I think, is fire projectile. Target entity, yeah, I need to change the name of target entity. That's got to be different. Yep, so let's go do that. Code execution system, fire projectile, target entity. So this should be changed to intended target. Intended target. And then we get rid of this line where we set them to be equal. Right? Because then we don't use target entity anymore. Yeah. So hopefully that works the same way. We will definitely run the test for that, because I don't know if it's going to work. Then this is missile, added in is missile component. So now the client has a way of identifying these if it wants. Although these are never serialized. Oh well. Alright. Refactored. Let's also take a look at this. If we check to see how many lines of code did I add. So I added 37, 38, 411, 10, 47, 1, and then a brand new file. That doesn't really count. And then I removed this many. 111, 10, 54, 28. So I added 139 and I removed 148. I think that's decent. So refactored some laser and missile code to make it more generic. There are still some small issues, e.g. the repeated use of if ID equals lasers, laser code, else missile code. But I am going to save refactoring that for later. As long as Zebra says, what do you do to keep yourself writing good tests, personal rules, etc.? Can you show some of the tests for the express routes and middleware? Still looking for a good way to test middleware that feels right. So I'm not, hang on one sec, let me push this code first. So I'm not writing tests for any middleware yet. And in fact, oh, hang on a second. Now that I realize it, if my keyboard cam is on, I can't ever type passwords, even if it's off screen. Okay, so given that I'm writing a game, I don't really have any web stuff that's taking place yet. This isn't even accessible to other people, but right now I go to this page and it serves up a static HTML page, and that's it. There's no templatizing, there's no anything right now. But the actual game tests that I write, so the way I look at it is, for Botland, the most important code I'm writing right now is in the Arena and the code execution system. So the tests that I have 4 different sets of tests. I have 3 different unit tests, and then I have the Arena test, which is a big integration test. These tests are, I don't know, there's probably 50 of them in this file. But here's an example of one. Let me give you an easy example of one of these. The missiles one we just wrote, for example. Yeah, so here's an example of one of the tests I wrote. I make a missiles bot, and all the code it has does is fire missiles. And then I make another bot, and then I make sure the other bot starts at full life, then I fire missiles at it, and now it took damage. Is that all true? If so, then yes, that passes. So in my mind, anything that the user gets access to in the game, so all of these things, I can write code and I can do a whole bunch of stuff. Does that work, and does it work deterministically every time? The only non-determinism that's in the game so far comes from reflecting, which is a % chance of something happening. And I guess you could also write in your own random variables if you want. But other than that, when a laser hits you, it's going to do 500 damage. Or when a missile hits you, it'll do 300 damage. Or you can always shoot between this range and this range. So we're trying to minimize random number generation in the game for the sake of game design, not for any other reason. It doesn't make it harder to sync across the network or something. So yeah. Okay. I believe I just checked that in. Yes, I did. Alright, so where do we stand? We need to... Oh yeah, people wanted me to do this. So I'll run a giveaway so you guys can see what's happening right now. So what's happening now is that you guys are all getting a bot created in the Arena that represents you, but all you have is lasers. So if I do debug main.giveaway, so here's what's happening now. I broke everything. Cannot read properties serialize of undefined. Well, that is interesting. Where is this coming from? Main 141? Slot configuration? Okay, let's put a breakpoint then. What is going on? Create AI player. So we make a player for this. That did not seem like the right function. Giveaways are broke hype. No, let's find out what's happening here. Alright, Nordman. So we create a player, and then we route player created arena, or entered arena. And then we try using a slot configuration. And yeah, this doesn't exist. It's coming from here. I'm trying to use lasers. Lasers is not defined. Oh, right, lasers is not defined. Oh, whoops, okay. Yeah, so let me fix this really fast. Okay, this should say lasers and missiles. I forgot to check for updates because that code is relatively self-contained. Yeah, so okay, let's rerun the giveaway now. All right. So good. Now you all have bots created for you in the Arena. Now you can see though you're all shooting lasers and you're not doing anything really special. And we all want to feel special, right? So I think what I'm going to do next is you guys all have totally different AI that's still part of the offensive AIs. So let's see what we have. Who's going to win this? We have Monadic Bind, Metsuro, one Bowman Ho, and then this guy, a spammer, I think, who consistently wins giveaways somehow. Okay, Monadic Bind is the winner. Despite that it doesn't look like it. Unless this person is not a spammer, in which case, just speak up. Otherwise it is Monadic Bind who wins. Token Monadic Bind. Void Dreamer says, Adam, I started working on a Node.js app, and I'm fairly certain ES6. Of course, thanks to you, I'm using Bootstrap, and I just completed Active Directory authentication with group membership authorization. Well, nice. Good job. Yeah, I haven't done anything with Active Directory in a long time. Okay, so anyway, what I showed you guys was you all just had lasers. Now, what happens if I gave you guys more interesting hardware? So let's try this out. Here's what we'll do. We'll say client constant. Oh, whoops, we need to do it this way. What AIs can we possibly give you? So let's take a look. We have all the combos right here. Oh, wait. Well, we don't end up using this, do we? Code equals possible AI scripts, and then slot configuration equals AI hardware configs. So instead what we need to do is we need to come up with which of these are going to be good combos. And unfortunately, I kind of had to do this by hand. Yeah, let's say const possible AI combinations equals yeah, I don't know how better we can do this, because this is just giveaway code, and it's going to get removed from the final game anyway. So I don't think it's really bad if I do this. Oh, people are above 1,000 points. Oh my god. There's too many points. Alright, so what do we have? Move randomly. We're not going to let you guys have that, because then you just lose immediately. Although really, does it matter? How do you guys feel about that? No, we can't do that. You have to be offensive in some way, otherwise we might end up with a stalemate where like someone laid a landmine and then there were two bots that were just moving around, and Missiles bot hit that and whatever else. Alright, so we have Dumb Hunter. Some of you will be Dumb Hunters. I'm sorry, but that's just Tricky Crumbles. Some of you will be Cloak and Lasers. Some of you will be Hunt and Harvest, which means you'll be harvesting, which means you'll be wasting time, because harvesting does not help you at all. Some of you will be Mines and Lasers, and some of you will be Hunt with Lasers. Okay, there we go. So now we're going to pick const your AI combo equals _.sample possible AI combinations. And then we take this from here. So code is the first one, and this is the second one. Okay, let's try that out. The stream calls you dumb. Hey William. Welcome back. I'm not gonna make a bank heist command, no. Alright. Let's rerun this giveaway. And now we should have some very interesting. Shouldn't this be inside the loop? This, yes, should be. You are totally correct. And I give points for when people find bugs. So point long zebra, let's give you 2 points for that. Okay. Yeah, your AI combo and then the code and everything that you have is going to go down here. Alright, we wait for that to finish building. And it's done. And then we just need to pull the names that we had back here. So let's take these and let's run this giveaway. And hopefully what we see this time is that you all have very distinct hardware. Nope, because I coded something wrong, and it was this. This needs to be client constants, I believe. What did this used to say? If current. This used to say client, yep. So this needs to say client constant. Constants, and then same thing over here. Client constants. Keyboard cam is giving me a headache. Wait, is it actually? Is it because it's so like weirdly positioned? Should I put this here? Is this better for you, Void Dreamer. Alright, let's rerun this. You ready? Here goes the giveaway. Ah, still didn't work. Let's take a look. What did I screw up? Slot configuration is your AI combo. Yeah, let's just try this out again. I don't know what's happening here. Possible AI combos are yes. There are many arrays now, and your AI combo. Oh, these are just IDs. Oops. Oh man. Fine. Way to be an idiot, Adam. Way to be an idiot. So here's what we do instead. We delete this and this, and then we say these things. Alright. Really long says, why don't I get points from you? If you fix bugs, you can get points. Like what Zonk Zebra did was suggest that I put something inside the for loop that should have been inside the for loop. So that sounds like a bug to me. Aha, there we go. Okay, you can see some of you are cloaked immediately, which is going to give you quite a competitive advantage. Although, wait a second, these aren't even shooting. What is your code? Oh, it only shoots when you're visible? I do not follow what those bots are doing. I gotta take a look at their code. Like, what is this person doing? Yeah, who knows? This is weird. Yeah, let's look at your code. Actually, here, I'll look at it over here while the arena finishes itself up. And let's see, we have... What did I say are the valid scripts? So there was Dumb Hunter. What does Dumb Hunter do? Dumb Hunter does, if will lasers hit, fire lasers. If will missiles hit, fire missiles, move. Okay, well that's fine. So that's one script. What else do we have? Cloak and lasers. Cloak and lasers says, if can cloak, cloak. If will lasers hit, fire lasers. If is cloaked, move. Oh. Oh, so these guys are only going to shoot when they're in the path of someone. They won't go out of their way to seek someone out. So we're going to have to turn cloak and lasers off, I think, because otherwise it's going to take a very long time. Well, we can increase the tick time and make it go. Okay, yeah, let's speed up the arena. So debug main.simulation server.arena.code exclusive.tick time equals 1. Alright, super speed. Still not over. Good God. Finally. Alright, who was... Oh! They just died. They killed themselves. I think that was Kunskinny. I think Kunskinny just walked over a landmine. Alright, yeah. Token Kunskinny. Cloak and lasers is pretty broken. Can you get negative points? No. Someone tried that. Actually, Demonic167 is the person who tried that. So yeah, cloak and lasers is now gone, so there will not be any cloaking. And let's just run that one more time. So I'm going to use the same people who are already in the channel. Well, no, I'll take the new people, I guess. Wednesday killed himself. Alright, let's take... So here are the people who are in the channel now, and I'll run a giveaway with them. So debug main.giveaway. Okay, now there's no cloaking, but you guys can still have landmines and possibly reflect? No, I guess you don't have reflect. Well, at least some of you have missiles. Who will win? I think some of you are harvesting. Alright, it's Destidom, Frugal, and Lulong. And I'm pretty sure the vision range is set to 10. So where does that put you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, these two should see each other. Maybe their code isn't such that they'll pursue each other though. Oh goodness, fine. I can't give you guys random scripts entirely. I need to make scripts that make sense for giveaways, because otherwise this is going to happen. And, let's speed this up again. Alright, Lulong wins. Hardline says Cloak and Lasers. I'll remember that and say when I played this game. I remember when Cloak and Lasers was broken. Yeah, let's just give you guys... Alright, we're gonna have to prune this down. We'll give you Hunt with Lasers. So Hunt with Lasers is fine. It's Mines and Lasers that's not fine. And Hunt and Harvest? What does Hunt and Harvest do? If will lasers hit fire lasers, otherwise find the close spot. So that's fine too. So we can keep Hunt and Harvest, and we can keep Hunt with Lasers. But that's it for right now. MS Fisher says, still haven't tried my new cool light codes. Well, you better get a token then. And Lulong, can you use it tomorrow? No. It goes away every night when I shut down my computer. Okay, yeah, so this was like a really boring change then. How about I code you guys an AI that if you get, you'll destroy everybody? No, nobody wants that. Yeah, let's just check this in. So, the bots created during the giveaway can now have one of two different scripts. Yeah, that's it. Oh, good test, Lulong. Trying to get more points than you have. Okay, it's all come down to... Oh wait, no, we're not there yet. We gotta add in life bars. Alright, so for life bars to work, we need to figure out in Pixie how to draw primitives. And I don't know if this is something... I think they let you do this. So let's see, they had examples somewhere. Where are the examples? Oh, examples. There they are. Okay, and then I think there was something like graphics. Yeah, so this is what I want. Yeah, and you have graphics, line 2, and all this stuff. So we're going to do this. We're going to draw life bars. Let's go into Client Arena, and for the sake of this, let's say Simulation Server. We're going to turn off the Simulation Server and just create a single bot called Doofus. And Doofus is going to have a life bar on it. Long says, can you give my token to MS Visser? Yeah, you can whisper the link. Make an AI bot that kills people 2 blocks away when it dies. Oh, so the self-destructing or blowing up when you die, we decided not to do that for now. We might add that later and make an AI boss that we all kill together. So, Hardline, it's a good idea, and that's probably going to be a game mode eventually. I don't want to reveal too much. On mobile, can't copy links. Oh, fine. Fine, Lulong, you're going to make this difficult on me. Token, MS Visser. You guys ready? MS Visser is apparently going to cause some crazy rave to happen in my room. Prepare for madness. I'm not even totally sure what to expect right now, because I know you've been coding this. So fine, let's see what's going to happen. Voyager says, I know you're protected of personal information, but if I can guess your age, would you confirm it or time me out? No, I would neither confirm nor deny it. MS Visser, I don't think it worked. Unless that was the rave. Because that light changed. But I didn't really see anything else happen. Okay, that's different. You made him blue. And that one's purple, I guess. I am disappointed, MS Visser. I'm very disappointed. I was expecting more. Okay, let's code this. Oh, Zonk Zebra, that's you? Oh, it is Zonk Zebra. But MS Visser was doing something too. Someone connected to the token server object to object? What in the world is going on? Did you have fun, Zonk Zebra? Hoji Gameology says, what language is the code? Is it complex to write it? The code that I'm writing is JavaScript, more specifically ECMAScript 6. The code that people write in the game is a subset of ECMAScript 5, but they can also write in Blockly if they want. So let's go to the client arena, and where we have render entities, we're going to render life bars. Where should life bars go? Let's refresh this. I think life bars go above the bot. I think that would make the most sense. We'll put them like right beneath the name maybe. So I think we'll put it here. I don't know. I think text component should actually be going down here. And then I think we draw life bars right underneath that. So draw life bars. So let's see how this works. We have this whole graphics equals new pixie graphics, and then I guess we just start doing things in sort of immediate mode. Oh no, we have to add graphics to this stage. The debug code was on, so it didn't spam your server. Well, you lost your chance. Maybe tomorrow, MS Visser, or maybe whenever I stream next. Yeah, so here's what I'm wondering about for this. We have to make a new graphics and then add them. So what we could do is make a life bar component and draw that. Let's try it out. So client makes a bot. Let's do see a life bar component. I don't know if that makes sense. It's really just a storage. Yeah, fine. Let's do it. Before we do it, let's code just one of these. Let's make a fake life bar component. So we'll say something like, where does Pixie get set up? So set up Pixie, and then when this is done, what does this do? Oh, is this called after? Yeah, this, okay, good. So we're gonna say this dot life bar equals Pixie, new Pixie dot graphics. Okay, good. So that's good. Next, we can say begin fill, line style, move to, and lines, and all this stuff. But draw rect is what I want. Let's do this. I don't know what 2 and 1 mean here. Probably line thickness or something. Where is the documentation on this? Adam, how about just grab the life bar code from Apak? So I'm going to do something sort of like that. I just need to figure out the Pixie API for this. So here's the documentation, and we have graphics. And we have draw rect somewhere in here. Here we go, draw rect. So how does this work? X, Y, width, height. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to find out though. It's line style that I want to figure out. Line style is line width, color, and alpha. So this is line width, color, and alpha. Okay, yeah, let's set line width to just 1. The color, blue is fine, sure. Let's make it red actually. That way we can see it above the arena. And then the rectangle that we're going to draw, we'll just draw at, I don't know, 0, 0, 50, 20. And then we need to add it to, we need to render it at some point. This dot life bar. So let's go here. Camera dot render this dot life bar. Is that all we need to do? Let's try that out. Okay, so there's our life bar. I'm going to draw that in a much more obvious place. Let's say 200, 200. And then we know that we can draw rectangles now, so now we just want a filled rectangle. We could just say the line width is very large, but maybe there's a way to do this. there's end fill, that must mean there's a start fill. No, there's no start fill. Oh, begin fill. Okay, I guess start would be the opposite of stop. Specifies a simple one color fill that subsequent calls to others, such as line to or draw circle, will use. So let's do begin fill. They actually use this in here, don't they? Yeah, line style, draw circle, line style. And they draw a shape, draw a second shape, draw a rectangle. So this thing that they're animating is just a bunch of lines. I don't want to do that exactly. Let's try this out. In fact, we can try it here. We can do graphics.beginFill oxffff. This will be bright pink. And so now if we refresh this rectangle might turn bright pink. Oh good, that worked perfectly. Lulong, I don't see your token in here either. Alright, so not just draw rect, but we also do this. This dot lifebar dot begin fill, and we say something like, let's say green, and what is the 1 in begin fill? Alpha, or the alpha. Color alpha. Okay, so now what we should have is a red rectangle with some green on the inside, and the green might take a second. Yeah, there we go. Now, the only problem we're having is it disappears when we zoom in too far. So that all works. Then we try zooming in, and now it just disappears right around here. Why might that happen? Oh, this has to do with whether it's visible in the camera. I see. The camera... how do we do this? And why is that not a problem with text? That's very peculiar. Camera, render, life bar. And render is checking to see if it's visible. And render is based on... Oh, perform visibility test. We can just say perform... No, we do want it to show though. Checks its position.x and position.y. Yeah, how could this be wrong then? Alright, well we know that when I zoom into this level it's not visible. So let's put a breakpoint on drawing the... So we'll go into client arena and we'll go into life bar code, this. So this is failing, probably because it's not visible. So I expect to hit line 315, and I do. So what is this? Old x is 0? Well, that's the problem. Object.position.x shouldn't be 0. What? Oh, because they're graphics. No, it's stupid. Also, I just thought of a way to improve the performance of this. Okay, so I know what's happening, and I know how I think I'm going to fix this. Yeah. And the text, this wasn't a problem because we set the x and the y here. So here's how we need to do this. We need to render this as such. We say this dot lifebar dot position dot x equals 200 and dot y equals 200, but then we draw this stuff as though it's at 0, 0. So that should fix this. Hardline says, are you going to add rewards for winning a game and stuff? In Botland? Eventually, but not for quite a long time. And, hey Can. Okay, let's see. We should now have a life bar that looks like it's the same as before, except for that now it should be zoomable. Yeah, good, it is. And when we zoom out, at some point I was going to say, we get this weird, like, it looks like the red is kind of disappearing, but that's fine. Because it has to do with zooming. Yeah, so we can code life bars now. Now what we really should do is probably just show, we should show like numbers in it, but I don't even think I'm going to do that at first. I think I'm just going to put this life bar over this bot and yeah, get it to work. What are we problem fixing today? So missiles are now working, and I coded tests for reflect. So now what we're going to do is we're going to add in life bars, and let me lower my desk for this. I'm going to mute my mic, and then we're going to code a special mystery hardware. Okay. Which, by the way, if you guys want to get in on this, voting for mystery hardware, you can vote in the straw poll there. Which I don't know how much this has changed. No, it's a tie. Oh. Alright. Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing that. I will say this. My vote would probably be for Z, but M is something that was not in the prototype. So, getting life bars to work. Let's add a life bar component that's going to keep track of this. How do we want to do this though? When the bot's life changes, we can modify the life bar. Or rather, we could... Okay, no, the life bar is just going to keep track of this graphics. This graphics object. Is that the best way of doing this? So life... how do I want to do this? Life bar component. It could just keep track of graphics and have the ability to render it. This.graphics equals new pc.graphics. And then it would know how to set these things appropriately. I think that makes the most sense. So let's do it. So health component, we're going to change into, sprite component? Sprite component. We'll change this into a life bar component. Good, and we'll go into component names and we'll change sprite to life bar. And then capitalize that. Then in here, we'll change sprite component to life bar component, and this to life bar. M got one extra vote, is up to 22. Can I leave with a light show? Fine, MS Visser. Don't test your code and then blame it on me and make me make you a new token. Fine. Alright, so this won't take in graphics. This is going to take in, well, nothing. And it's going to say this.graphics equals new pixie.graphics. I think that needs to be capitalized. And yeah, let's do this. Interactive children. I don't know if we need to do this. If I don't do this and the interaction manager chokes. Do graphics even have that? Alright, this is MS Visser and the new Rave. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. Alright, I can appreciate this. Can you make two rectangles, one red, one green, and when your HP drops, the red rect goes? Oh, so how to draw this is not the problem. The problem was just how do I keep track of this stuff? And now the more important thing is how do I make this not... So if I go into debug main.arena.lifebar, does this have an interactive property? It does, and that's set to false, and interactive children is set to true. Yeah, good. Yeah, so then this is correct, and then when we dispose this, we can dispose of the graphics. Do we have a dispose function? Dispose. No, we don't. Destroy? Destroy sounds harsh. Container prototype destroy. What's the difference between dispose and destroy? For each WebGL data entry, destroy. Well, let's try destroying it and see what happens. So that rectangle might disappear over there, which is probably being covered by my camera anyway. So now it won't let me render it because the position is dead. Okay, yeah, it's probably destroyed. Well, good job, MS Visser. That was pretty nice. And yeah, it didn't kill the server, and it looked pretty cool. Can't you set the length of a rectangle? Yeah, you can. Okay, so we just need to call destroy in here on the graphics. Good. There we go. So we have this stuff. We don't need the assert or load dash. Right, do we use these things? No and no. Yeah, we don't need that stuff anymore. Then let's see, when we create a bot, we need to create a life bar component for it. We're gonna have to do this sort of thing in here. So let's do that. We'll say this dot graphics dot line style begin fill draw rect. We'll fix this up in a little bit. Then we go into where we create a bot sprite. So let's just not render this for now, the life bar. We'll go down to our second bookmark, comment that out. Now bot sprite should show up in here somewhere here. What we're going to do is we're going to make a life bar component. And this is life bar component. Good. CMS Bisu. And no, don't worry about the set to white because after 5 minutes, my lights were turned to white automatically. Andre says, are you creating LifeBar components on both client and server or just the client? Just the client. Which is why I'm doing this where I do the bot sprite codes and sprites only exist on the client also. So let's do this. Const LifeBar component equals new LifeBar component. And then we'll add this bot entity.add component LifeBar component. Alright, next up, if it has a LifeBar component, we render it. So let's do that. Get component, LifeBar component. And this is on the entity. If it exists, then we do const graphics equals LifeBar component dot graphics. And we say graphics dot x equals, let's do the same thing that we use for the text x, but then the y position is going to be a little bit lower. So let's say this plus, I don't know, let's just make them size 10 for right now. They don't need to be very large. And then render it with this, graphics. Good. Now finally we just need to update it based on the amount of health that it has. So let's do this. LifeBar component dot update health. And for this to work, we need to we could link it to a health component if we wanted to. And then, no. Yeah, so let's do this for right now. So we'll do health component. Do we have that? No, we haven't gotten it yet. So get component, health component. Now, if it got a life bar component, it must have a health component. So let's just get this, and we'll say update health component. Now, the life bar component is going to take in update health component. That way it has life and max life. So how do we want to do this? Life equals health component dot life, and max life equals that. All right, so this is going to be. Oh, we can do the whole life bar in here. That'll work just fine, I think. So, how do I want these to look? I don't really care if they're that pretty or anything. So let's make just a border rectangle. So that'll be this. And we'll make this, sure, the colors don't matter. Let's just do this for now. So the rectangle length is going to be 64, and we'll say to do pull in tile size, something along those lines if we felt like it. And the size we'll just say is 10 for right now. So this will be the OX 37, 37%. Okay, good. So this will be like the background rectangle. Then we draw the life rectangle. So we're going to do this. We're going to say line width. Well, line width doesn't matter. We just don't want to draw anything. Okay, then we begin fill in green. RGB. And then this will be based on the size of. Oh, wait a second. We can't update this dynamically, can we? Thing.clear is how we'd have to do this. All right. Well, I guess we have to do it then. So we say, yeah, we just make graphics that are empty. And then what happens is, in here we say, this dot graphics dot clear. Tile size is 64 for right now. That might end up changing though. We clear the graphics, we draw the background, we draw the foreground, and the foreground is based on the percent fill that we have. So const percent life equals life divided by max life. And we cap that at 1. Math.max, math.min, 1 life divided by max life. Well, and if life is ever less than 0, I guess we should do this too. So let's go get util, and there's a clamp number in here. So let's do util.clamp number, life divided by max life, 0, 1. Okay, next we draw this times percent life. Alright, let's try that out. Yeah, let's just try that out. I don't know, I think we did this correctly. Kind of hard to tell. Are we passing in a health component? I accidentally capitalized the T in life. There's no T in life. A little long says health bar should be 1 or 2 pixels on each side smaller. I'm not trying to make this. I'm not trying to make this look really good right now, because that is certainly not something I'm good at. So I'll just make this and then we'll adjust as we need to. So 746. Here we are, and we're trying to use pixie text.width. So instead we need to use the sprite. Yeah, we'll need to use the life bar component graphics.width. Graphics doesn't have a width though. We can just say tile size here. Well, let's just subtract 32 for now. No, that doesn't make any sense, does it? No, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't need to be that way. We're gonna simplify that in a bit. Okay, so there's our life bar. It looks incredibly stupid, but that's fine. Let's do this. We're going to lower the life of that bot. So debug main dot arena dot entity 0 dot get component health dot life equals 500. 750. A large number, a negative number. Oops, that's not negative. Negative number, 0. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, so yeah, your life can be filled up now, and we can do something like this. A equals 1. This set interval. Darn it, how does this work? Set interval. I'm looking at this off screen because it just happened to open up a browser window over there. It's set interval is expression then interval, so we need to do the function first. So function this equals a plus plus. We'll run that every 10 milliseconds. So yeah, okay, so the life bar looks fine. We can act like it's filling up. Yeah, sure, that's great. Thanks, Can. Yeah, unfortunately I looked at it already. I could have asked chat, if only there was no delay. Okay, good. So then the only last couple of things we need to do is sort of clean this up, make it look a little nicer. I don't want to make it look great because that's not something I'm good at, so why bother trying to do it? And then we'll draw this to be, we'll start it at like 2, 2, and make it go, height is only going to be 6. That makes sense? I don't know if that makes sense. How long am I going to stream for? About another 2.5 hours. Okay, so that was wrong. I want to close that. I thought I made the width of this, is that 1 pixel? Oh, that is 1 pixel. Oh, so instead of 2, 2, this is 1, 1, and then this should be 8. Yeah, so this should look better now. What is going on? Camera change zoom. Why did this not work? Cannot read change zoom of undefined. Oh, the camera doesn't exist at this point. Well, whatever. Okay, yeah, that looks good. It's actually not totally done yet. The way that they do line style is a little strange, I guess. You know what we should do? We should just do this backwards. Yeah, I'm being stupid. Let's do it this way. Let's do the same way that we drew the first rectangle, we'll just do this first. So, this is how much life you have. This is the outline rectangle, and then we need to draw, this is the background rectangle. And the background rectangle is going to be this, exact same thing, but without an outline. So this is going to be 0. So we draw it, then we draw the outline rectangle without a fill. Aim Apocalypse says, what engine or API am I using? Oh, hey, Stephen Burndo. I think you know who you are. I just cut off myself trying to answer Aim Apocalypse. Yeah, so the engine, I'm using Pixie.js for rendering, and then it's all JavaScript, and I'm using, well, there's some more info in Twitch, actually. Okay, this looks good. Let's try modifying life now, just like how we had before. A equals 1, and we'll do this. Yep, so that's a big problem. This is always rendering at full size now. But why? Why indeed? What is A equal to at this point? Yeah, that's a problem. The outline rectangle is in red. The background rectangle is in gray. And then how much life you have draws in green. You don't actually need this line here. It draws in green. But that part's not working. What happens if we manually set this? Yeah, so something's going wrong. Let's take a look. It's sad that you have 40 to 60 viewers every time, but you only have 700 followers. I'm happy. I mean, getting more viewers would be great, but I don't know how to reach out to more people. I'm already running an advertising campaign. And all right, let's go into Client Arena. Oh, did I not wait for the source maps to finish? Is my dad already found? No, I don't think so. Java Arena. Yeah, here we go. So let's take a look at this. What's going on here? Uh-oh. Something... Oh, I'm refreshing the wrong page. Yeah, here we go. So in here, we go into this. We didn't provide a name? No, that's fine. Then we call update health. And so our percent life should be 100%. Our percent life is 0.001. Oh, our life is set to 1. Okay, but then it tries drawing a rectangle of size roughly 0, right? Yeah. And what's happening here? Let's get rid of this foreground rectangle and just find out. And then we'll also turn off these breakpoints, remove, get rid of that, and try one more time. I can close all these other things. Alright. Okay, there we go. So then this part's working. The only part that's not working then is when I have that outline rectangle. So I guess that's not doing an outline that I expect. Oh, I know what's going wrong now. I never set the fill back to nothing. Okay, I just need to fix that. So yeah, let's put the outline rectangle back in. So we set the fill to 0. How do we know that you're the real dad of Adam? I'm not even going to explain this for the other people in chat. You can just wonder why we're talking about who my dad is. Oh, there we go. All right, so now life bar looks fine. What's a little strange is that, well, our color choice is a little strange. So let's do a few things. Let's set an alpha. So no, we shouldn't be the ones to set the alpha. No, we kind of should be. So let's let alpha equal this. And we'll say here that anywhere we have 1, we'll change this to just alpha. The colors are very Christmas. Oh, Brando, did you? No. Oh, no. Oh. I said a name. I said a name I shouldn't have said. Do you? Okay, hang on. Let me whisper. I don't even think alpha works for this. Is there a graphics alpha? XCJS. Is this an old person? Z80 is what I'm used to, but I like the design of 6809. Is it an old person thing to say? No, I don't think so. Let's take a look. Do graphics have a way of setting an alpha globally on them? Let's find out. They do have an alpha. But then, what if I set this to 0.2? What I'd expect to happen here is that the life bar goes nearly transparent. For some reason that wasn't taking place. Also, this isn't even refreshing now. I don't know why that's happening. Oh yeah, no, that is working. I guess I just didn't set this to the right number. So I don't know what to make the light bar. 0.6 for now. I just don't want it to be... I want it to show you, but I don't want it to be obnoxious. And we're going to change it eventually. Do I know Z80? Yeah, it's assembly, right? There's what the Game Boy used too. Zilog Z80. Yeah, I've written Z80. Alright, so then it's just color choices and positioning, and then cleaning up the code. And then we can move on to the mystery hardware. Alright, well, color choices, let's just make it a, I don't know, a light gray. Did I write any 6809? No, I didn't. Okay, and then as far as positioning goes, we'll have to fix that. So yeah, this function needs to be cleaned up, but let's go back into the arena and put this in the correct spot. So we can really just say the physics X of this, which we don't have, apparently. Because this should be based on a tile, I think. Yeah, let's get the physics component. Alright, so shared arena, get tile from entity. We get this const tile equals this dot get tile from entity, where the entity is that. Then we have the tile x. So tile.x times constants.tile size. Alright, good. Then the graphics y, we'll just put it, I don't know, tile.y times constant.tile size plus 15. I just want to put it somewhere slightly beneath. In fact, just putting it at 0 is fine. Let's just do that. So it'll appear on the top of the orange and black. Okay, let's try that out. So this might be, yeah, that's too low, but if we refresh, we should see it in the right position. Okay, now it just looks really stupid. You know what, let's put it behind the name. Yeah, let's do that. Put it behind the name. That sounds good, right? So we can say sprite.position.y. When moving, it will break. Oh yeah, you're right. That's why we never did this here. Alright, I'm going to give you a point for that. Give Lulong 2 points. Alright, let's try that. It'll probably be positioned incorrectly the first time. I'm just going to... Oh, we lost tile.x. So we need to say... We basically need to get the Pixie text, which will exist. Let's just make it easier for now. I don't know why I'm spending so much time on this. I think part of the reason is I'm a little bit tired. So let's take the same pixie text X. And yeah, so we'll need to modify this a little bit. And yeah, the name inside the health bar is what I'm going to do. At least that's what I'm working toward right now. I just need to figure out these couple of things. Why is this still being taken? It shouldn't be. It didn't seem to get my last change. Very weird. Alright, there we go. Okay, so then we just need to draw the life bar first, and we also need to reposition it a little bit. Man, I really don't care about making this look nice right now because none of this is going to be there for the real game. But, alas. Alright, let's see how we're going to do this. Let's say text X equals this. And for this to work, we need to do that there, and then text Y is sprite.position.y, text Y. Alright, but before we've even rendered that, let's put this here. So we put this at text X and text Y, and now it'll look at least decent. It's not going to be great. Alterblade says, what kind of game are you making? I just tuned in. And yeah, Zonk Zebra kind of answered, but I'll show you in just a sec what game I'm making, and for all the new viewers who have joined. Yeah, so now the only problem is that unless I make the life bar huge, you won't be able to see this. So you know what, I'm just going to cram this at just somewhere. It doesn't matter where right now. Let's just put it here. Text Y plus 15. And then we'll work on something else. No, I don't ever mind sharing the game, Void Dreamer. That's why I haven't done something like that yet. Plus, eventually it'll just be sort of playable. In fact, I don't know if anyone will be chatting at that point. Alright, so yeah, this looks stupid, but we'll fix it. Alright, yeah, so Alterblade, check this out. Ooh, what happened here? What did happen there? Hang on a sec, I guess I can't show you the game until I fix that too. Wow, that's really weird. This hasn't happened before. Did I change some code I shouldn't have changed? Life bar component. No, wow, that's very strange. I wonder if it has to do with, let's try something. What happened to the browser? Here we go. No, very weird. Let me take another look at this. Did I screw something else up in the arena? We can get rid of all of this. That shouldn't matter. And then, I don't know why it thinks this line changed, so let's just copy that. Text component, we get that, we render the text, we moved where that is, but other than that, it's pretty much the same, and that's really the biggest code that's changed. This stuff shouldn't matter, and that shouldn't matter. We added the life bar component. So then why is it happening where this is not taking up the full browser? Oh, that's very bizarre. If I comment out the life bar code, did that still happen? I find that very strange. Void Dreamer, I could do something like this. I think my only point in saying why I'm not doing something better is because I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. Like, life bars were just a feature for now. At some point in the future, they're like any other visual thing where I'm going to just run it by my artist. And Zonk Zebra says, you don't end any of the fills. Does the graphic context maintain a state? That's possible. Let's cut out... Wait a second. How is that possible if I don't even use this anymore? Maybe it's just making a new graphics that does this? Or it could be this graphics.destroy. No, none of that makes any sense to me. Okay, what if we just did this? Hot sprite. What if we got rid of the life bar component altogether? didn't even add it. So now all the life bar code is gone. So life bars are apparently screwing up just normal game rendering. Alright, let's try that out. Is this gonna fill the screen now? No, this can't even be happening now. What? What? That's really weird. Okay, let's shelf this entire file and then try again so that none of this extra code is even running. Parent DOM element isn't full width. Yeah, Zonk Zebra, that's possible, but I never changed anything and this was just working. So the only code where I can imagine this happening is here. So let's, like I said, let's just do this. Let's copy all of this out into a different file and revert this file. And then this should get picked up. We try running this again. I don't know, this is a little confusing to me. Yeah, that didn't fix it. That means we must have broke this a while ago. What? Oh, whoa. There we go. Having the inspector open is what did that. Oh, you know what it might be? Okay, this is really weird, but let me see if this is actually the case. So if we are inspecting a particular div, no, I have no idea what just happened. That was very strange. I bet I can put this code right back in where it used to be so that I have all the life bar code again. I doubt life bar had anything to do with this. So let's put the life bar code back in here and here, and then life bar component. Let's put this back in too. How very peculiar. And yeah, thanks Bulbasaur. And thanks for the suggestions on Zebra. Okay, so hopefully I can actually show you guys the game now. Let's hope that it didn't just break again. Alright, no, everything was fine. So, alright, in this game, you make bots, and you make them by first picking what kind of hardware you want. So I might pick something like lasers level 1, missiles level 3, and then let's say reflect level 3. So you're only allowed to have 7 levels for right now of hardware. And I know it doesn't tell you what these things do. That'll eventually be the case. This game is very, very young so far. And I can give a name to this, so I could call this like Doofus 2. And then I would actually write code for it. And if I don't know how to write code, I can use Blockly so that I have a visual way of coding this. So I could say something like, I can take an entire snippet of code. This says set closest enemy to find closest enemy bot, and if it exists, pursue it. So how about this? Before we pursue it, let's put fire lasers code in here. And after, if it doesn't exist, let's just move randomly. So now we have a bot that's going to walk around the arena, and if it finds enemies, it will shoot them. Well, there are no enemies right now, so let's add those in too. And let's do this. There. Okay. So it's the ever fatal Roomba going around shooting missiles at people. And that's kind of it. So this is a strategy game. Hardly anything's been coded yet. I know I've been spending tons of hours of coding, but there's not much of a game yet. Right now you're watching what you could call a death match. Eventually there will be different game modes with different objectives. Maybe there's capture the flag, maybe there's a resource harvesting mode. And it's an online multiplayer game. So as soon as a week from now, you guys will be able to see, you'll be able to access what I'm showing you by spending loyalty points, which you gain by just watching the stream. And yeah, life bar is gone because I didn't refresh the second time. So yeah, and you can see a bunch of different kinds of hardware being used. You can see cloaked bots, you can see bots that are reflecting projectiles back. Green is supposed to be lasers and red are missiles. So green only shoots cardinally and red shoots within a certain range. Oh, and landmines. You saw one landmine there, but it got blown up immediately. And then these resources are being harvested by this C3PO bot. Make a game mode similar to StarCraft 2. I think that'd be pretty tough. But perhaps it will happen. Alright, there's a landmine now. So whoever steps on that's gonna take 200 damage. Although life bars are not showing, so that's not obvious. Okay, anyway. This is like the Wampus world? What? I don't actually know what that is. You'll have to send me a link. Okay, so there's the life bar. Let's take a look. Our life bars are working. despite that they might be in weird positions. Oh yeah, cool. So they are working. They just look stupid. There's Mark Walbot. Nice. Okay, well now there's a little bit more information about what's going on in the arena. Let's fix this up so that, yeah. Crit says, cool stream. Well, thank you. Yeah, and something even cooler happens when you follow me. So try it out. Click the follow button. Let's see. Wumpus World. Oh, wow. Yeah, I haven't heard of this game, but it's probably similar to this. Excuse me. I'm dying. Capture the flag would be fun. What about having different skills on different robots, e.g. invisible, faster movement? So those are things that you will make via this. So invisible is something you just add cloaking, and now you have. But now you can't have, let's say, if I have this bot, cloaking, lasers, missiles, I can't put reflect shield on because that would be too many slots. So this is what dictates your skills in the game. And that way you have to make a decision. So if you want a very defensive bot, if you want something like cloaking and reflect, now you have exactly one slot left over for something like landmines. So if something's in close proximity to you, it can probably destroy you. But if it can't, then you'll probably get away very easily. So you're sort of defenseless, but yet you're very good at running. Giveaway time with HP bars. Yeah, let me clean this up a bit, and then I'll do this. I know HP bars took longer than I wanted it to, and part of that's just I'm being stupid about it. So what we need to do is we need to get this sprite X. So let's do that. Let's do sprite.position.x. There, that's it. Now life bars should be in a decent position. They won't be perfect, but they'll be much better. And then we'll clean up life bar component. And I think this is, yeah, this is mostly good. So take the life from the life bar. This is the background rectangle. We say line width, so we only need to really put those comments in like that. Then let's say import constants. Whoops. Import constants. Let's take tile size in, tile size. Actually, we can say const width equals constants.tile size and const height equals 10. There. So now we can just put width and height. Width and height. Good. No more to-do item there. So this is the background rectangle. This is how much life you have. And we don't need to set line style. We really should. And we don't need these comments though. This is how much life you have. And then this is the outline rectangle. So let's get rid of these things too. Good. Alright, this looks much nicer now. Zong Zebra said, can you double up 2 times missiles level 3? No, you can't. And if I tried doing that, something like, you know, missiles, and then try deploying a bot, it's not deploying anything. Errors also don't show up, but I haven't coded that yet. But at the very least, it doesn't let you deploy things with multiple pieces of the same hardware. Now, it also wouldn't make sense to do that really, based on how Botland works. So, yeah, and it would be a balancing nightmare if you could all of a sudden do something like this and have 7 levels of missiles on if we didn't plan for that. So, yeah. Can hardware be changed on the go? No, but bots don't live for very long. So if you follow any of these bots, I can't close this screen. Okay, so let's follow, okay, C3PO is just created. And if I were timing this right now, I'd be able to give you a specific number, but that was, well, he's still living, I guess. All right, C3PO is a survivor. Okay, there we go, he died. That took about 20 seconds, I don't know. So if you imagine that you loaded him up with defensive hardware, maybe his lifespan will be 2 or 3 minutes. But bots do not live very long. And more rate of fire, trust me, there is a lot of stuff coming on that front, but we just, not yet. Okay, so now sprite dot, oh right, I remember. Oh, this is stupid. So we need to do, get center X of this minus the graphics width, which is constant dot tile size, constant dot tile size. Alright, hopefully that's this correctly. All right, so let's check this in. Do I need to even do this? Sprite opposition dot y plus 15. No, I don't think I need to do this here anymore. I think I can do this here. Because I'm not basing anything on the... Yeah, okay. Alright, so that was a overly long amount of coding for what little I just did. We added in life bars, and I'm going to make sure that this works. And then we're going to lint it, and then I will run a giveaway. So yeah, all of that looks good. Component names, we added one component, and this component should not have any more to-do items in it. Good, it doesn't. It has an update health, which just modifies the graphics. Good encapsulation of behavior, and this is roughly what it used to be. Why is this different actually? Oh, we switched where it was. Alright. Added life bars. Don't spoil stuff like I did. It still isn't right. It's... Why does it look that way? We're positioning it at the center of the sprite minus... Oh, because the sprite center is not the visual center. There's no easy way to do this as long as the graphics look like how they look. Yeah, I guess I just need to say -2 here, like I did for the other thing. Although it actually looks like that might be -3. Well, let's see. By the way, did you choose JavaScript instead of another language based on anything but preference? It's kind of hard to answer that question. So I chose JavaScript originally for the prototype of this game because I wanted to learn a particular thing in JavaScript, specifically Node.js. And for that, it doesn't matter what language you pick. If you're trying to learn something, you pick the language you're trying to learn. But then for this game, I did analyze, is it better to do this in JavaScript? Is it better to start it in, let's say, C# or Unity or anything like that? And I settled on JavaScript again because I thought, I've already written so much code for handling user-given code, so this screen you see here, that I don't want to do all that research again in another language, and I ended up going with JavaScript again. So I did analyze it enough and figure out I want to use ECMAScript 6, so that's what I'm using. Shouldn't the sprite be moved up based on where the shadow is compared to where the tile is? So anything you see that's visual right now, like the actual sprites, the tiles, all that, that's all going to be changed. Anything you see that's in code is subject to change, but it's more likely to stick, and UIs also are going to change. Like, we haven't gotten any of the visual layer of this game. Okay, so now life bars are there, and let's kick off the arena. Good. Okay. Yeah, I think this is much better. Yeah. Okay, and when you cloak, you can see life bars also... Oh no, life bars don't change. We gotta change that. We say graphics.alpha equals alpha. Yeah. And then I'll run a giveaway. So let's do pre-commit. And then rerun this, and now when we see bots cloak, we should see the life bars go equally transparent. Do we see that? Well, we don't see bots because I didn't add them to the arena. So there we go. Okay, the cloaked one. Yeah, I think that's correct now. Now the life bar looks more transparent than that one. It's kind of hard to tell. All right, let's run a giveaway. AKZ says, is this a paid job, a personal project, or a non-paid group project or class project? So it's an unpaid job. This is my full-time job. I just don't get money from it. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Put cloaking life bars yellow. Yeah, I could make changes like that. And I'll save those for later. Those are things that, changing colors, changing a lot of those sorts of things I'm just going to do later. So I'm going to run a giveaway now. And in the giveaway, you all get your own bots, which now have life bars. It's not really a job, is it? It depends on what you think of as a job. And suggest regen skill for team. Yeah, there's a regen planned. It's just not done yet. And that was not one of the pieces of mystery hardware because it's such a minor thing. Alright, so who's left? We got Zonk Zebra over here with like a quarter life. Muted Chaos is about to die. Scornexin died to Metsuro. So now it's 3 people left. Who will win? Oh, it's Zonk Zebra versus Metsuro. I'm pretty sure Metsuro is going to win. Yep. Good job, Metsuro. It is still a job, so he gets experience, I guess. I mean, he could add that he worked with X and made Y in his resume. Yeah. Alright, cool, let's check it in. We added life bars, and I think we've cleaned up the code enough, and the life bars look fine for now. They're not great. No one would say, like, wow, the life bars in Botland are the greatest. But I don't care. We're done. We're done with that. Next up is the mystery hardware. So, let's just link this one final time, and I'll take a look at it. What are the results here? You're either voting on the mystery hardware that starts with M or the one that starts with Z. And remember, I have not told you guys what these names are, but yeah. Oh, also, what's really weird, my keyboard looks like it's yellow right now, but my room is definitely red. Why is that the case? Oh, there. Oh wait, is it based on what's on my monitor? Hang on, let's try this out. Let's make an MS Paint screen that's I don't know, that other camera's weird. Yeah, auto white balance is much better on that. They're the same camera, that's why I was a little weirded out, but the one's newer than the other one. Not to diminish your effort, just definition of a job requires compensation. Oh, I see. Okay, well yeah, I'm not making any money from this. So, alright, the votes are still completely tied. See, if I were to cast a tiebreaker vote, I'd vote for Z. Yeah, these were so close. Because M, I don't have graphics for. So it looked pretty boring. I think, yeah, I'm going to code Z. Alright, so let me tell you guys what Z is. Z is called Zapper. And the way that Zapper works is you enable it like you enable cloaking and reflect, and it creates a sort of electricity field around your bot. And as you move around the arena, you damage anything in that electricity field. So we'll code that. And I'm not telling you guys what M is, so Zapper. Well, we'll start to code that. I don't think we'll get through it. Now, there are a few APIs. Well, let's take this. There's all of this stuff that we're going to do. Alright, so we have the Zapper hardware. We have APIs, which is same as we had before. Can zap, zap, and is zapping. Zonk Zebra said, I've got to take off. Can I expect you to be streaming again on Monday? Yeah, so my schedule is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and it's 8 hours a day on those days. I sometimes stream on Sunday or Saturday, but usually only for like an hour or two because it's just to pull in new people. If you go to bot.land, you can find my Twitter, and on Twitter, it sends out a tweet every time I start streaming. And then I also do a recap video every single week. So if you wanted to catch up on all of the weeks that you might have missed at Botland, all these videos are less than 2 minutes for the recaps. So you can catch up on the entirety of the development in like 10 minutes if you want. Or just click, I don't know, the first one and the last one if you want and figure out how much has changed. Zapper equals new cloaking and lasers. Hard line. Why the Z? M is earlier in the alphabet? Yeah, I wanted to code Z. Now let's get the sprite for Z. And yeah, see you, Zonk Zebra. Thanks for joining. So the sprite is here. Zapper. Wait, where is it? Okay, it was called Shock Field. So you probably can't see this that well, but it's a white shock field. Did I even load up an image? I can't see anything in this. Am I trolling myself right now? I honestly have no idea if that opened or not. Okay, hang on. I'm curious about this. Did I load something up here? Yeah, there it is. apparently a white circle in the middle. Huh, interesting. It's just very white. You can see it. I can't see it at all. It's the red light in your room, probably. Okay, so that's the graphic we're going to use for now, and that's going to change eventually, but for now that's what we can use. So we've got these APIs, we've got a component. I think we need all the same things that we had for this. So we have zap cooldown component, the zap Brannigan component, the is zapping component, and the, wait, is blanking is blank? What? Is cloaked? Oh, this is like is laser component. And this was is zapping. Red Light District. Now, let me grab some water really fast. Don't forget the Frank component. Yeah, I say as I drink out of a solo cup. Coding's a dirty business. Also, I'll show you guys. This is how I write my name in real life, with stars for A's. I am a 12-year-old. Okay, can zap zap is zapping. Now let's start out. We'll add in the hardware first. So let's go into hardware constants, and we'll add, by the way, this is called zapper. And then cloaking, let's go into here. We'll take, so this is zapper, and we're gonna say, let's pull it from here, hardware.js, zapper. Temporarily enables an electric field around your machine, damaging, whoa, okay. This is a long description. So temporarily enables an electric field around your bot, dealing damage to enemies at close range. Note, bots diagonally adjacent to yours will only take 50% damage. Okay, and these don't even show up anywhere, this description, so it doesn't really matter right now. Next, we need to go into hardware tiered data, and instead of the cloaking, we want to put zapper. So let's do that. Cloaking is zapper. It has a cooldown, it has a duration, and now it has a damage. And let's put the damage in here too. Damage, this dot damage. Great. What does the star represent? I'm laughing at the I am beneath yours actually, but what does the star represent? It represents eternal life. Never makes you sleep at night. Okay, so we have a duration of cooldown, and then we need a damage as well. Let's throw in a damage of, what did I even pick for the prototype? Damage was 150, 150, 200, 200. So I suppose we'll start with 150, and then we'll ramp it up to, yeah, we'll ramp it up to, we'll follow those same numbers for right now. Because part of the thing is, okay, let's say you're in the middle of a series of bots, and by the way, Zapper can hit cloaked bots, so it's powerful in the sense that you don't even know what you're hitting sometimes. If you're surrounded by bots, you're doing something like 1600 damage per tick. And Zapper combines, it synergizes pretty well with another piece of hardware that I told you guys about, but I'm not going to tell you how or what piece of hardware that is, but it's not something I've coded yet. And so you can do like ridiculous amounts of damage depending on how close range you get to people. But by getting close range to them, you're putting yourself in harm's way, so kind of balanced. We'll see. Okay, so we have the Zapper tier data now. So this is the hardware. I don't think we want to do anything else with this commit. I think we just want to leave it at hardware. So let's just load this up and make sure that we didn't break anything. And let's turn on the simulation server again, should we? I don't know. Now let's turn it on. Let's get rid of DoofusBot. And we'll turn on the simulation server again. But for now, I think this is a good commit. We just added the hardware, that's it. It's a standalone piece of functionality. It's not actually done yet, but that's okay. Yep, that's good, and that's good. Oh, and we added in the image. Guess let's keep that there. Can Zapper reveal cloaked bots? Possibly in the future, but it's not planned for right now. Damaging them is... I think we'll leave it at damaging them for now. A lot of the things that you see here are going to change slightly. Confirmed Zapper equals cloak and laser. I think not. Added Zapper hardware data. Zapper is neither usable nor functional yet. We're about to make it usable, but not functional. So let's start with that next. Yeah, so the hardware is done. Next, we make it usable. So it's going to code API constants, and we'll add in all the things that we need to add. So can zap, and zap, and then is zapping. Okay, good. Now this functions very similarly to cloaking. So let's say this is zapping component.js. Then we search for this, and we rename this everywhere to is zapping component. Now we go into component names, and we're going to make two different ones at this time. Instead of just is cloak, let's add in is zapping, and then we'll also put one for cloak cooldown. So zap cooldown. Zap cooldown. Okay, we got those. So this is going to be is zapping, and everything else stops zapping. All right, that's it for now. I think this should also take in damage. Should it? No, maybe it shouldn't. Maybe we do make it take in damage. This dot damage equals damage. Which means, how are we going to do this? Where do we make a new... We don't ever make a new is cloak component. We make it indirectly by calling like... Oh, wait, we do this. Never mind. I take that back. I take it all back. See, only the server would care about this. And when the server does go to use it... Let's just cut this out for now. Maybe we won't need it yet. We'll see. No, RJ, it's not Zamboni. Although I was laughing about that as I was eating my lunch, trying to picture what would it be if it was Zamboni. Do you cover the whole arena in ice, but then you can move over it without sliding? How did you become proficient on Sublime Text? Just by using it. I really, really like text editors. I don't know why. I like learning how to be efficient at them, and so whatever I end up using, I try to customize in a way that I can code and not think about how to do something, but rather what I'm going to do. So we have the is zapping component. Let's also go into the zap cooldown. So we're going to save this as zap cooldown component. And then here, oh, whoops, did we screw that up? This is only used to tag zapping enemies. Did we screw it up in reflect? No, and then is reflecting? No, both those are correct. So then we just need to change this. Zap. This is zap cooldown component. Why can't I whisper you, Adam? I don't know. So zap cooldown to use to zap. Alright, we got our cooldown components now. So this can be crossed off. We will also go add in our shock field, which we can say is zap. Well, shock field, I guess what we call shock field. Zap. Let's call it zap. Hooray. And then this is shock field. Which, if we haven't checked it in yet, let's just call it zapper for right now. That way it's... Why is F2 not working? What? That's weird. F2 did work. But then who was phone? So we have this zapper, and that means we have the sprite. So we just need to code these APIs, and then make APIs functional. I really should fill people in on why I'm laughing at that. Let's do this. So we have cloak, and this is going to do exactly what the zapper does. There are some little things that we're going to have to change. So instead of cloak cooldown, we have zap. ID Zapper. Cloak entity, we don't have Zap entity yet. In fact, we don't have like entity activated Zapper. And then is cloaked component turned into is zapping component. Is cloak then needs to be used, so let's do that and put that over there. Okay, so there, Zapper's enabled. We just need to make a router action for it. Let's go into entity activated reflect. Alright, and we'll say entity activated and deactivated Zapper. And then this changes to Zapper. We need to code those functions, of course, but we're not going to do that yet because we got to get through this. So now server entity activated Zapper. Good. Okay, it says, can your eyes hurt after spending too much time coding, or do your glasses protect you from that? So yes, your eyes could hurt. Mine don't typically, but my glasses don't do anything for that. There are glasses where I think they change your focal points so that you sit at a different distance, and well, I know they change your focal point. I think that's the point of them, and I don't have those. So we have activated and deactivated Zapper. Here we don't want to change that. Then these we do want to add 2 new constants. These should be about reflect. This should be Zapper. When it activates their Zapper, I guess. And then these should be 29 and 30. Alright, good. Then we have these same things here. Can you write it down that hard line? I'm afraid I can't do that, Lula. Alright, and then finally these. And really, some of this, I probably need to change this flow a little bit because some of this is getting a little obnoxious that I've got to change like 5 files. Granted, that's down from 9 files, or 7, or whatever it used to be before. But this is still a little excessive. Alright, so we got Zapper. So now everything's in place except for the client code here. So we have client arena. Let's take a look at activated reflect. So let's put activated Zapper. And yeah, this is going to be a little bit annoying to do. Because we have activated reflect, which puts a graphic on your bot, but Zapper is probably going to be at a different coordinate, and we don't have a great way of handling that right now. So add a Zapper sprite. So this is Zapper sprite equals Zapper texture. We add the sprite. Note the duration doesn't matter. So yeah, this is the is zapping component, which means we need to include that is reflecting component. And that means that in is zapping component, we need to put the same thing what we have for is reflecting, which is a name to a related sprite component. I'm not super happy about that. But I don't think it's that bad. Okay, next up, when we add this, so this is all set. And for all I know, this is actually partially working. Wait, Metsudo was here? Metsudo, you haven't said anything today. Okay, let's see, does Zapper work? Let's just make this simple code. I'm a simple man, I just want to zap. That doesn't work. Alright, what do we break? Let's go into constants and set this to true and then wait for this. Can write a code's eye the light controls? Oh, hard line. I'm glad Lulong has a father here. A father who can help him code. Oh boy, if you told me a year ago that I'd be doing this right now and watching people say what they say in chat, I would not believe you. Puerto Rico? Does that mean Lou Long is from Puerto Rico? I know where Lou Long is from, but this has far-reaching implications. Yeah, so there's a big problem here. I wonder if this is even getting called. If we go into the client arena and we check for Zapper activated Zapper, this function here, is this getting called? Because this should be getting called. It's not. Okay, well let's go into the code execution system then. Wise guy Chrome. And we go to Zap. And is this getting called? Well, now it might not be getting called because my bots died, but there we go. So we have Zap, cooldown, Zapper, etc., etc. Oh, setup extra components doesn't do this yet. Code execution system. So setup extra component. We need to do this. Bleep bloop. Reflect becomes Zapper. This is Zap cooldown. Did I call it that? Zap cooldown. Yes, I did. And then Zap cooldown component, which I should have included if I didn't already, and I did not. That is a big problem. All right, let's try that out. I'm busy laughing at chat again. And let's get rid of these breakpoints, because every time I have them, they get wiped out by a browser file. Okay, so Zapper's still not working, but let's see if at least the client is getting it now. It'll be kind of hard to tell, unless I put a breakpoint in the right spot. So activated Zapper. Is this getting hit? No, it's still not. So let's go back into the code execution system. We'll eventually get to the bottom of this. I mean, I don't expect this stuff to be too hard to figure out. We go into activate internal. We check to see, can we run terminators? Yes. Do we have the cooldown component? No. So why do we not? Cooldown component name is Zap cooldown. How do we not have that? Set up extra component. It's right there. Zapper, Zap cooldown component. What? So requisite hardware. Oh, we don't have Zapper hardware. Oh god. Oh man. All right. Well, if we don't have the hardware, then what do? I guess we have to add the hardware. Cloaking. Let's put Zapper here. Zapper. Then let's include all of these. And then what's a good color for Zapper? Note that that's not a question that I actually want to answer. Because we're going to go into the block factory. We're going to figure it out. Yeah. We're going to make it 65. Is that as yellow as you can get here? I don't know how I feel about this. These colors are not great. 55 is like as yellow as you can get, I think. Right? As you get to, as you get lower, you get more toward red. But I just don't like this. This is an ugly color. Well, let's make a custom hue yellow. You ready for this? Custom hue yellow. Zapper's about to get a makeover. Done. Next we need to write custom hue gray. We need to write yellow into the system. Now, what is yellow? Yellow is red and green. So let's do that. It's approximately, ooh. So let's do that. Let me change this to yellow. Then we add in hardware Zapper somewhere down here. Zapper and cloaking changes to Zapper. Alright, cool. AK says, it seems like you're doing impromptu coding. Aren't you afraid to go and introduce bugs with all these modifications? Yeah, so whenever I'm worried I'm going to put bugs in, then I just add more tests. And the tests let me know if I've got bugs. And then I usually go through and I make sure at the end, do I have any things I would change? Do I want to refactor things later maybe? So I'm always kind of on the lookout for that. Okay, says, do you have a complete design for this game, or are you doing things without a plan? Yeah, I have a design. I have like a 38-page game design document. Okay, so now we should have Zapper here. Oh, that is too yellow. This is why Blockly tried to limit my power, and I said no. Maybe we can just make it darker yellow? That's gonna look ugly, won't it? Well, let's manually change the color of this. We can't do very easily. Alright, yeah, let's see. We have... Where's that div? Oh wait, there's a button for this, right? Select it. There we go. Alright, so let's just change the color of this. Except for, I don't know how we do that. Oh, I see what just happened. It picked... Nah, I don't want that. Ah, fill. Alright. We'll just change the fill. RGB 170, 170. Is that any better? I guess. Fine, well 170, 170 is what in hex? It's AA. Oh, what? Did I screw something up? No. AA. And how long have I been working on this project? So 27 days on the coding, but that's not really true. It's like a month and a half, but only 27 of those days was for coding. But then I also did a prototype for about 7 months on the project. So it's sort of like it's been 8 months. Okay, here we go. Zapper, deploy. Util is not defined. Is this coming from Zap cooldown? Where is this coming from? Let's just find out where it's coming from. Air.stack. It's coming from isZapping component. Okay, well, isReflecting component apparently incorporated it, so I need to put that into isZapping component too. That was just a silly mistake. Move along says, Hardline, you know that probably 25 viewers read our life story. I don't think everyone is present at all times on the stream. Oh, cool, look at that. So it's like terribly off-center. Let's take a look. So for this to work, we've got to move this entire image up like to there. So how do we do that? Well, all the extra sprites that we draw are drawn here, and they're all drawn with these very specific offsets. We should store the offsets in a... No, how do we do this? We could store like a... I don't know. Well, I have an idea, and I don't like it. We could... Okay, says, do you only code while on stream? What's a percentage time per day you spend on this project? So I do, like, let's say 99% of the code while I'm on stream. And how much time per day do I spend on this project? So on the days that I stream, streaming takes a lot out of me, like a lot, because I'm not just coding for 8 hours a day, I'm talking for 8 hours a day. And so at the end of a streaming day, I usually don't do too much more work. But then Thursdays when I don't stream, I'm going to meetings about improving the game and design, and then I file notes and all this stuff. I'm usually like wiped out on Thursday too. And then even on the weekends, I record recap videos, I try to make a blog post if I can. I don't know, there's a lot of extra stuff that goes into this, and then I have more meetings sometimes. And, so what percentage of time per day do I spend on this project? I don't know, that's hard to say. Of my waking time, I think I'm spending I'm spending the majority of my life on this right now. Let me put it that way. I know it's not a hard answer, or a concrete answer, I should say. Can you make the Zapper animated? So yeah, and I want to just remind you guys, actually, do I have, let me see this. All art and UI that you see in Botland are placeholders. The artist was only contracted starting in October, so this month. So yeah, animations, etc., that stuff will be worked on, but I think the aesthetic of the game is going to look very different. So I'm thankful that I even have these graphics. These were made by an artist friend of mine, and I like the graphics a lot. And I mentioned this to you guys before too, I'm not using them as they were intended. How they were intended to be used is what I'm about to show you right now. And I just haven't done this, so this is what they should look like. They should look very colorful and they have lights on them. Instead, I kind of just washed over them with this like blanket tint. So it looks bad because it's not how they were intended to be used, because I'm not going to use these graphics forever. And oh, actually, making life bars was a bit of a mistake. You're not supposed to know how much life enemy bots have. I'm gonna talk to the designer about that, because maybe that's something we decide we don't want to do. Do we want to show life bars for enemy machines? What about allies? I think for allies it makes sense. 23 days for graphics and still no new graphics. No, so it doesn't work that way exactly, Lulong. We only got the contractor sometime earlier this month, and it wasn't like the first of the month that we got the contractor. But also, the way that art works, you go through a concepting phase, and by the way, my understanding of this is like very cursory, so I'm not an artist, but you go through a concepting phase where you say, do we want our bots to be very realistic? Do we want them to be cartoony? Do we want them to be able to be modular? Should they face right when they actually face right? Should they face up when they actually face up? Like, how should all of them look? And then you draw out a whole bunch of those things, and finally you settle on, all right, this is where we want to go. So then you start hiring an artist and you move forward with that. We are very early into that process. Okay, it says, was it hard for you to start the project? Because I know once you get acquainted with the project, it's much easier to continue coding on it. It wasn't too hard for me to start it. If you're talking about Botland's code itself, you can always go to bot.land, and you can see, well, there are two different things. One, you can go to YouTube. Actually, they're both kind of YouTube. You can go to YouTube, and if you click playlist, you'll find some of these. It's this, Twitch Development VODs. So in the VODs, you can find all the way back to day 2, but then I don't have days 3 through 10. So you can see what things looked like back then, but you can also see the recap videos that I have on here. Yeah, somewhere in there. I want to help in this game, but I still don't know how to code. Harlan, you can help by just, if you want, like tweet about it or post on your Facebook or something. That's all you need to do for now. Okay, so I was here and I was thinking, here's how we could do things. We could either, let me write this down. So, problem, extra sprites need an offset, but each sprite has a different offset. And this is possibly only a temporary problem given the artwork we have now. So solution number 1 is inject an offset X and offset Y into the sprite itself. And this is what I'm leaning toward. Solution number 2 is add another component for the sprite. Or solution number 3 is, wait a second, no. Here's what I think the solution is. Sprite component, we can put an offset into here. That's not bad. Let's do that. Offset X, offset Y. This dot, this equals this. And then same thing here. I think I'm gonna get a snack in like 15 minutes. I'm getting hungry again. Alright, so we have the offset X and Y. And that's pretty good. We should document what that means. But then when we make these extra sprites, there are only 2 right now. There's a reflect sprite, so let's look at reflect sprite. And we'll put a bookmark here, and then we'll look at the extra sprite offsets that we had. So we had 11 and 16. yeah, again, let's just put that here, I suppose. 11 and 16. Then, when we make the Zapper sprite, what did it look like these should be? Well, let's draw a line from where the center is to where we want it to be. It's roughly, so 47 by 56. Let's do that, 47, 56. And we'll see, does that look good? Does it not? I don't know. Then we go to extra sprite, and we say these offsets are going to be extra, no. All sprites I dot offset x and y. Okay, it says, do you have a software engineer in your team? But yeah, I'm the software engineer. So I'm the only one coding on this project, and my co-founder is kind of managing some business stuff and doing some of the game design and then anything else we need help with. And then we have an art contractor for right now too. All right, does it work? Let's try it out. So all we're checking to see is, does Zapper line up with your machine now? And the answer to that is it doesn't even show up anymore. Wellity. Well, change these offsets, doesn't really need to be modified anymore. But does reflect work? What about that? Reflect. So we have reflect, and let's code a reflect machine. Reflect. What? And no, everything broke. So let's find out what we did wrong. In sprite component, we have offset x and offset y, and that's in the component itself, and that's being taken in through the constructor. So when we do new dot star sprite, oh, which by the way, we can set these to undefined if we want. Equals 0 and equals 0. So we put in offsets here. Oh, this should have been negative. Well, that's one problem, but that's not the whole problem. So we have this sprite there, and reflect component, reflect sprite, we have that here. So we, oh, whoops, oh, this is not the right thing. Okay, never mind, I see the problem. This should have gone down here, and this should have gone down here. Okay, yeah, that was the issue. So it was undefined, so we're getting not a number. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's just say this one more time. Oh my god. I think I need to take a picture of that. This is something else. Right here. Lulong checks his points, then gives Hardline 10 points and says, "We're being such a great chat partner." Alright, let's try this out now. Oh, check it out. That's closer, right? I mean, it's still not correct. So what, we want it to be farther down. If, well, I don't know, like 24 pixels farther down, and then a little to the right, maybe by like 8. So over 8 and then down 24. So let's do that. Stream highlight. I don't think you can make a stream highlight about chat. What's the program that he has to code? So I'm using Sublime Text for coding. But then if you're asking about this is Blockly. Okay, look, check it out. That looks pretty good, right? I think that's pretty much centered. Like maybe it's a pixel or two off, but it's not final artwork, so that's fine. And then the reflect shield also looks good. Nice. Yeah. So Zapper goes so far out of the tile so that you can tell what you're zapping with it. Like you're affecting all of these tiles. And we should really tint it. We should tint it based on the color of, okay, let's do that. Oh, but we can only tint certain ones. Oh, we can do that here. We can just do Zapper sprite dot tint. That means you need the right tint from this. So tint equals color, owner.color, get owner of entity. Sounds good. get owner of entity, done and done and done. Check it. Now what's gonna happen is we're gonna have Zapper that's colored based on our bots. You can show chat in a video the moment you laugh at it. Lulong, you can always highlight them too if you want. I mean, that's part of the reason we have Reddit. Which, now's a good time to plug the Reddit. Check this out. Go to bot.land and then click this link. And look at this. 17 readers. And there's a total of exactly 1 comment in the entire subreddit right now. But that's going to change. It's all going to change. Alright, there we go. Now we just have this toxic green force field around all these bots. But it's not functional yet. Are my son and I going to become legend in the stream chat? I don't know. It depends on if the other people want to write sagas about you. Tales of your hardships and your foes and how you conquered them. I think this is good. We should probably, so we have Zap. We can code these other ones. We can do that pretty easily. Let's look at can cloak. Yeah, this is dead simple. So let's make can zap. Let's take both of these. Yeah, we can make both these pretty easily. So can zap equals this dot zap. Then return can zap. Good. And then is zapping is get the is zapping component. Good. Okay, so that should be done. So then we should have these APIs, and then they're functional, and they require the hardware. We just need to make Zapper deal damage, and then we need the Blockly blocks, acceleration tests, AR bots or giveaway bots. Cookie for You says, what is the idea of the game? So in Botland, you create bots, and you do so by making hardware for them first. So I'm just coding Zapper. But let's say you want something like, I want lasers on my bot, and I want missiles on my bot. And let's say I want cloaking on them too. Then great. Then I can write code for it. So in here, I could say something like, if will lasers hit, fire lasers. Actually, you know what? Let's cloak first. If can cloak, cloak. And what did I have? Missiles? So let's try, if lasers won't hit, let's try missiles. If will missiles hit, then fire missiles. And if none of that will work, then let's just move around. So let's try this. We'll name it Cookie for You, and we'll deploy a bunch of these bots. So there is a Cookie for You bot. And it's shooting lasers and missiles at people. It's not cloaking though. Why is it not cloaking? If can cloak, cloak. That is weird. Oh, they cloak for a very short amount of time apparently. That's probably a bug. In fact, that must be a bug. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, what's going on there? That is very strange. 3, 4, 5. No, alright. No, I don't think that was a bug. Anyway, once you've made your bot, and by the way, if you don't want to code, you can always use a visual language that we have here called Blockly, and you can just drag blocks in, and then your bots will also work. Once you've written that, you deploy it into the arena, and then it starts fighting based on the objective of the game. So in this, it's just a death match. The whole point is just kill all the other bots. But in the actual game, there will be different game modes, and they'll change the objectives a bit. And yeah, thank you, Cookie for You. Cookie for You says cool game idea. I think we need to check in the Zapper code and then make it functional. But I also think that I want to get a snack. So let's do all of this stuff. We'll do lint, check-in code, giveaway, and snack. So those are the next things that we're going to do. So yeah, let's start by linting the code. And let's get ready to check in. so we added in. Oh, whoops! I'd already checked in shock field. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Excuse me. I meant to. Man, fine. I guess I've got to revert this. And now Zapper looks like a new file. I got to delete that entirely. And then I've got to git rename shock field to Zapper. Let's do that. Zapper.png. Oh, linting passed. That's pretty good. Alright, so now Zapper is a modified file. Okay, good. Let's take a look at this. Now looks good. We tint, we modify offsets, we do that. Okay, all that looks fine. And then a lot of these other files are going to be very quick changes. So we can look through those. We don't need to even check some of these things in. Yeah, good. Simulation server, I'm not checking that in. We added in canzap, is zapping, and zap, which were all very simple functions to add. So we just need to make zap do something, which we'll do post snack attack. We don't want to check that in. Oh, we need to comment this though. So comment sprite component, and I think that's basically it. Yeah, in fact, this is a pretty smooth new hardware we just added. Yep. Okay. Cool. So let's just comment this. So this offset is used for extra sprites like reflect and zapper to position them correctly on their base sprites, and it is a no. Yeah. Wait a second. You can't give me points. I am going to give you back. This is like in A Link to the Past when you toss in your boomerang and you get a stronger boomerang. I gave you 10% more points. See, the courage was in you all along, brains. Zapper is so added user accessible APIs. Zap is zapping and can zap. Zapper still does not deal damage yet. Don't tell me what to do. Alright, fine. I'm not giving you points now. You know, you can eventually spend your points to play Botland. And in fact, as soon as next week sometime. So you might want to keep those points. And I don't mind sending them back to you. Just say the word. So we linted, we checked in the code. Let's run a giveaway. Giveaway. Alright. Do this. Alright, so debugmain.giveaway. There we go. Who will be the victor? Well, Alter Blade has a crazy color. Oh, what is it gonna be? Got a bunch of people dying up here. Then we got Krizak just died. Orandre and Jack HDTV. Orandre wins. Who's left up here? Scornexin and Orandre, the only people left. Who will win? The bots can't even sense each other. Alright, speed up time. Wait, no, it's not speed up time. They're finding each other. It's happening. Get the Ron Paul gifts out. Oh, Orandre wins. Token Orandre. The chatbot is coded by whom? I'd say mostly by me, but also partially Metsudo and CloudRaiser. And the chatbot is also what controls my, well, it partially controls my lights. So when I give out tokens to people, they get control over the lights in my room. Or if you follow me, you get control over my lights too. But anyway, so that was what I wanted to do. I wanted to run the giveaway. Now I want to go get a snack. So, snack time. Snack attack. Alright, I will be right back because it is snack time. See ya. Alright, I'm back. Okay. Make Zapper deal damage. Let's take a look at how I did this over here. So, serve arena, I think, somewhere here. Zap adjacent machines. Attempts to zap adjacent machines if the specified machine has zapping on. And the machine move must call zap adjacent machines. Oh, where's this suit called from? Thank you, Lulong. Lulong says welcome back. So we update, and if at the end of your turn you're still living, then we zap adjacent machines. So if at the end of your turn you're still living, then we'll zap adjacent machines. And this checks to see if you're zapping. So if you're zapping, then it does a whole bunch of zap logic. Range is 1, then we check to see if you're diagonal from the person or not. We check if they're fully zapped or if they're partially zapped, and we have partial damage and full damage. Hardline, that's awesome. Hardline says that, okay, I'm downloading tutorials for Unity 3D to start doing once they finish. Yeah, so I learned Unity, well, I started learning it, I don't know if I can say I learned it, but last year. And I started with this space shooter tutorial video that was online, and I thought it went really well. I was actually pretty impressed with it because it was the first real game engine that I'd used. Okay, it says, do you think there's a way to hack TwitchBot like with SQL injection for web pages? Not like that probably, but kind of like that. So, okay, there was actually a problem with PhantomBot. When you say exclamation point points, wait, how did it do this? And then you said something like /W Adam13531 on high. This would... Wait, what happens if you do this now? I can fix this bug. No. Well, anyway, yeah, there were some injection attacks that existed, but that's not every bot that has that. Okay, so then what else do we need here? So yeah, just at the end of your turn, try zapping adjacent machines, send this information across. This isn't too bad, actually. And then if you move into a machine that's zapping, do you get hurt? I don't think that ever happens. Zapping machine not get zapper damage. What is that? Get zapper damage. Okay, where is this called from? It's called from only 2 places. And by the way, this was a stupid way of coding this, but whatever. Yeah, so that's the only way that zapper can hurt you. Okay, let's do it. So, in code execution system, there's a will update, and this is called from here. So then at the end of your update, you're done updating, so we could call like a just ran update. Yeah, let's do that. So if is running update, this dot ran update. We actually could combine this with this down here. And I think we do that before updating the cooldown, yeah. Okay, Lulong, you have an advanced understanding of variables in Twitch. I am truly unworthy. You have a dizzying intellect. So ran update is where we're going to need to call this. Let's put this in here. And at the very least, zap machines. We should only run this if we're alive though. If not, this dot, let's do this const is dead equals this dot active bot dot has component names dot is So if not is dead, then let's do this dot arena dot zap adjacent machines. So the zapper is the active bot. Is that all we passed in before? Yeah. Okay, then let's go into the arena. I think so. What's interesting is the way that I did this before, I don't necessarily need to do it that way this time around, do I? The way I did it before was I used to compute who's going to take damage and how much, and then send those messages to everybody. But now the client should have an arena state where they can figure that out themselves. So I should just be able to call that function. Because there's no randomness in zapping, is there? But if there is any randomness whatsoever, then I can't do this. And if I eventually add an evasion, then I shouldn't do it that way. Yeah, no, I should still have this be done on the server. Okay, let's go into the server arena then. And let's put this here. So it's called Zap Adjacent Machines, and we have a Zapper entity. Zapper entity. Note this isn't in the shared arena, because if there's any non-deterministic behavior here, and there may be eventually, then we need the server to authoritatively say how much damage was taken by each machine, by each bot. So now this is Zap Adjacent bots, Zap Adjacent entities, really. Okay, so you're going to be responsible for ensuring security in this game? Yes, I am. Yep, and it is definitely a very, very large task, given that you can code inside the game, and that I want to keep execution times down as small as possible. Okay, so zapping adjacent entities, how do we want to do this? Well, there are only 8 potential entities that you could zap by this. We need to get the zapper hardware at some point. The other thing we need to do is know if you're zapping. So if not is dead, and this dot active bot dot has component name dot is zapping. So if you're zapping and you're not dead, then zap adjacent entities. Now here's something that's interesting. The is zapping component only goes away at the beginning of your turn, not at the end of your turn. No, but that works. That's fine. So also note, we know if we call this function that we're zapping and that we're alive. So those are not things we need to assert again. How are we going to do this? Well, let's start by getting the hardware. So we can say fire lasers, there is laser hardware in here. We can do this. Now we know that we're zapping, so we know that we must have the zapper hardware. So let's do zapper hardware equals zapper, and then assert that it exists, since if you don't have it, then zapper hardware. If you don't have it, then an entity is got into zap adjacent entities without zapper hardware. And I'm going to write that this is especially concerning. This is concerning because the only way to get into this function is if you're zapping, and the only way to be zapping is to have the zapper hardware. Let's capitalize that too. Okay, says, do you sometimes look back at a comment in your code and can't decipher what's written? Yeah, I think that happens to everyone, even if you're trying to be really careful about things. Because it's a problem of context assumption. You think right now that you're not going to need to know something in the future. I mean, sometimes I wonder about this. Right now, we don't have to say something like, I go to the sink and I get water and I fill up a glass and then I drink the water, because everybody knows in a first world country that that's how things work. What happens 1,000 years from now if like all of humanity was wiped out, and now people think, how did the ancient civilization used to get water? And that's kind of how comments are. You're an ancient civilization and you're writing a comment describing how code is supposed to work or what it does or why it does it, and you think that in the future they'll have the same context that you had. So hopefully what I'm writing is not bad. And then Hardline says, we're able to play this game? And no, not yet. So sometime in the next week, and that's dependent on me getting the EULA from the lawyer, which should happen. He was having laptop problems and couldn't get it to me. But I plan on signing up this weekend for a VPS, and then I want to code the last remaining things here. So this stuff. I'm gonna say DigitalOcean here. Sign up for DigitalOcean, then I just have these things left to do. This should take me maybe a couple of hours. Did I write something about the terms of service page? Yeah, make sure there's this. Yeah, and I gotta set up the database and everything. So I want to have a weekend stream where I do this. I just don't know if that's going to happen. Like, this work needs to happen before you guys can get access to the game. But whether or not I do it on stream or whether I do it like in a scheduled stream this coming week, I'm not sure yet. Okay, so the first thing we did is we got the Zapper hardware. Now the Zapper hardware has damage, which is all we care about. So damage equals Zapper hardware.damage. Okay, next we need to check to make sure, like, there's no range. Zapper's just range of 1. If we ever want to customize that later, we can add it in. So we want to get all entities within a range of 1 or 2. So get all entities within range equals 2 that are not this entity. Okay, do we have a function to do that? I must have written something like that, right? Because I must have written something like that. Get all entities in range. Well, look at that. I coded it. So let's make use of it now. This dot get all entities in range, and it takes in an entity type, reference entity, and flags. So entity type is going to be, well, really anything that can be hit, right? What do we want to get here? Bot, resource, and landmine. Can we just say get all entities in range that aren't of a certain type? I want to say something like any here, but I guess we know for now that we just want this to be bots. Well, let's just specify bots for right now. We can change this in a bit. Although I don't like this, I'm gonna write a note about this. Get all entities in range. Get all entities in range takes in an entity type and does not allow for multiple types. I would probably want to imagine if Zapper was allowed to hit walls and door bots, then Zap adjacent entities should be able to call a single function to filter the arena based on what it needs. Wait, what? Lulong said 16/15, and it is what date? Adam can say the rest. I don't know what you're saying. Adam, if we're playing team deathmatch, how will the Zapper know if the bot is a teammate or an enemy? So how will it know? It'll know by comparing the owner of the bot. So you don't have to worry about zapping your allies. That's not going to happen. And Cookie for You says, how long have you been scripting for? A very long time. So I haven't been saying the exact number. Will I be streaming Sunday, November 8th? That's a very specific time. I don't think so. I think so. The contractor who we hired for the artwork and the art direction and everything. He doesn't live in Washington State, and I think he's flying to Washington State sometime around then. So I probably won't be streaming. I might actually take a day off for that too, so that I can work on all the art stuff with Botland, for Botland, while the contractor's here. Okay, so this is like a refactoring that I have to do, but for now I can work around it a little bit. We have the reference entity and then we have flags. So let's work on this. Reference entity is going to be the Zapper entity, and the flags are entity match flags. So we need to pass in constants dot any. Well, let's define them up here, and let's just call them flags here. We'll say const flags equals faux or can sense. What did I call this? Constants entity match flags. Can sense. So as long as it's an enemy that you can sense, then you can zap it. No, you don't even need to sense it. No, take that away. They just need to be foes. You don't even need to be able to sense an enemy to be able to zap it. And that's a test case I gotta add. Make sure that you can zap a cloaked bot. Where did I write this? Test. Make sure you can zap a cloaked bot. Make sure diagonals do 50% damage. Make sure Zapper only does damage on your turn. Make sure Zapper doesn't do damage on the turn that it ends. There are lots of tests. Make sure diagonals do 50% damage. Make sure cardinals do 100% damage. Make sure a tile that is Manhattan distance equals 2 away, but in a cardinal direction is unaffected. Wait, and your birthday then? I know what your birthday is. Wait. I can find it. Oh, that is your birthday. Yeah, no, maybe I'll do a surprise stream just for you. Hardline says my birthday's on Halloween. I'm writing it down. Hardline X1 10/31. Then Cookie for You says, do you also script or code in different languages? Yes, I do. And that is an example, a sample of them. Okay, so we've got some tests. We need to finish writing this function so we get all of the entities in range. So const enemy entities. And these are entities that are going to be zapped. We also need to make sure that they're living. Oh, no, we don't. This function takes care of that for us. Because we call into get entity matching flags on tile, and if they're dead, we just don't allow it. So at this point, we'll only have living entities. Now we iterate over them and deal damage based on their distance. So we have the damage amount and then the half damage amount. Half damage, we're going to say, what should we do if we said damage is, let's say we said damage is 5. Should half damage be 2 or 3? So if damage is 5, should half damage be 2 or 3? Now with 5, it sounds like it's a huge difference, right? Because that's a 20% change. But it's really like if damage is 225 or something like that. Should it be 112 or 113? I think we should round down. Alright, told you. Okay, says, do you know the MapReduce programming paradigm? Yeah. What about it? Yeah, let's round down. Did I do this in the other game too? In the prototype, I mean? Partial damage is, yeah, math.florida too. Nice. Alright, so we have damage and half damage. Now we go over each entity. So enemy entities, and we say this is left. So let's do zapped entity equals that. Distance to zap, distance equals util.manhattan distance. And we pass in, I guess we need to get the, okay, so const zap tile equals, wait, what does this return? That's a good question. Oh, they have a distance in them. That's perfect. Oh, so then enemy entities with distance. That's what we have. So now we can say zapped entity is this dot entity, and zap and distance is enemy entity. Whoops, no, it's this. This is distance, is it not? Yep, entity and distance. Okay, good. So we have both of these now. Iterate over them and deal damage based on their distance. So if distance equals, we can just say this. Const damage dealt equals distance equals 1, then 100%. Otherwise, half damage. Have I ever used it in what context? I don't think so. No. If you're talking about like the more Hadoop style things like big data MapReduce, I haven't used it, but I'm familiar with it. Oh, I ran out of water. All right, hang on a second. I'll be right back. So I think I'm going to dinner tonight at a hibachi grill place. Is that redundant? Hibachi grill? I think it is. A traditional Japanese heating device. I can't tell. Can't tell if it's redundant. Yeah, one of these things, I think. At least I hope I'm going to one of these things. Maybe that guy's gonna be my chef. Who knows? Anyway, that's it. Has no relevance to the stream. I'm just excited. Okay, so we have damage dealt. We can keep track of entities that took half damage and entities that took full damage. That's what I was doing over here. Fully zapped and partially zapped. And then when we send it over, we send damage, partial damage, and all of this stuff. We do that same thing if we want. So we could say something like, so fully zapped machine real IDs equals that, and then partially zapped. Does the chef throw food at you? I don't know. I haven't been to one of those out here. I haven't been living in Washington for too long, but I don't think I've been to one of those places since I got here. So fully zapped and partially zapped. So let's just put this into here, I think. If distance equals 1, then fully zapped dot push, and we need its real ID. So const zapped entity real ID equals this dot get entity get real ID. Oh, where does this exist? Get real ID from entity. Zapped entity. Okay, so we have the zapped entity real ID. So if distance is 1, then push that. And then I guess we can say damage dealt equals half damage. And here it would be equal to full damage. Alright, otherwise we push it onto the partially zapped, push. And then here we actually deal the damage. Yeah, how old am I? I am not revealing that. But it is roughly 13,500 years, give or take 31. So we deal the damage here, possibly killing the machine, possibly killing the bot. And how do we want to deal damage? Fire lasers, let's just take a look how we do it there. So I think we just get the health component. We really should write a function for that. We're not even in the right spot to be doing that. It's in here, fire lasers, health component. Yeah, and then if they die, then we mark them as dead based on their entity ID. So we got to say something like this, but we cut out the middle part here. And since this happens so frequently, I think we should write a function for that too. Add a function for dealing damage to an entity and marking it as dead if it dies. Hey, Sonic Zebra. Wait, I thought you left. I need to scroll up in chat and find out if you left. Well, I guess you're back, but it's not Monday. And was it intentionally a palindrome? Yeah, it was. Okay. We couldn't escape the call of the stream. It's so fun to watch people program. No, I understand. I've actually... There was a stream, I want to say, last week on Monday, where I came across this terrible bug with pathfinding, and when I finally solved it, I just felt like, oh, finally, I got it. So I went back and watched a lot of that stream. Zox Zebra says, I'll buy the game now if I can pay in Bitcoin. It's gonna be free to play, so you don't need to pay anything. Alright, so we have this code, we need to deal damage, so let's do this. Zapped entity, get the health component, and if it doesn't exist, zapped an entity that did not have a health component. Then we modify its life by negative damage dealt. Then if it's dead, we mark it dead. And we mark it dead by its entity ID, which we don't have unless we do this. So let's say zapped entity ID. I know this sounds stupid, but that's what I'm gonna call this. This dot real ID. Wait, what? Entity ID. So what? Real ID is 2. Oh, yeah. What? I should have a. Not this. Okay. This, and I want the real ID. Zeri. Okay. Then at the end of this, tell clients about it. You just need to pay time. You don't need to pay time either. And I know that sounds stupid, but well, here's one of the plans. I don't know if this is gonna happen immediately, but I hope that we eventually have something like a week-long game mode where, imagine if you're playing a deathmatch and you join, and I don't know, Monday and Tuesday it's like lasers do full damage. Then as the week goes on, lasers start doing half damage, and then missiles go into double damage or something like that. So you only really need to play for 2 or 3 minutes a day if you want. You can customize your AI and deploy a bunch of bots, and then they'll just automatically deploy in the background, and you can close your tab, you can shut your phone off, you can stop being connected to the server at all. And I was just thinking about a problem that we might have. So I trailed off there at the end. I thought I had to buy this game. No, you don't have to buy the game. The things you pay for in the game will help you, but it won't make you stronger necessarily. So if you don't want to spend money on the game, you don't have to. You mean like a DVD from Amazon? I don't even know what that's in response to be honest, so I don't know how to answer the question. So tell clients about it. We need to put a constant in that says something like zap damage or machines took zapper damage. Machines done got zapped. That's what we should call it. So server bots got zapped. Sent by the server when an entity deals zapper damage. Sonic Zebra says, right, but I like what you're doing. Provide me a way to support this. Shut up and take my money. No, Fry. No, Philip. I am hesitant about that. I'm probably going to end up doing it, but I've said this on stream before that one of the reasons I don't want to do it is because the game is free to play, so when it comes out, I want you guys to just have fun, play it, and spread the word. And then someone out there somewhere will spend money on it, hopefully, and then I can continue doing what I love, and you guys can continue getting, hopefully, a great game. But as I alluded to, I will probably end up setting up a donation box or something anyway. I'm sure my wife wants me to do that. Do you know who to me family belongs? What? As long as Zebra says, right, I'm not paying for the game, I'm paying to support you and allowing me to... No, I understand. And I really appreciate it, I do. And I appreciate it so much that I'm not even letting you do it. So, maybe eventually. And if that happens, then I'll gladly take all your money. But until then, yeah, just have fun watching. And if you want, tweet about it. Okay, so tell clients about this. We need to route this stuff. So we route based on bots got zapped, which we don't have yet, and it's not called server bots got zapped, so we need to write this. Then, do we need to say who the zapping bot is? I don't actually know. But one thing we do need is all of this, the array of fully zapped real IDs and the partially zapped. Oh, and then the damage that both of those things mean. So yeah, let's do fully zapped, partially zapped, and then let's just send damage across because it can compute what half damage is, as long as that's the same formula. That's what Blue says, you got all my support. Thank you. And are people on the stream of the development of the game getting something special for being here since the beginning? So that's part of the reason why I wanted loyalty points to be there even before I had something for you to spend them on. So the whole, if you type points and then you do something like this, so you have 55 points. The way that Botland is going to work, and this will be as of next week. So if you go to botland.net/pre-beta or just bot.land/pre-beta, you can see this. The way that you get access to the game is you spend a certain number of points based on what day of the week it is. And then at Sunday of every week, your points, your account is just wiped out. Like you no longer have access to the game. So then come Monday on that week, you need to spend another 100 points or wait until Tuesday or Wednesday or Friday. So if you've been here for a while, you have more points, so you get to play the game more frequently. And the way, by the way, that you get points is just by sitting in the channel or by following or by correcting a bug, something like that. So if you just sit there all day in the channel, you're getting about 50 points per day, which means about 200 a week since I only stream on 4 days. And the most points you can spend to get access to the game is 100, so you're getting twice as many points as you need. Now, if you stay for one whole day out of a week, then you get access on Friday, and you can play the game on Fridays. Yeah, anyway, I'll put more details about this stuff later. Can you make Bang compare points with you people? Can't you just... No, I'm not going to do that because a Bang compare encourages groups of people to do, like, let's say you have 3 people in the chat. Instead of each person typing points once, now they want to type compare with the other 2 people, which with 3 people is not really a big deal, but with a lot of people it could become very spammy. So tell clients about it. Clients got zapped, or bot got zapped. Bots got zapped. Could be bot got zapped. And it's not bots, it's entities. Entities got zapped. Entities zapped. Let's just keep it short and sweet. And then in the constant here, we'll say server entities zapped. All right, next we've got to route this everywhere. So let's search for this. And yeah, we have a router action here. So we need to say server entities zapped goes to router actions entities zapped. That's already done. And then this here too. This goes to that. Good. Then we search for this string, and everywhere that this shows up, we should have. So this, we say entities zap, and we need to code that function. But let's finish typing this in. We have that, we need this. Good, and then deactivate the zapper, we go in here. Good, and just 2 more of these, I think. Oop, whoop, what just happened? Oh, we'd already added it here. Okay, that's what happened. So then we're done. And then we need to code the function. So we go into client arena, and we code the entity zapped function. And this takes in these things. So fully zapped, partially zapped, and damage. And we can say const half damage equals math.floor damage divided by 2. Wait. Oh, you're looking through the commands? What's the job of a moderator? It is... Sorry, I'm just laughing at something. It's to make sure that chat doesn't have too much spam going on in it. And yeah, in case if you want, I can refund you the points. I know you didn't know what that did. But it's also funny that you had exactly 25 points. If you had typed that same command like 8 or 9 minutes ago, it wouldn't have worked and you would have found out what it did. And by the way, that's why I coded points help. I should just unregister Launch BRB. Let me do that really fast. That way people don't end up doing that in the future. Let's do this. Downloads, phantom bot, scripts, help, commands. There we go. So where's Launch BRB? Yeah, there. We'll just take that out. That way it doesn't show up in the future. It will show up now if you still do Bing commands, but in the future it won't anymore. So we have the real IDs, we have the, let's just iterate over these and apply some damage. And it should be that simple. And then I'd be pretty happy with this because then we just have the test to write and we can do that on Monday or the weekend or whenever. So we'll say const real ID equals that. Then we get an entity based on that, and we can say entity zapped dash full damage. So we've got the entity. Well, we can say entity real ID. And I'm getting a sore throat right toward the end of my stream, and this is like a painful sore throat. Most of the time, it's not. I don't know why it's happening. I wonder if I need to talk less. All right. So we have this. We need to take in. Let's go to lasers. Projectile was fired. Here we must get a health component, right? Zap is something that happens pretty much immediately. Yeah, so we do projectile dealt damage. What does this do? Laser health component, target health component. Yeah, we'll do something like this. In fact, is there a better way to do this? I think there is a better way to do this. Well, alright, let's just code this. Target health component equals entity dot get component health, modify life, negative damage, and then if they're dead, then add an is dead component to it. So if entity dot add component. Wait a second, this can't be right. We need to update the projectile. We can't do that. Alright. To do this should really update the indexer, but we don't have our index based on is killing blow component, so it's not a big issue. Hey, I'll spell. Okay, let's go back to here. So this whole add is killing flow component. We need to just mark the entity as dead. Do we ever do this though? Is there anywhere where this would happen? Landmines. Landmines. No, it doesn't happen to landmines either. Everything waits for an animation. We probably want to play a graphic or something like that, but we just don't. Whatever. This dot mark entity dead. Let's get the entity ID. So const entity ID equals this dot real IDs to entity IDs, entity real ID, and then entity ID. good. Next, we do the exact same thing, but with the partially zapped machines. And that's why I just copy pasted all this. We're going to need to clean this up because I don't like having this much copy pasted code. And this we'd say half damage for. Okay, so Zapper should be doing damage now. Oswald says, why is your keyboard cam flipped? People were asking about it. By the way, now that you've been watching the stream for the whole day, guys, do you like the keyboard cam this way or the other way that I had it? And the other way was with it, like, as the camera saw it. Okay, he says, do you have a cool way to import code into Microsoft Word from Sublime? Yeah, there's a, what is this called? Print to HTML. So check this out. This doesn't work great, but it opens up a browser window with your code, and it's colorized based on their own colorization. So these are not the same colors I have, and you can see it's actually screwing up, which is not good. But yeah, there's a plugin called Print to HTML. So if you do that, then you can just copy paste this into Word when you're done. But the plugin's not great. And Brain says, what language is the Twitch bot made in? It's in JavaScript. Although Phantom bot is what it's based on, and that is both Java and JavaScript. Oh, that's why I said cool. Okay, yeah, no, I don't know a better way then. Mixed feelings for it. Mixed feelings for what? Oh, the keyboard cam. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do there. All right, let's try out Zapper. It should be dealing damage. It's probably not working, but we'll figure it out. And let's deploy. And look, we froze everything. Why did we do that? Hardware constants is not defined. Coming from the arena at 287. So this is the shared arena. Zap adjacent. No, it's a server arena. Zap adjacent. Yeah, so we don't have hardware constants. So let's do this. Hardware constants. So that's problem number one. And hopefully there's only one problem. But I think you all know well enough now that there's going to be more than one problem. So we'll put Zapper on the machine and we'll try, oh, no, we ran into a problem immediately. What's this though? This is the same problem, right? No, it's not. It's not this dot get hardware to your data. It's in the code execution system. Get hardware to your data, yeah. And that's part of the reason why this needs to be in the game server. So when you say zap adjacent entities, we need to say this dot code execution system. Your last level on the game's impossible. Swiftblue, it's not impossible. Zapper is better with gray and white. I like it being colorful, but yeah, we'll take a look. It's not a permanent image, so it'll change. All right, we're still getting an insertion error now. Where is this coming from? This is coming from, oh, Zapper hardware doesn't exist? Oh, assert that it, that is not the right page. It should be assert that it does exist. Brain says, I could have guessed that. How did you check if the user is a moderator? I'm currently using the Twitch TMI chatter, Jason, but I've heard that some bots simply use the /mods command. So that's something that Phantom bot already provided for me. So I don't have a good answer for that. Akay says, are you going to deploy this on the cloud or are you going to have a server for it? I'm going to have a server for it. It's actually one of the things that's a little bit up in the air right now. Originally, we planned on letting users host game servers. So like you, Akays, could host up a server if you want to and people could connect to you. But we're talking about whether we're still going to do that going forward. How much, I don't know, there's a whole lot to think about there. So I can't tell you exactly how it's going to work yet. Let's try Zapper now. Okay, is it going to deal damage? Up. What is this? This doesn't exist, I guess? Or does this not exist? Oh, this is an arena, so of course it's not going to let you do mark entity dead. And what is this coming from? Zap adjacent entities? Yeah, so that's the problem. Gotta cut this out. So I made a bunch of mistakes. Lilong says, now it looks like it's green, it's good to walk in. So part of that is like, I guess I have two answers. One, it's a temporary graphic, and the coloration is temporary also. And two, if we left it this way, you'd eventually learn that, oh, that electric field is clearly dealing damage to me, so it doesn't matter what color it is, it's that it's bad. But yeah, those are things that we'd work on and we'd figure out, but things aren't really permanent yet. Okay, are these things dealing damage now? It's very hard to tell because they only deal damage to adjacent enemies and nothing's adjacent to it. But it does look like these things just froze, which is a problem. Oh, that's because it probably died. And okay, yeah, we've got some issues here. Let's go into constants and modify this. That'll be step number 1. Then we'll try rerunning this, and hopefully it breaks in so that we at least know where our error is. It's possible that we don't get that. So is it gonna break in? Because bots are dead here, it's just that they don't... Something's wrong. Partially zapped, fully zapped. Dealt damage is either half or full. We subtract it, we check if it's dead and we mark it as dead. Then we route... Wait, route only 2. That's a problem, right? Wait a second. Route only 2. That can't work. Yeah, what did I... Oh, man, you gotta be kidding me. I think this is the problem. How does this work? This takes in an owner. And it should have just been route. Oh, boy. I think that might be the problem. I'm not sure. It's a good thing I even saw that. Oh, and Lulong, I appreciate the suggestion. I just, like, a lot of the graphical things right now are so up in the air that there's not much I can say about them. Okay, what's going on here? Oh, I know what's going on. I am damaging things that are 2 cardinal tiles away. That's a problem. How do I stop that? I guess I make sure that the Euclidean distance between them is not more than the square root of 2. Okay, so there's a bug. So the first bug is this. Enemies within distance is getting, or entities within range is getting entities that are 2 tiles away from you in a cardinal direction. I need to skip those. Yeah, so if distance equals 2, well, we don't have distance yet there. So distance equals 2, so ensure that this bot is not 2 tiles away. Ensure that this bot is adjacent. And in order to do that, we need to make sure that, let's see, the absolute value of the difference of their x coordinates or their y coordinates is not 2. And in order to do that, that means we need to get their physics coordinate, or components. I don't like this. I don't like it. Alright, well, the only other way to do this is if we get the Euclidean distance, like I said, and make sure that it's not 2. But even if we do that, we need their physics components. So fine, let's just get the tile. So tile 1 equals this dot get tile. What is this? Get tile from entity. Get it from the Zapper entity. So we can do this up here. Zapper tile, and then we do something like zapped tile is zapped entity. Okay, and then if math.adds zaptile.x minus zappertile.x is 0, or is 2, or the same thing but with y. take the Y values, then continue. Delay says, just got here, what's up with the transparent bots and those force field / shields? So the transparent bots are cloaked. The shields are reflect. And the zapper thingies, these things are, it's an electric field that does damage to enemies. But that's not working yet, that's what I'm working on now. And then, let's see. Okay, but why did some bots have a kind of transparent hexagonal pattern? Yeah, that's the, so this thing over here that looks kind of like a honeycomb, that's a reflect shield, and it has a chance to reflect projectiles. And yeah, it's projectiles are now lasers and missiles. Missiles exist, it's just they're not really being seen right now. I need to, so this was just one part of this problem. What was the other thing though? So we have zapped entity, get component health, we modify the damage based on the damage dealt, and then we pass that over the wire as entities zapped. Okay, so that should be fine. Then we go into the client arena, and here's where we go through all the fully zapped ones, get the entity, modify it by the full damage amount, and if it's dead, mark it as dead. Then here we go over the partially zapped ones, we modify it by half damage, and if it's dead, mark it as dead. So then why is this failing? I don't understand here. Okay, how do we get more information in this? I know how. Let's do this. So here's what we'll do. This will be a little bit tough, as always, but we can go into client constants, and in a bit of each, we say, this is, here's our 7th one now. We put Zapper on. So there's Zapper, and then in the simulation server, we uncomment this stuff, and we say, this is going to be a Zapper bot, and it's going to have Zap. And it'll be deployed after this bot, Doofus. Doofus is going to sit there. There. Okay, this should let us test this. So, Doofus will get zapped, and should let us get some insight into what's happening here. Let's see. Good, good, good. I mean, you can see it's slowly taking damage, then this thing will turn off. Oh, it died. Oh, that's a problem then. So, how is this happening? It took roughly, right, it thinks it's got about half-life, but the server thinks it's dead. Half-life 3 confirmed. Alright. Alright, so let's figure out why that's happening. In the game server's zap function, we iterate over all the entities within a distance. We take the zapper's damage and we just pass it. And so then, wait, fully zapped and then partially zapped. Did I do that in the same order here too? Fully and then partially. Half-Life 3 confirmed. And yeah, well chosen name for a bot that's just going to sit there and take damage. So here's what we got to do. We got to go into, whoops, I hit Control O in the wrong spot. Java Arena Entities Zap. Let's put a breakpoint in here. So Doofus should be taking full damage. I don't know if it's only taking half damage or if something's not getting called the same number of times. So it should be in fully zapped. And it's not. It's in partially zapped. Oh, it actually should be in partially zapped. I take that back because it's diagonally adjacent. So then what's it doing on the server? That's step 1. Step 2 is the code execution. No, shared arena. And it's zap. No. What do I call that? Entity zapped. Oh. It's not shared arena. Server arena. And it's entities zap. Oh man. Where does this thing exist? Here. Zap adjacent entities. Zap adjacent. Put a breakpoint there, refresh the page, find out what happens. Okay, so we have half damage. Oh, that's a problem. I never divided by 2. What a stupid mistake. Look at that. Look at how stupid this is. Just dumb. Alright, so let's see now. Now this should get through 2 zap cycles. Alright, so now we can see Doofus taking the right amount of damage. Well, that doesn't look any different. But when this should end pretty soon. It should only be 9 turns. That's what, 8? 9? Oh, I never made Zapper end, did I? No, I know what's happening, never mind. The only code this has is Zap. So, that worked. I think this is working. Let's go to the simulation server, and let's comment all this out, and then let's let loose some zapping bots. And I've got like 4 minutes left in the stream. I'll probably stay for a little bit longer than that. Alright, here we go. Put a bunch of these down, and now, oh, check it out, the cloak bot just died. Oh, but that died too. Oh, that's a big problem. Oh, that's a big problem. Okay, well, looks like Zapper's a little too powerful right now. We need to tone that down. This is not working. This thing here. Zap tile equals get tile from entity zapped entity. If the distance between the two is 2, or the distance between the Y, zapped and zapper, then continue. What is this, never getting hit? I don't understand this. How are we zapping entities that are 2 tiles away? Oh, whoops. I said get all entities in range. I never specified a range. There is no way to specify a range. This is getting every entity within, like, everywhere. So as long as they can see the entity, I think they can zap it. Yeah, oh man, that was bad. Oh, that was stupid. Okay, that's the problem. And how am I calculating distance? It's all Manhattan distance. Yeah, so get all entities in range. Check out this function. This function takes the sensor range of an entity. Yeah, range equals sensor range. So what we needed to do that I never did, let's change this in here. And we really should, so to do restrict this to range equals 2, because right now it's searching everything. Yeah, I just want to simplify this comment. Okay, so here we say if distance is greater than or equal to 2, no, if distance equals 2, so if distance is greater than 2, then just continue. But if distance equals 2, then we just need to make sure it's adjacent. So this should work. Pay money, get that zapper. Does reflect shield reflect zapper? No, it doesn't. So reflect is not like an end-all be-all. Can a zapper zap another zapper? Yes. How much zap would a zap chuck zap? Let's try that out again, and now deploy a bunch of these. They should not be super overpowered. Look, okay, so Bender was not taking damage. That was good. That means we didn't make like nuclear zapping. And you can see how bad zappers are if they just stand there. Because the whole point is enemies could stand just out of range of them and shoot. But look, Bender's taking damage here, and now Mark Walbot's taking damage. In fact, TikTok's doing a pretty good job of destroying the... Oh, never mind. It died. Inception. Hey, Swift Blue, you beat Op Hog. Good job. Yeah, so if any of these bots move into the zap field, like Eve, for example, Eve was dead before Eve's life even began. Okay, so this is much better now. And just wait until I put in that synergizing hardware that I told you about. Then Zapper gets to be pretty deadly. Can shield reflect zappers? So the only thing that can reflect is reflect, and shield is not reflect. Reflect is reflect. So the shield cannot, but it'll absorb some of the damage. The zap thing chunks down other bots' life real fast. Yeah, so part of the thing that you're seeing here is this is a pretty small arena for the number of bots that we have. There's hardly any free space. In fact, the largest chunk of free space that you ever see between two bots is like 3 tiles. I don't think you'll ever see a bot that's, well, here, I guess. This is like 4 tiles from stuff. But because this is so dense, Zapper is going to be good. When it's less dense, Zapper won't be as good, because the longer you have to travel to get to an enemy, the more opportunities they have to blast you down. Alright. Would be fun to have grenade launchers which shoot grenades which explode in a set amount of time. Yeah, so for anything like that, well, we have something, we're going to have artillery. Artillery is going to be something that it shoots a projectile that takes time to land, so that's actually pretty similar. Yeah, so I'm pretty zappy with this. Kill me. Yeah. Cool. I think that's it for today. Can a bot teleport around? Alright, fine. Well, someone said this earlier, but Akaze, you're gonna cause me to spoil something. But I'll say yes. But don't bring it up again. Yeah, so these life bars look really stupid. Definitely need to change that. Well, actually, even the graphics, the way that they're tinted, I don't think they look as good as they should. But yeah, we want you to have a lot of strategic options in this game. So already you're seeing that there are a bunch of different ways you can make a machine. And yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna make a Blockly script. Make a pre-made Blockly script that has a little of everything. Yeah, that's what the T was. Yeah, so let's write down what we're going to do next time we come back to this. So, where we left off on Friday. Zapper. Lint, clean up the code, then check in. We made it so that Zapper deals damage at the end of your turn. Then make the Blockly blocks, consider interaction with other hardware. Is there anything else that could be interacted with? I feel like make sure Zap can't be reflected. Maybe this. Make sure Zap can't be reflected. Make sure Zap doesn't harm enemy landmines. Yeah, we gotta write a lot of Zapper tests. A lot of Zapper tests. Make sure an enemy 3 away also can't be zapped. This was a problem. Can a bot grow bigger? No. Add a function for dealing damage to an entity and marking it as dead if it dies. Okay, so that's what we had for this week. Let's look at what our roadmap was for this week. Theme of week, new hardware. And let's see, we got cloaking done, we got landmines done, we got Zapper mostly done, we got missiles done, we got reflect. So yeah, we got like 5 things of hardware done. Right? And then a bunch of tests. So I think we're in pretty good shape. Next week, and I'll write this down. So roadmap for 10/, what's the date on Monday? Yeah, 26. Pre-beta. All energy toward pre-beta at first. Then more hardware. Just keep fleshing out what's available to users. Yeah. Then we'll work on some other things. Okay. Yeah, I think that's it. I'm gonna just close some tabs and clean some things up. I appreciate it if anyone who's watching and hasn't followed would follow. That'd be great. And I'll be back online on Monday. I will probably stream on the weekend for maybe one day. Man, it's crazy stuff. But yeah, no guarantees on that. I'm gonna try to sign up for DigitalOcean tomorrow, I think, and mess around with it. I want to save this picture. LuLongHardlineFamily.png. Alright, there we go. So yeah, and I'll just leave you guys with this. Wait, what's the case thing? Do you keep those files on the cloud, like with Google Drive or something? Aren't you afraid that you'll lose data? All of my code is backed up on a Git site. But yeah, I'm terrified that I'd lose that. But I trust that the Git site will keep it around. But yeah, bye everyone. Take care, and hope you enjoyed the stream. See you all on Monday, or maybe on the weekend, but see you.